Okay, nice. So, hi Meenakshi, how are you? Okay, good sir, how are you? I'm fine, thank you Meenakshi. So, now, right, this batch is for December 2025 attempt. Okay, so we are going to deal with a subject called as setting up of business and industrial and labor laws. Okay, this subject is setting up of business and industrial and labor laws. Okay, come on, Meenakshi, have you gone through the previous classes like Bhavya ma'am's class and also Naeem sir's class? Okay, so you've heard about a word called as law, right? Yes or no? Okay, nice. So this subject is also based upon law only. Okay, and when it comes to here industrial law, okay, and here this part one is about setting up of business, and part two is about industrial and labor laws. So this is also based upon law only, and there is nothing to get worried. How the business is going to start, and what are the types of business which we are going to discuss, and what are the laws for the respective business. Okay, everything we are going to learn now. And when it comes to industrial and labor laws, when it comes to industrial and labor laws also, see, it is purely based upon employees perspective. So our syllabus is also based upon law only. There is nothing to get worried. Okay, we can straightforwardly go to the syllabus. Okay, it is very easy. Okay, now you want me to explain about the subject, setting up of business and industrial and labor laws. When we are going to discuss about the subject, our whole subject is divided into two parts. Okay, part number one is about setting up of business. The weightage of this part is around 60 marks. Weightage of this part is around 60 marks. 60 percentage is covered from this topic, setting up of business. Okay, and here there is a part two which discusses only about employees perspective. Here it discusses about employers perspective. Employers perspective. So if I want to start a business, what business I can start? Okay, whether it may be a company or an LLB or a partnership, what type of business I can start, and what is its legal form, what is the difference between different types of businesses, and everything. Okay, from the perspective of employer, we will be discussing in setting up a business. Okay, now when it comes to part two, here we are going to discuss entirely from the perspective of employees. Okay, so simply speaking, when you guys go to your industrial training, or when you guys go to your professional qualification, after the professional qualification you will be facing all these types of things. Okay, when you have a proper knowledge about this law, that is industrial law and also the business laws, then you can upgrade your your professionalism. Did you get my point? So this topic, setting up of business and industrial law. Okay, you already know, I have already told you in BCCA, we are going to discuss from the perspective of December 2025 attempt. And this topic, okay, we are going to complete this as soon as possible. There is nothing to get worried. Okay, so yes, are you ready? Let's start. Yes. Let's start. So yes, I already told you this setting up of business is from the employer's perspective, right? So yes, it is carrying around 60% of weightage. Now when it comes to industrial and labor laws, it consists of 40% of weightage. So these are the topics which we are going to discuss in industrial and labor laws. Okay, and when it comes to the employer's perspective, that is setting up of business. What are the types of business which we are going to start, and what is the legal form, and what are the problems which we are facing, and everything we will be learning here. Come on, tell me. I want to ask a small question before going into the subject. I just want to ask you a small question. What is mean by law? What is mean by law? See, this is also industrial law is all. This is also we are going to discuss here also about industrial law something. Okay. See, Companies Act is for companies. Okay, and industrial laws is for industries. Okay, and similar word we will be hearing, that is law, law, law. What is mean by law? What is mean by law? Can you tell me what is mean by law? Rules and regulations that should be followed by the society. Okay, so what you said is those are the rules and regulations which have to be followed by the society. Nice. Okay, now my question is okay, what is the difference between ethics and law? What is the difference between ethics and laws? What are the basic? Just there is a small difference between ethics and law. When we have a better understanding of a difference between ethics and law, then you can understand a better knowledge. Okay, better better conceptual clarity. Okay, just a general sense. What is the difference between ethics and law? That itself is sufficient. Just a small example, or whether it may be a small, your view. Ethics means it's according to what people wishes to follow, but law ought to be followed by everyone. Okay, nice. So law have to be followed by everyone. Ethics, it's according to what people wishes. So if I want to do, okay, I will do. That is called as ethics, right? Yeah. Law means everyone must follow. Ethics, there is no need to follow. That is the point, or that is the intention, guys. So yeah, I got your point. That is, law everyone must follow. Ethics, there is no need for everyone to follow. That is what your intention is. Yes. Yes, nice. So I'll just give you a small example. Okay. Yes. See, if I am here, okay. If me personally, I am a person, and if I want to steal something, inner sense, inner heart, what it says is no, you should not do, you should not do, you should not do. It keep on hears. I can keep on hearing it in my ears. Yes or no? In my heart, it will be telling like that. No, guys, you're so VIGNAN, you should not do that one. Okay, you should not steal. That is what it is happening inside my mind. There is a controversy in my mind. Not to steal, not to steal, not to steal. But if I go and steal something, if I go and rob or steal something, I am acting something which is beyond my limit. Yes or no? Already in my inner heart, something was, keep on suggesting not to do and not to do, not to do, not to do. Yes or no? If I am not listening that words, my inner sense, my inner character, my individual character, I am putting my individual character aside, and I am acting beyond my limits. Did you get my point? I know what is right and what is wrong. Even if I know what is right and what is wrong, I am doing something which is beyond my limit. Beyond my limit. that is called as problem. Yes or no? So there arises a problem. Did you get my point? Come on, tell me. There arises a problem. When will this problem arise? When I do not follow ethics. Yes or no? See, I have an individual character, and that character, it is guiding me what to do and what not to do. When individual character is guiding me what to do and what not to do, I am not hearing that individual character's words, but I am going and doing something which is beyond my character, beyond my behavior, beyond my limits. If I am crossing beyond my limits, then arises a problem. Yes or no? Then arises a problem. And see, if I do one mistake, there is no need to get worried. If I do two mistakes, there is no need to get worried. If I keep on going and doing the same thing, it is a sin. Yes or no? It is a sin. So what is the remedy for that? What is the remedy for that? One time it's a mistake. Second time it's not a mistake. It is a fraud. Second time it's not a mistake. It is a misrepresentation. One time if I am doing it is a mistake. Second time, third time, fourth time if I am doing the same thing, it is a sin. It is a sin. So it is a problem. Problem is arising. Yes or no? When is problem arising? When I am doing something which I should not do. When I am doing something then problem arises. When problem arises, what is the adequate remedy, Amma? You need to have a solution, right? You need to have a solution, and that solution is nothing but law. So in a general sense, what is meant by law? See, you might have we have successfully completed 2 classes already, company law and also JIL. So these 2 subjects, these are about law only. This is also about law only. You might have heard about law, the word called as law and law and law. What is meant by law? It is nothing but a solution for a problem. Solution for a problem. If I, an individual person, if I am not doing what I should not do, if I am doing what I should not do, then it creates a problem in the society. Okay? When that problem is arising in the society, what comes into existence? Law. What comes into existence? Law. Simple. So, law is nothing but, what can you say? It is a solution for a problem. Solution for a problem. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes? So, what you said is absolutely right. If society have to follow, that is called as law. If an individual person have to follow, that is called as ethics. Yes. If I have an ethic, okay, if I am an ethical person and what I am doing is as per, as per my individual character, then will there be any problems in the society? If there is no problem in the society, there is no need for us to follow law. Simple. Law will arise only when there is a problem. Did you get my point? So, our syllabus here, it is based upon industrial law. See, part 2, it is based upon industrial law and labor law. So, what is meant by industrial law and labor laws? So, there are problems in the society. There are problems in the society. When there is a problem in the society, what is meant by law? It is a solution, right? So when there is a problem in the society, in respect of labor and in respect of industries, when there is a problem in industries, when there is a problem in labor, in the perspective of labors, then comes to a solution. Then we need a solution, right? Then comes into existence a solution. Yes, that solution is nothing but law. That solution is nothing but law. So when there is a problems in the industries, so what is the solution for industrial problems? Industrial laws. When there is a problem in for labors, okay, there are many problems for labors. Okay, so when there are problems for labors, what are the adequate solution for the labor problems? It is called as labor laws. When there is a problem in companies, Okay, so what is the adequate remedy for that? Company law. It is a solution for companies. Simple. What is industrial law? When there are problems in the industries, the solution for industries or industrial problems we will be discussing in industrial law. So law in the simple sense is called as solution for a problem. What you gave is rules and regulations, that is as per the law definition. Did you get my point? Rules and regulations, yes. Rules and regulations, yes. Now, what you have said will absolutely include it here. As per the law, ethics. The definition of ethics and definition of law, it differs. Okay, what is meant by ethics? Ethics are also set of rules and values. Set of values of any which are governing and governs an individual character. Which are governing an individual character. Are these points clear? So when the person doesn't have ethics, okay, when a society doesn't have ethics, it creates a problem. So for that problem, adequate solutions are called as law. So what happens? Law is nothing but rules and regulations. What you said is absolutely right. Rules and regulations. Okay, Babu, you are doing wrong. What you are doing is absolutely wrong. So if you do that, you will get this punishment. You will get this punishment. So when I do some mistake, if there is an adequate punishment for that mistake, then what I will do? If at all I am going beyond my limits, then what happens is, law says if you do that, we will punish you like this. Then what I can do is, if at all I am not following my ethics also, because of law, I can restrict myself. That is the interpretation of lawmakers to create law. Did you get my point? So, did you get the background of learning the law subject? Why is a law in existence? Why did the law come into existence? Did you get my point? Pakka? So there are many laws. In that law, we will be discussing about industrial and labor laws, which consists of 40% of weightage in our syllabus, and part 1 is about setting up of business. That consists of around 60% of our weightage. Pakka? Damn sure? So if it is yes, come on, tell me. Let's go to the further discussion. So do you have any doubts regarding this concept? Yes. Okay, we shall move on now. So, okay, before going into the brief explanation, into the topic, I just want to give a small, explanation about what are the types of business, and for these types of business, why is it necessary for law? Okay, why is it necessary for law? Now, I just give a small explanation, just listen. So, here our topic, so just I am giving a brief explanation why we are going to read this and learn this subject in our CS executive syllabus. Okay, why they have involved this subject in our syllabus, that we have to get to know the background. Yes or no? See, here there is a point called as setting up of business. Second point is, after setting up of a business, what are the things? Industrial law and labor laws. So these are the two parts. Why did they give these two parts in our syllabus? And why is the reason for us to learn this? Okay, simply speaking, here it is all about a business. different types of business and different types of legal forms of business, and how to set up those business, everything about a business we will be discussing here. Setting up of business. Before setting up of business, we have to get to know of what are the types of business. Simple. What are the different types of business, that we have to get to know, right? Yes or no? Now, see, we will be entirely discussing in this topic setting up of a business about only in the business perspective, that is from the perspective of employer. But from industrial laws and labor laws, we will be discussing the topic entirely on the basis of employees or workers. Okay. Now, before going into the topic, I want to explain what is meant by a business. What is meant by a business, and why are we learning this subject, this topic in our syllabus, CS Executive course? What is the reason? Yes. What is the reason? Before going into the reason, I want to explain something, Amma. See, business. Yes. Why? What is the basic meaning of business? What is the basic business meaning of business? Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. What is the basic meaning of business? Occupation of an individual. Okay. Next. See, if I am starting a business, what will be my intention? Simple. What will be my intention? See, to start a business, what will be my basic intention? Any commercial activity for profit. Exactly. See, if I want to start a business, see, if I am a person and if I want to start a business, the reason for starting a business is just to earn profits. The bare thing for any person to start a business is for what? For earning profits. Simple. For earning profits. So for earning profits, what people do is, people do some activity. Okay, people do some activity. What are the different types of activities? Either it may be a manufacturing activity, or it may be trading activity. Okay, or it may be an educational activity. Whatever it may be. So see, it may be whether you are doing a cotton business or whether it is a service oriented business, whatever it may be. Okay, or a restaurant food service business, whatever it may be, or an educational business, whatever it may be, that activity which you are doing, what is the reason for that activity? So this activity is what you are doing. What is the bare reason for that activity? Is to earn profits. Simple. Is to earn profits. When one person does some activity just for what? To earn the profits, that is called as business. Simple. So come on, tell me, these people, what they do is either they do it by themselves, and when one person does any business for with the sole person, with himself, that's it, with not even with any other person's help. Okay, only he will be the sole proprietor of that business. Okay, and he doesn't want any partner. He wants only that business. He wants to act as a sole proprietor. That business is called as sole proprietorship. When one person, takes the help of another while investing, takes the help of another while managing of the business, takes the help of another to share the profits, everything. Okay, that business, when one person he ties up with another person to start a business and continues the business and manages the business, and that type of business can be categorized into three types. So, simply speaking, when one person does business for himself, with the help of with the help of that person himself solely, okay, without any other person's help, that business is called as sole proprietorship. That business is called as sole proprietorship. Or when that person takes the help of other and starts a business, that business can be categorized into three things. One is partnership firm, second one is LLP, third one is company. You might have heard these three words: partnership firm, LLP, company. Yes or no? So whatever it may be, whatever the activity it may be, whether you are doing a manufacturing activity, whether it may be a trading activity, or whether it may be an educational service, whatever the service you are doing, okay, whether it may be selling of goods, or whether it may be any beauty parlor activities, whatever it may be, okay, anything, background in the legal form, whatever the business it may be, whether it may be cotton business, whether it may be educational business, whether it may be any type of business, manufacturing business, whatever it may be, background in the legal form, okay, in the legal form, it is categorized, okay, into three different business types. One is partnership, second one is LLP, third one is company. That is, whatever activity which you are doing in the eyes of law, in the legal form, it can be categorized, okay, when two or more persons are doing that business, whatever activity it may be, activity it may be, with two or more persons they are doing, no, in the legal form, in the eyes of law, it can be categorized as partnership, or they can register themselves as LLP, or they can register as company. When two or more persons start a business, when single person he starts a business, that business is called as sole proprietorship. Whatever activity it may be, in the eyes of law, it is categorized into four types. One, sole proprietorship, second one is partnership, third one is LLP, fourth one is company. Okay, fourth one is company. Did you get my point? Pakka. So here there are three different types of business. One is company, second one is LLP, third one is what? Third one is partnership firm. When there are two or more persons coming together and they are starting a business. Okay, when they are coming together and starting a business. See, when there are two or more persons coming together and starting a business, come on, tell me, there may be a chance of one person cheating another person. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, when there is a chance of one person cheating another person, it creates a problem. When one person goes beyond of his ethics, then it comes a problem. When there is a problem, you need to have a solution, right? You need to have a solution. Right? So for that solution, you are a decision maker. Okay, you guys are the decision makers. Okay, we are decision makers. We go to the company, okay, and we give our decisions to the top level management. Okay, so when there are problems, top level management comes to us and asks, sir, in this problem, there is a problem arising in our organization. Okay, sir, our organization is a partnership firm. Can you please suggest us any solution? Yes, we can only suggest that solution only when we know that solution. Did you get my point? So when can we know about that solution? When we know about a perfect problem. What is the problem? We will ask that client, sir, what is your problem? They will be telling their problem. And we know about law, right? What is law? Law means solution for a problem. So when there is a problem in the partnership firm, there have to be a solution, right? That solution will be given in Indian Partnership Act. When there is a problem in LLP, there have to be a solution, right? So what is the solution? LLP, Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Did you get my point? And when there is a problem in companies, what is the solution for that problems? Companies Act 2013. Simply speaking, when there is a problem, there arises law. So what is a law? It is a solution for a problem. So there are many businesses, and for those businesses there are many problems, and those many problems have to be given right solutions, and those right solutions are nothing but law. For what is meant by business law? Business law means nothing but a solution for a business problem. So these are Partnership Act means it is a solution for a partnership firm problems. LLP Act means what? It is a solution for a LLP business problems. Companies Act means what? It is a solution for a company's problems. It is a solution for a company's problems. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. If you're okay, come on, tell me yes. Yes. Sole proprietorship now. Sole proprietorship in the sense, if I am doing my own business, will there be any problem? No. If there is no problem, is there any necessity for us to give a solution? No. Simple. Okay. So we will be discussing about these things. What? Problems in a partnership, and that partnership problems we will be discussing in their solutions. LLP, those solutions we will be discussing. Companies also solutions we will be discussing. So that is the reason our institute has given these things. Okay, did you get my point? These topics in our syllabus. See here, the second thing is industries. Industries. Okay, if you are okay with this, then we will go to the next point. Why did our CS Institute? Why did our CS Institute provided this concept called as labor laws? Okay, called as labor laws. Why did our institute provide labor law in our syllabus? Law means a solution for a problem, right? What is the reason for an institute to provide this syllabus in our CS in executive syllabus? Come on. Okay, if you're okay with this, we will go to that point. Are you okay with what is meant by business and what are the problems for that and what is the solution for that? Okay. Did you get my point? Now, let's go to the part 2. What is that? Industrial law problems. What is the reason for our CS Institute to provide this concept in our course? Let's start. Yes, sir. Let's start. Done. Now, so I'll just explain a small thing somehow. See, point number 1 is, see, I already told you, industrial laws are only from the perspective of whom? Industrial laws are from the perspective of employer or employee. Come on, tell me fast. Employer's perspective or employee's perspective. Industrial laws are from the perspective of employer or employee. Come on, fast. I need your answer fast. Employer perspective or employee's perspective. Employees. Super. So yes, I'll explain. I already told you, law means a solution for a problem. Yes, law means a solution for a problem. So this is a basic first class. So I just explain the reason for us, for our institute to provide this subject and provide this syllabus in our CS executive course. That reason, just for explaining about that reason, we will be learning this. Okay, I am explaining all this concept. Okay, please listen. See, we already got to know about what is that business, what are the types of business and everything, what are the problems and different types of problems, different types of businesses and the respective solutions for the problems, everything we will be learning in the first part, that is setting up of business, everything. In the second part, we will be learning different types of problems for the laborers, okay, and what are the adequate solutions for that, everything we will be learning there. First, I'll just give a small, what to say, just a brief idea of this industrial law in our syllabus. Why did they involve this in our syllabus? I'll just explain. See, just listen, Amma. See, there are two persons. One is employer and another one is employee. Did you get my point? One is employer and another one is employee. Okay, now. So now, what is happening is, see, this employer and employee, there is a proper relationship. What is that relationship? Employer and employee relationship. Okay, now employer and employee relationship. See, this employer is giving salary. Every month he is giving salary. If an employer is giving salary to the employee every month, will there be any problem? Come on, tell me, will there be any problem? No, there will not arise any problem. So what is the problem for the employee from the employer? When the employer doesn't give salary, then it creates a problem. Yes or no? Pakka? Yes. If the employer is giving salary but not according to the work which is performed by the employee, if the employer is making that employee to work for more than the salary which the employee is deserves. Okay, suppose for example, employee deserves around 25,000 salary, but employer is paying only 20,000 salary. Is it right? Is it right? From the employee's perspective, sir, you are making me to work for 25,000 salary. I am a deserving candidate for getting 25,000 salary, and you are making me to work for only 20. You are giving only 20,000, but you are making me to work for that amount. Is it right? No, not right? So when there is a problem regarding salaries or a problem regarding wages what is the solution? That is solution we will be learning here. Okay, I already told you, when there is a problem, there have to be a adequate solution. Yes or no? There is a problem relating to salary. And when there is a problem relating to salary or wages, there will have to be a solution relating to salary or wages. So that adequate solution for that is Payment of Wages Act, Minimum Wages Act, then Equal Remuneration Act. Simple. So I already told you, when there is a problem, there have to be adequate solution. Simple. Did you get my point? Pakka? If you're okay, let's go to the next problem which will be arising in every industry. Okay. Let's go to the next problem. Yeah. Come on, tell me from your perspective, what are the next problems? Okay, any two problems. Come on, give me your valuable suggestions. Any two problems which employee faces in the organization. Come on. Any two problems, ma? Any two problems which every employee faces? Come on, tell me. Harassment, nice. Harassment, okay. Next one. Toxic workplace. Okay. Next, any other? Harassment, toxic workplace. Next. Any other? One or two? Additionally, one or two. Give me your views, no problem. Bad work ethics. Okay. So harassment, the toxic workplace, and bad work ethics. Okay, now. So yeah, harassment, toxic workplace, bad work ethics. Okay. For example, what I tell you is, if that employer is making that employee to work for 24 hours in a day, can that worker or employee, with wholeheartedly, can he work, can he work with wholeheartedness? No. Yes or no? No. Okay, for example, if that employer is not giving any leaves, if that employer is not providing any leaves, okay, then will that employee be happy while working in the workforce? I mean, in the employment? Will that worker be happy if that employer is not giving any leaves for that person? Will he work? Or if he work also, will he happily work? No. Simple. So what happens is, employer, there is another problem. What is that problem is, see, if there is an employee and working hours are not properly maintained by the employer is making that employee to work for more than 9 hours, more than 10 hours, more than 12 hours, more than 13 hours. Is it right? Okay, is it right? No, it's not right? So, are you thinking that employees as a machines or human beings? Yes or no? So, there have to be a proper working hours. Can you make an employee to work for midnight, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning? No. Toxic workplace. It will be definitely act as a toxic workplace. Yes or no? Hectic. I cannot work with the happiness. Yes or no? Can I work with? No, I cannot. Can you work? Anyone, not even one human being can work for 20 hours, 15 hours. No. Because he has some family. He have to take care of his family also, right? See, if that worker is or employee is working, 15 to 16 hours for that establishment only, then what about his family? What about his children? Okay, what about his health? So, working hours have to be properly maintained by the employer. If the working conditions are not properly maintained, then it creates a problem, and once the problem is arised, you have to have a proper solution. Yes or no? Pakka? Yes. Next, workforce or working hours. Second one, healthy measures, safety measures, then welfare measures have to be provided by the employer. See, if I am working in an establishment, working in a factory, and that work environment is contaminated, and that work atmosphere is full of pollution. What about my health? If I am going on breathing only smoke, what happens to my health? Okay, so employer have to have to check proper healthy measure of the employees. Okay, for only profit, if you think about only profit, then who will think about his employees' life? Who will think about his employees' safety? Who will think about his employees' welfare? Yes or no? Those are the problems, no? For these problems, what is the adequate remedy for these problems? Adequate remedy, it is given in the Factories Act. Factories Act. Did you get my point? It is given in the Factories Act. Are these points clear? Pakka? Yes. So point number one, what are the problems which are faced by the employees? One is salary or wages or bonus or about leave. Yes or no? So all these are the problems which are faced by the employees. For those problems, those are the respective solutions. These are the respective solutions. The second type of problems are working hours. Okay, working hours have to be properly maintained. Healthy measures have to be properly maintained. Safety measures have to be properly maintained. Welfare measures have to be properly maintained. It is a responsibility of the employer. No, if you want to earn profits, for you earning the profits, I will give my utmost priority. I will give my efforts. But provided you have to take care of my health. You all have to take care of my safety measure. Yes or no? My safety you have to take care. Without my safety, without my welfare, without my health, how can I give my service to you? That is what employee thinks. Yes or no? So lawmaker said, "Are babu employee, if you feel like that, are babu worker, if you feel like that, come and straight away give your complaint. We will take care. We will take action. Adequate action we will take." Because when there is a problem, there have to be a proper solution. These are the problems, so there is a proper solution. Everything in the industries, if there are problems, the adequate solution is that law. So here, so salary, wages, bonus, leaves are the problems. For those problems, adequate solutions are you, as you already told. What is that? Harassment. Harassment is also what? Is a problem, right? For that problem, adequate act, yes, adequate provision have to be given. Adequate provision have to be given. Sexual harassment of women at the workplace. Sexual harassment of the women at the workplace. Yes, it is also given. And that we will be learning in our syllabus. Simple. Did you get my point? Yes or no? Pakka. Damn sure. See, loss of welfare and working conditions. I already told you. Is it not there in our syllabus? Yes, it's there in our syllabus. Law of wages. Is it not there in our syllabus? Yes, it is there in our syllabus. So, we will learn all these things in our syllabus, and there are some additional problems in our industries. I'll just explain one or two problems and we'll wind up the session. Okay, come on tell me another at least one problem in any establishment, any industry, any other problem, come on fast. Any other problem? See, is that a responsibility of the employer to take care of the employee after retirement? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Not enough compensation. Yes, that's also right. Not enough compensation. That's also right. So here, what I want to say is, see, when employee is having energy in his body, he has energy now. Because in his youth he can work, any work he can take and he can go forward. But when he comes to at the middle age or old age, what happens at the middle age or at the old age? Can he work? No, he cannot work. No. So when he cannot work, will any of the employer give employment to that old age people? After retirement, can that employee work? Can that worker work? No, he cannot work. So what the employer have to do is, okay. So employees, don't get worried. If you work now, that is sufficient. After attaining a certain age, that is after you are going out of the organization, after you are going or leaving out of the organization, at that time, we will give certain benefits. Those benefits are called as retirement benefits. Did you get my point? Retirement benefits. These retirement benefits is the responsibility of whom? Employer. If that employer is not providing retirement benefit also, then employee can go and file a case. Yes or no? Because law said, Babu, employer, see, it is your social responsibility. You have to give us proper security to your employee. Your employee is working now. Yes, he is working now. But what happens after a certain age? You have to give him assurance that I am there. No need to get worried. Okay, you have to give that assurance to your employee. Okay, so if you say, sir, it is an additional cost for us. If you thought it is an additional cost for you also, I don't care. You should give that retirement benefits also to your employees. Not only give that retirement benefits, you should also provide social security to your employees. Social security to your employees. So that is what lawmakers said and gave certain respective acts. So what and all are the respective acts and what industrial laws which we are going to discuss, everything we will be discussing in the next session. I think you got all the points. So what are the points which we discussed in our today's syllabus is, one is the weightage analysis. Okay, in weightage analysis, part 1 consists of 60% and part 1 topics are setting up of business. So what are the problems which are faced? For that problems we discussed about the solution. Solution law means nothing but a solution for a problem. Different types of business, how they will be set up, and what are the, what is their legal form and what are their problems, everything we will be discussing in part number 1 from tomorrow. Second part is industrial law. It consists of 40% in our syllabus. Okay, CS executive syllabus, industrial law and industrial and labor law. Okay, 40%, and industrial and labor laws are nothing but problems in the industries, and for that problems respective solutions are nothing but the industrial law. Pakka? Damn sure. समझ गए? Pakka? And what are those and everything, from tomorrow we will be discussing our subject. Okay, so I think you got this point. So are there any doubts? Pakka? If there are any doubts, please let me know. If there are no doubts, we can discuss the next points, our subject matter tomorrow. Come on, give me clarification. No sir, I am good. Okay, done. Bye, take care, have a nice day. Hi guys, welcome to BCCA. My name is VIGNAN and I am your law faculty. So yes, in our previous session, we have successfully, completed about a brief discussion about our subject. What is our subject? It is setting up of a business and industrial and labor laws. Yes or no? Setting up of a business and industrial and labor laws. So yes, before going into that, what we have discussed is, we have discussed about what is meant by law, and what is meant by law, and what are the different types of businesses, and what is meant by business law, and what is meant by industrial law. Everything we have discussed in a previous session. Yes or no? So come on, tell me guys, what is meant by law? Law is nothing but it is a solution for a problem. Yes or no? It is a solution for a problem. Then what is meant by industrial law? Yes, industrial law. What is meant by industrial law? Industrial law means nothing but when there are problems in the industries, the concerned respective solutions for that problems are dealt in industrial law. Yes or no? Are dealt in industrial laws. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes. Now, if we are not straight away going to start our setting up of a business, but rather we will be starting with the part 2 of our syllabus, which consists of around 40 marks of weightage. 40% of weightage, it is industrial and labor laws. 40% of weightage, that is industrial and labor laws. In that, we will be discussing, about social security legislations. In that, we will be discussing social security legislations. Are these points clear, guys? First, our topic, we are going to start with the concept, that is social security legislations. Social security legislations. Okay, now in that social security legislation, there is a small act, and that act is called as what? It is called as Gratuity Act. That act is called as what? It is called as Gratuity Act. Okay, that act is called as Gratuity Act. Yes, let's start with the Payment of Gratuity Act. Payment of Gratuity Act. Okay, Payment of Gratuity Act. We'll start with the Payment of Gratuity Act. Once we start this topic, slowly, step by step, you can get an elaborated view of what is meant by law. Okay, we'll start with this act, that is called as Payment of Gratuity Act. Payment of Gratuity Act. Okay, now before going into the Payment of Gratuity Act, I want to explain a small thing, guys. So yes, what is meant by act? What is meant by act? Before going into that topic called as Payment of Gratuity Act, I want a small, explanation or a small, what to say, a meaning of what is meant by act. What is meant by act? Come on, tell me. What is meant by act? What is meant by act? Come on. What is meant by act? Yes. What is meant by act? What is mean by act? Guys, simply speaking, act is nothing but, any law which is passed in the parliament. Any law which is passed in the parliament, and that is called as act. And that is called as act. Any law which is passed in the parliament, that is called as what? That is called as act. Okay, that is called as act. Simply speaking, what people think is, in general sense, what is mean by law? If I ask the same question, what is mean by law? What people answer is, law means set of rules and regulations. That is what they give their answer. Guys, frankly speaking, law doesn't mean just rules and regulations, but there are many things which comes under law. Okay, from the law perspective, the definition of a law means rules, regulation, acts, bylaws, ordinances, orders. So these all comes under a definition called as law. So come on, tell me, law means what? An act is also a law. Rules are also called as law. Regulations are also called as law. Bylaws are also called as law. Okay, ordinances are called as law. Orders are also called as law. Orders are also called as law. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. See, what is meant by act? Act means nothing but when a law is framed in the parliament, that itself is called as act. Okay, when a law is passed in the parliament, when any law when it is passed in the parliament, it is called as act. But when there are some laws which are passed by the central government, okay, when there are some laws which are passed by the central government, and those laws are called as rules. Those laws are called as rules. Did you get my point? So we will be hearing these words act and rules and acts and rules and acts and rules. Act means nothing but which is passed by the parliament, which is framed by the parliament. That is called as act. But whereas rules are nothing but in extension to the law, in extension to the act. Okay, in extension to the act. If a lawmaker feels something which is in extension to the act, then it is framed in the rules. So when central government frames something, okay, so those will be coming under rules category. Those will be coming under rules category. Are these points clear? So now this Payment of Gratuity Act. This Payment of Gratuity Act 1972, it is an act or it is a rule? Is it an act or is it a regulation? Is it an act or is it a bylaw? Means it is an act, my dear students. It is an act. Pakka, it is an act. Okay, now I want to tell you, see, when central acts will be framed in the parliament, state acts will be framed by the state legislature. Okay. So yes, we'll go step by step, no problem. So this is a central act. Payment of gratuity. Payment of gratuity is a central act, my dear students. It is a central act. Now, sir, why this Payment of Gratuity Act came into existence? That is my point. Okay, so yeah, we are going to discuss about this concept. Yes or no? Payment of Gratuity Act 1972. It came in the year 1972. It became a central act in the year 1972. Pakka. Okay, it is framed by the parliament and it became a central act in the year 1972. Please mark the year, my dear students. It is 1972. 1972. It came into force in the year 1972. Now, what is the reason for us to learn this topic? That is what my question is. What is the reason for us to learn this topic in our syllabus? What is the reason for the lawmaker to give this act into our our Indian law? Okay. So what is the purpose? What is meant by gratuity? What is mean by gratuity? What are industrial law? What are industrial laws? Okay, industrial laws, as I told you earlier, industrial law means nothing but those industrial laws came into force just for from whom perspective, from whose perspective it came into force? From the perspective of employer and employer. It is from the perspective of the employee, because see, these greedy employers, there are many greedy employers, right? Okay, many greedy employees, what they do is they try to develop themselves, they try to develop their organization, but they do not do not take care of the employee. Is it right, sir? What, sir? We are giving salary, right? Salary is sufficient? No, because employee is working in my organization. If any employee is working in my organization, I am giving salary. No, that self it is sufficient. No, that is what employer is saying. Babu, yes, you are giving your salary to, you are giving the salary to the employee. Yes, because he is working in your organization. Per month you are giving salary. That is not a big problem. That is not at all an issue. Are you giving salary? Yes, sir, I am giving. But in extension to the salary, you have to think some things. What, sir? What I have to see? You have to see whether, see, that employee, he has strength in his body. Yes or no? He has nice age. He has nice age. He has strength in his body. He can do. He is capable of working anything. But what happens if that employee comes into an elder position? Or what happens if he is retired from your organization? What happens if he is at the age of 55 or 56 or 70? What happens? Can he work in your organization? No, he cannot work, right? If he cannot work, my dear students, what I want to tell you is, if employee cannot work in the organization, he can, is he capable of earning money? If he is not capable of earning money, how can his house, day-to-day expenses, how can he survive? Did you get my point? How can he survive with the cost of living of now, like this situation? That is a point. See, that person, you are giving your employee salary, that is enough. Okay, no problem. You are giving your salary because he is capable of working, you are giving salary. But what happens if he retires? What happens if he is not capable of working? That is the point, no? Okay, sir, what, sir? Sir, we also have to develop, right? That is what employer is telling, sir. We also have to develop. Okay, we also have to develop. See, we have to think about our organization also, no, sir. That is what employer is telling. Yes, employer, what employer is telling is, sir, our industry, we are facing a lot of problems. Okay, it became a hectic problem for us to survive, and we have to give additional benefit to the employee. Is it right, sir? Sir, we are giving salary, no? Yes or no? That is what employer is telling. What would be your solution? What would be your solution? See, he is working now. He is capable of working now. He can do work now. He is getting salary. But what happens when he is not in a capability to work? At that situation, what will be your solution, my dear students? What will be your solution? Here, employer's perspective and employee's perspective, both are both are correct only, no? Both are correct only, no? Then what will be the situation? What will be your solution? Then what lawmaker said is, Babu, do one thing. See, we have to provide certain retirement benefit to your employee. Sir, when can I provide, sir? Do one thing. See, if you are in your organization, if that worker is providing a service, of not less than 5 years, that is, if he is providing a service of more than 5 years, please note this point, my dear students. If that employee is in an organization and that employee is working under an employer and that employee is giving a service, is rendering a service of more than 5 years without going into any other organization, without shifting to any other organization, he is sticking upon only one employer and he is giving his service to only one employer for how many years? For more than 5 years. For how many years? More than 5 years. See, not all not all employees. There is no need for you to give your benefit to the all employees. But if at all there are certain employees and those employees are working more than 5 years without going and shifting into any other organization. See, simply speaking, this is a this is a growth scenario. What is a growth scenario? I'll explain. See, what is a growth scenario is, if I started working in an organization, okay, suppose for example this employee is getting around 25,000 in an organization, and after a one year, and there may be another organization and another organization called as X Limited. They may provide around 35,000 to the employee, and there may be another organization, and another organization may ask, may give 50,000. So he started his career with 25,000, and when there is a growth, in another organization they are asking around 35,000. They are asking him, they are calling him for 35,000. And there is another organization also. They are also, giving him an opportunity of how much? 50,000. See, this person can either shift here or he can shift here. Yes or no? Yes. First he will shift here. Then after getting a good opportunity, he can shift into another organization. It is an opportunity. This opportunity, will there be any person who rejects that opportunity? No, right? So they will grab that opportunity. What we will do? See, this is a growth scenario. What we will do is, we will grab our opportunity. Yes or no? We will grab our opportunity. Once the opportunity is, once that right opportunity is in our hands, what we will do is, we will try to grab that opportunity. Yes or no, ma? Yes or no? Now the point is, simply speaking, 1, 2. He may shift from here and from here to here. Yes or no? Based upon the growth scenario. But what this employee is doing now, instead of shifting from one organization to another organization, he is sticking upon only one employer. And he is rendering a service of more than 5 years. See, for that type of employees, for that type of loyal employees, is it not the responsibility of the employer to provide some assistance? Is it not the responsibility of the employer to provide some security? Yes. Did you get my point? Yes or no? Yes. Obviously yes. Arey, I am giving salary. No. Arey Babu, yes, you are giving salary. You are giving salary to your employee because he is giving you his service. But you should give in extension to that salary. You should provide something in extension to that salary when he is providing something in extension to that work. Some value addition he is doing. In extension to that work, he is providing something. What is he providing? Instead of his growth, he is being loyal for your organization, for you. If any employee in this growth scenario, he is not at all going to any other organization, but he is sticking upon one organization and he is working for he is rendering a service of more than 5 years, then you employer, you should do one thing. What I have to do, sir? You should do one thing, that is not just salary, not just bonus, but you have to give something in extension to that. What is that? In the sense, you have to give them a gift. You have to give them a gift. Sir, what gift, sir? Monetary gift or non-monetary gift? Sir, I have to give car, I have to give bike. What, sir? What gift? I have to give a MacBook, I have to give laptop, I have to give iPad. What, sir? Gift in the sense, this gift should not be in kind, but it have to be monetary. It have to be in money terms, monetary. Did you get my point? Monetary in the sense, what is that? Gift have to be given. by way of money, and that money is nothing called as gratuity. Okay, when you go and look into the dictionary, gratuity means they are given a meaning as gift. Okay, as a gift. So what the Gratuity Act is saying, Are Babu, if there is an employee working in your organization, okay, that employee is working for a rendering a service of more than 5 years, so then what you have to do is, you have to provide some gift, and that gift have to be in monetary terms, in extension to the salary. Are these points clear, my dear students? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes. So now my second question is, yes sir, employee is rendering a service of more than 5 years, employee is providing a service for more than 5 years, right after 5 years he will be getting that gratuity. That is the question, right? Right after 5 years he will be getting that gratuity. No. In the sense, sir, when he will be getting that gratuity? Not right after 5 years, my dear students. Okay, there have to be an event. Sir, what event, sir? Birthday event, What event? What type of event? See, not right after, providing the 5 years, or right after completion of 5 years. Not after completion of 5 years you will be giving that gratuity. See, gratuity will be eligible once he provide his service of 5 years. But it will be payable not immediately, but definitely not at this event, not at the event of completion of 5 years, but at the event. What event? Not at the event after completion of 5 years, but one event have to be there, and that event have to be called as, that event is none other than event of termination. Termination due to what, guys? Termination due to what? Termination have to be there. So termination in the sense, simply speaking, termination in the sense, your employer and employee relationship should come to an end. The relationship of the employer and employee should come to an end. So that event is called as, at that event of termination, employee have to be provided with the gratuity. That is the eligibility criteria. Sir, event of termination in the sense, relationship between employer and employee is coming into the end now. Once that relationship is coming to an end, at that event, employer have to give gratuity to his employee. At that event, gratuity will become payable. Simple? Pakka? Damn sure? Simple? What did I tell you till now? Simple. Gratuity shall be payable by the employer to his employee. At what time? On the event of termination. Sir, termination, see, employer will give gratuity to his employee on the event of termination. Termination in the sense, relationship is going to be ended up. Yes or no? This relationship between the employer and employee relationship is going to end up. At that event, this gratuity will be payable only when this employee provides a continuous service of not less than 5 years. Sir, what is the event of termination? Whether it is death, retirement, sir, relationship between the employer and employee will cut. Yes or no? There may be many situations, many reasons. No, see, either employer might dismiss that employee, either that employee may resign from the organization, or the employee may die, or the employee may retire. What is the valuable event of termination? Correct. At what time of termination can this employee get the gratuity? That is a point. Yes, I'll explain. Please listen, Amma. Point number one. Event of termination. Termination due to death. Termination due to disablement. Termination due to retirement. Termination due to retirement, termination due to resignation, termination due to resignation, termination due to superannuation. Are these points clear? So in these 5 cases, gratuity will become payable to the employee. So when employers when the employers when the employees relationship between employer and employee is going to an end due to what? Due to an event. What type of event it is? It is an event of termination. It is an event of termination. In this event of termination only, what happens? Employee will get a gratuity. Employee will be eligible for receiving the gratuity amount. Did you get my point? Yes, he will be eligible once he provides a 5 years continuous service. But immediately he will not be eligible. No. Immediately he will not be eligible to receive. But he will be eligible to receive only when some event have to be there. Event have to be conducted, and that event is nothing but the event of termination. And that event of termination due to death, disablement, retirement, resignation, and superannuation. Disablement, under death, disablement, retirement, resignation, and superannuation. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. So simply speaking, okay, every employer shall pay to his employee. What do you have to pay? A gratuity. What do you have to pay? Gratuity. What about, when he have to pay? On an event of termination. Termination due to what? Death, disablement, retirement, resignation, and superannuation. Only at this event. Only at this event, gratuity shall be payable by the employer to his employee, provided that employee has to render a continuous service of not less than 5 years. Simple. Are these points clear? Come on, tell me. What is the eligibility criteria of the gratuity? Gratuity shall be payable to employee on what event? On an event. What event? What type of event? On an event of termination. Termination due to what? Termination due to superannuation, termination due to retirement, termination due to resignation, termination due to death, termination due to disablement. Termination due to disablement due to accident or disease, provided he has rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years. Simple. Of not less than 5 years. This concept. Are these points clear? Pakka. So this is the eligibility criteria for whom gratuity shall be payable. For which type of employees? There are many 500s and 1000 employees in my organization. Out of these 1000 employees in my industry, for whom I have to pay gratuity? The people who are loyal. Sir, how can I search loyal people? The people who are rendering a continuous service of more than 5 years. No, those people are called as loyal people, and those loyal people shall be provided a gratuity, and that gratuity have to be payable on an event, and that event is nothing but event of termination. Termination due to what? Termination due to death, disablement, retirement, resignation, and superannuation. Asak? Pakka? Damn sure. Now, there are certain definitions here. Sir, what is meant by a continuous service? That we will be discussing. Continuous service. See, we have discussed that continuous service of not less than 5 years, right? So, what is meant by a continuous service? We will be discussing. No problem at all. What is meant by a continuous service? That we will be discussing. Okay. Second one. What is the definition of the employer? Who is called as an employer and who is called as an employee? Who is called as an employer and who is called as an employee? And there are certain other definitions called as death, disablement, retirement, resignation, and superannuation. Death we already know. See, for every person death will come. Yes or no? For every person death will come. Okay. So death is unpredictable and unstoppable also. Yes or no? So that death is a natural thing, and we all know. Also, on an event of death, gradually have to be payable. Simple. Yes, to the employee by the employer. Okay, because relationship will come to an end now. Second point, disablement. What is that second point, Nana? Disablement. Disablement in the sense when they see, I have two hands. Yes or no? I have two legs. Once I am an abled person, I can do whatever I can. Yes or no? Whatever I want, I can do. But see, sometimes due to some accidents, what people may lose hand. Okay, they may be physically handicapped. Yes or no? Because of some accidents or due to some any other reasons. So because of that, and because life is unpredictable, right? So because of that, they may be disabled persons. So disabled in the sense, see, I am an able person, two hands and two legs. If I do not have any of this, that is, if one hand is there, another hand is gone. If one leg is there, another leg is gone, I become a disabled person. Once I become a disabled person, then also what happens? I cannot perform the work which I have to do. So I am a physically disabled person. Then also employer and employee relationship will come to an end. And the next point is retirement. Retirement. What is meant by retirement and what is meant by superannuation? I'll explain. Please listen. See, retirement and superannuation, I just explained. Please listen. Superannuation means at that event, we should straight away go from the organization. Till that event, he should not leave that organization. That is called a superannuation. But whereas retirement, see, if you want to go out of organization also, you can go now. Or see, in our organization there are two options. One is whenever you want to leave, you can leave. Okay, whenever you want to leave, you can leave. After 50 years or 51 years, you want to leave, you can leave. Okay, if you want to take voluntary retirement, you can take. Okay, but there is another option also. If you want to wait and leave the organization after 58 years also, you can leave. That is called as retirement. Retirement in the sense, if we have two options. That is, if you want to stay till 58, you can wait. If you want to go out of organization before 58, then you can go. That is called as retirement. But superannuation is not like that, Amma. There is not at all given an option for the employee. If you want to work in our organization, work till 58, then you can go from the organization. That is called as superannuation. After attaining a certain age, the employees can leave from the organization. Let's go and look at that. See, retirement we know, so resignation means we know. Death also we got to know what is meant by death. Disablement also I told you just now. But what is meant by retirement and what is the difference between retirement and superannuation? See, retirement and superannuation. Here let's discuss about the superannuation. And here we will discuss about superannuation and the definition of a retirement. Retirement means termination of the services of the employee, reasons being other than the superannuation. So when there is a reason other than the superannuation, that is called as retirement. So then what is meant by superannuation? Superannuation means other than retirement is called superannuation. No, my dear students. Superannuation refers to vacation of the employment after attaining a certain age. Once you reach that age only, then only you can go out of the organization. Till then you cannot leave from the organization. That is the superannuation. Okay, any person, if you want to continue also, you cannot continue. Okay, sir, my age is 60, sir, I want to continue, sir, but we are providing till 58 only, no. See, once you attain 58, you have to go out of the organization. That is superannuation. But whereas retirement, if you want to stay, even after 50 or 52 or 53, you can stay. Okay, or you have the second option. Okay, we are in our organization, you can vacate the employment only after that, in that age, 58. Okay, till then you cannot vacate. Okay, there are two options. Whatever the option is, you can follow. That is called as retirement. No. You have to vacate only after that age. Sir, if I want to continue after that age, no. You are not eligible to continue. That is called as superannuation. So whatever it may be, whether it may be a retirement or whether it may be a superannuation, whatever it may be, you are going out of the relationship between the employer and employee. No, once your relationship is coming to an end, there at that event you will be provided with gratuity. At that event you will be provided with gratuity. Are these points clear, my dear students? Pakka. So gratuity, simply speaking, let's revise the concept. What is meant by a gratuity? Gratuity is nothing but it is a security. It is a security because after attaining a certain age, employer promises to the employee, Babu, you have worked and you have rendered a continuous service for me, right? So for more than 5 years you have rendered. So what I do is, after you are attaining a certain age, that is some specific age, what I will do is, after you are getting your relationship end, okay, from my organization, then what I will do is, I will provide a gift to you, and that gift is called as gratuity. Who will assure that? Employer. If employer is not assuring, no, then lawmaker says, if employer is not giving to if not giving gratuity to your employee, no, then I will come into the force. Then I will come into middle. Okay, I will come into middle and I will make that employer to pay the gratuity, because it is a social security. Employer have to provide security to his employee. No, that is a point. So please read that point fast. What is that point which we discussed? Yes, eligibility criteria of gratuity. Eligibility criteria of gratuity. See, I already told you, gratuity is a gift. It is a gift from the employer to the employee. Pakka? Yes, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick, fast. So have you gone through the concept, guys? Now let's go to the next concept. Okay, now let's go to the next concept. Till now what we discussed is point number one, that is, so what is that? Point number one, we have discussed for whom this gratuity is applicable, for which type of employees this gratuity is applicable. See, come on, tell me. Yes, let's revise it fast. For which type of employees gratuity is applicable? For those type of employees who has rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years, for those type of employees gratuity will be, eligible. These people are called as eligible persons. Only these people will be paid with the gratuity provided they, at the event of termination, due to retirement, resignation, death, disablement and superannuation, they will be provided with the gratuity. That is a point. Pakka? Simple? Damn sure. Yes. Now let's go to the next concept, and that concept is called as Arey Babu. Till now what we discussed is from the employee's perspective, for which type of employees this gratuity will be paid. Yes or no? Yes. For example, I'll give you an example, guys. See, if gratuity becomes payable by the employer to his employee, gratuity, employer is not paying gratuity to his employee. Is it right? Gratuity have to be payable by the employer to his employee. Yes or no? If the employer is not providing gratuity, then what can employee do? Arey Babu, employer, you have to pay me gratuity. No, because I worked in your organization for more than 5 years. No, but why are you not providing gratuity? If employee is in that situation, what will employee do? He will go to one place and sit and cry. Yes or no? He will go and sit and cry. What will the employee do? My dear students, what will the employee do is, in that situation, there is a provision for that. For example, if gratuity is not payable by the employer to his employee, then what can employee do is, employee can go and complain this to an authority, and that authority's name is called as controlling authority. Who is that person, my dear students? His name is called as controlling authority. Okay, this person is called as controlling authority. Now this controlling authority, what he will do now? Okay, when the employee said, sir, I worked in that organization for more than 5 years, sir, but still employer is not paying gratuity, sir. I rendered a service of 5 years. Okay, the employer gave me salary, that is not sufficient, but under the act I have to get gratuity. No, that employer is not providing. If any of the employee goes and tells it to the controlling authority, okay, that controlling authority will have a power to go and ask it to the employer. Arey employer, what happened, Nana? What is the reason for you to not provide the gratuity to your employee? Okay, so for that, these establishment have to be, applicable under the payment of gratuity. Did you get my point? Simply speaking, for which establishments gratuity are applicable, for those establishments only, controlling authority can go and ask this question: why you are not paying gratuity? Okay, so first what controlling authority will look at is whether that industry or that factory which the employee worked for more than 5 years, which the employee has rendered his service for more than 5 years, is it applicable? Is that establishment really are coming under gratuity or not? That means, is that establishment for that establishment really gratuity act applicable or not? That is what who have to see? Controlling authority will have to see. You and me also have to see the same thing, whether this establishment is covered under gratuity act or not. If that establishment is really covered under gratuity act, then this controlling authority will have a power to go and ask straight away to that industry, why you are not paying gratuity to your employee? No, you should not do like that. Just go and give it to your employee. You should not do like that. How can controlling authority gets that power? Only when these industries, or when that factories, when the concerned factories, when the concerned industries, for that industries, when that gratuity act is applicable, or when that establishments are covered under gratuity act, for those establishments only gratuity have to be paid. Okay, simply speaking, for those establishments which are gratuity act is applicable, those establishments only have to give gratuity to its employees. If that concerned establishments which are covered, still if gratuity act is covered also they are not providing gratuity, no, then controlling authority will come and ask the employer, what nana, what overactions are? You don't do too many overactions, only once, fasak. Who will say? Employer. For that employer, controlling authority will come and say the same dialogues. Okay, did you get my point? That is a dialogue. Actually, that's a dialogue in Telugu in a movie. That is, that dialogue is translated in English. Don't do too many like this. Only once. Fasak. That is a dialogue. Okay, did you get my point? Yes. Simply speaking, employer, that concerned establishments also have to be covered under gratuity act. Only when they are covered, they can provide. If they are not covered under gratuity act, there is no need for them to provide gratuity. Simple. So what controlling authority will see is, he have to check whether these concerned establishments for which that employee work, no. So whether those establishments are covered under the gratuity or not. So for that we have to look this provision. Okay, applicability, whether these establishments are covered under gratuity act or not. Okay, covered under gratuity act or not. For this, which establishments gratuity act is applicable? Point number 1. For every factory, Sir, there are only 5 workers, there are only 10 workers, there are only 12 workers, there are only 10 or 20 workers. No. Even if one worker is working in that factory, okay, and that factory's name is factory. Sir, my factory name is brand factory. My factory name is food factory. Babu, not that. Factory means there is a proper definition in the Factories Act. That is in our syllabus. We will learn about what is meant by factory in the Factories Act. Okay, now. So every factory have to provide gratuity to its employees. Sir, if there are 1 workers or Babu, if you have 1 worker also, you have to provide gratuity to your employee. Okay, sir, I will provide gratuity to my employee. Okay, because factory is covered under gratuity act. Sir, then what about mines? KGF movie, no? Okay, mines. Sir, for mines also gratuity act is applicable. Applicable, dude. Gratuity act is applicable for mines also. Did you get my point? Okay, sir. Then what about oil fields? For oil fields also gratuity act is applicable, my dear students. Wow. Mines, okay. Factories, okay. Oil fields, yes, definitely. Sir, then what about plantations? Plantations means not small, leaves in the autumn. Plantations in the sense, in a factory there are many big plantations, okay. So for those plantations, okay, for bada plantations, like big establishments, okay, for those plantations also this gratuity act is applicable. Factories, for every factory gratuity act is applicable, mine gratuity act is applicable, oil field gratuity act is applicable, plantations also gratuity act is applicable. Okay, for ports, seaports, for ports also gratuity act is applicable. Did you get my point? Okay, every factory, oil fields, plantation, ports, mines and railway companies. Okay, for these all establishments, even if the number of workers are 1 also working in that establishment, those establishments, they are, for those establishments, gratuity act is applicable for sure. Sure, damn sure. Did you get my point? For these types of establishments, gratuity act is 100% applicable. Gratuity act is 100% applicable. Are these points clear, my dear students? Okay, now, sir, for only these establishments, gratuity act is applicable. What about D-Mart? What about Reliance Mart? What about cinema halls? Okay, रुको जरा, सवाल करो, मैं हूं ना, मैं बोल तो. Okay, so for which other establishments gratuity act is applicable? For every shop or any other establishment, see, for every shop or any other establishment, what have to be there is, for every shop or any other establishment, okay, in that establishment at least 10 workers have to be working there. Okay, sir, if DMart is there, no, in that DMart 10 workers are working, no, if 10 workers are working on, sir, continuously throughout the year they have to work, no need of continuously working throughout the year, my dear students. If they are working for at least one day in the preceding 12 months, okay, one day in the preceding 12 months, then for those establishments also gratuity act is applicable. Simply speaking, for every factories, oil fields, plantations, ports, mines and railway companies, for those establishments gratuity act is sure applicable. Sir, for other establishments gratuity act is applicable? Yes. For other also gratuity act is applicable. Sir, for which establishments? Those establishments are nothing but any establishments, any shops for which 10 or more workers are working on any day of a preceding 12 months. On any day of a preceding 12 months, for those establishments also gratuity act is applicable. Simple. Pakka? Damn sure. Mom, did you get my point? So for which establishments gratuity act is applicable? Every factories, oil fields, plantations, ports, mines and railway companies, gratuity act is applicable. Sir, for these factories, oil fields, plantations, ports, mines and railway companies, if they have number of workers less than 10 also, less than 1, less than 2 also, less than 3 also, yes, simple. That is the point, right? That is the point. Actually, factories, oil fields, plantations, it will sure there will be minimum of 10 workers easily. Okay, easily 10, more than 10 workers only it will be consisting of. Okay, did you get my point? So that is the point. See, other than these establishments also gratuity act is applicable, obviously. For which establishment, Nana? For which establishment, in the sense, for those establishments which are notified by central government. If any establishment is notified by central government and that establishment, if it is not giving gratuity to its employees, then that employee, if we go and complain it to the controlling authority, then controlling authority, will he sit silent? He will directly go and ask that employer, Are Babu, employer, you are covered under gratuity act, no? What is the reason for you not to provide gratuity? Overaction, go and pay gratuity to your employee. That is the point. That is the point, my dear students. I think you got this point. So simply speaking, let's read this provision fast. Okay. So for which establishments gratuity act is applicable? Gratuity act is applicable to every factory, to every oil field, to every mine, to every ports, to every plantation, to every railway companies. To every railway companies, gratuity act is applicable. Simple. Second point. Sir, other than these establishments, yes, for every shop, for every other establishment in which 10 or more workers are employed, 10 or more persons are employed on, please note this point, please highlight this point, on any day of a preceding 12 months, that is, in the preceding 12 months, on any day, if any day, number of workers are more than 10 also, gratuity act is applicable. Simply speaking, gratuity act is applicable. I think you got this point. Sir, other than this, any other establishment? Yes, any other establishment, but those establishments have to be recommended or notified by whom? By the central government. By whom? By the central government. So for these establishments, gratuity act is sure applicable. Gratuity act is sure applicable. Are these points clear? Pakka. Please remember this note point. Once this act is applicable, it goes on forever. Okay, so see, once this act in the sense small, not small act, my dear students. See, act have to be every time it will have to be in capital A, but not small a. Small a means action. Okay, anything which we are doing, no, that is called, that we can represent it by small a. But anything which is provided by capital A, act, that act is called as nothing but law. But here the small act is called as action. I hope you got this point. Okay, so once this act is applicable to an establishment, it will be continuously applicable irrespective of the number of the employees employed thereafter. Simply speaking, once it has crossed the limit of more than 10 workers. Okay, if in that establishment more than 10 workers are employed, then what happens? Simply speaking, if in that establishment more than 10 workers are employed, then what happens once this act is applicable? Okay, even if the number of employees comes down also, no problem, it will continue. I hope you got this point. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. Please read that point as fast as possible. Fast, quick. You have to give fast revision, fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Okay, have you gone through the point, guys? Yes or no? Pakka? No. Let's go to the next concept. So till now what we discussed is, we have discussed about applicability of the act and then eligibility of the payment of gratuity. Yes or no? So shall we revise it now? Yes? Or after this concept? Yes. Come on, tell me. When we will revise? Now or later? Okay, no problem. Yes, we will discuss this concept, and right after discussing this concept, then what we will do is we will revise this entire 3 concepts. Okay, now till now we discussed 2 things, my dear students. One is what applicability of this act, for whom, for which establishments gratuity act is applicable. Yes. Second, we have discussed, okay, once this act is applicable for an establishment, okay, it have to give gratuity to its employees. Yes. For which employees? For which employees, in the sense, For those employees who have completed a continuous service of 5 years, for them gratuity have to be provided. Not now, but in event of termination due to death, disablement, superannuation, retirement and resignation, all that event gratuity have to be payable, that we discussed. Okay na, simple? Yes. Sir, what is the amount of gratuity which employer have to pay? What is the amount of gratuity which employer have to pay to his employee? Simple. What is the employer's payment? What is the amount of gratuity which employer have to pay to his employee? Simple. Come on, tell me. Yes. For that, what lawmaker said is yes. That is a nice question. See, yes, you worked under me for how many years, Nana? For how many years? For more than 5 years. So what we will do is, for every completed years of service, what I will do, what employer have to do is, he will give an assurance. Okay, what lawmaker said is, Babu, when you are called as an employer, what have to be there is, yes, you have to give your employee, you have to pay to your employee a gratuity amount. Okay, a gratuity amount, and that gratuity amount have to be calculated like this, like under this procedure. Okay, sir, how to calculate that gratuity amount? I will explain. Who said that? Lawmaker said. How? Sir, how to calculate? For every completed years of service, what you have to do is, you have to give at least a half month salary. That is, sir, if that employee worked for 30 years, yes, if that employee worked for 30 years, okay, 30 years of service, for every 30 years of service, he have to be given half month salary. In the sense, 1 by 2, right? Yes or no? 1 by 2. 1 by 2. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Did you get my point? That means 30 years of service. Each month, how much is he getting? That is, if for example, he is getting around 1 lakh rupees of salary. For example, he is getting around 1 lakh rupees of salary. For each month, he is getting 1 lakh rupees of salary. That to which salary? Last drawn salary. So this is the last drawn salary of the employee, guys. This 1 lakh is a last drawn salary. That is not at the beginning of his employment, but at the ending of his employment. How much he is incurring that salary? Out of that salary, half month. So how many years he worked? 30 years he worked in that establishment. Yes or no? For 30 years he worked in that establishment. For 30 years, every year, half month salary have to be provided. Half in the sense 1 by 2. Yes or no? Half in the sense 1 by 2. That means 15 by 30 also. Here for 50 by 30 also makes half. Yes or no? 15 by 30 also makes half. Yes or no? Yes. So what lawmaker did is, yes, 15 days wages. 15 days wages will be provided as gratuity. Sir, wages in the sense 15 by 30, no? Yes, 15 by 30. What lawmaker did is, he deducted 4 Sundays. Okay, he deducted 4 Sundays. So what happened? So 30 minus 4, that is equal to how much, Amma? 26. 15 by 26 into 30. For example, last drawn salary into completed years of service. Will be his amount of gratuity. Are these points clear, my dear students? So, sir, how much amount of gratuity will be provided by the employer to the employee? 20 lakhs also he will be providing as a gratuity. 22 lakhs also he will be providing as a gratuity. 30 lakhs also he will be providing as a gratuity. So how much he is calculating? For example, he is calculating that amount came as 21 lakhs. 21 lakhs will be provided as gratuity. Yes. Before, the maximum amount of gratuity is only 20 lakhs, my dear students. But it is revised to not 21. Maximum amount of payment of gratuity is 25 lakhs. Maximum amount of payment of gratuity is 25 lakhs. That means if we are calculating this amount and that amount is less than 25 lakhs, no problem. But we are calculating an amount and that amount is coming like more than 20 to 25 lakhs. That is, if that amount is nearly 35 lakhs, then 35 lakhs cannot be taken into consideration. How much amount can be taken into consideration? 25 lakhs only can be taken into consideration. Simple. So maximum amount of payment of gratuity by the employer to his employees 25 lakhs, subject to the maximum of 25 lakhs, but not more than 25 lakhs. Sir, we are calculating, no? Yes, we are calculating, but whenever we are calculating, that amount should be less than the 25 lakhs, should not exceed that 25 lakhs. That is the point. So come on, tell me, what is how to calculate the payment of gratuity? Last drawn salary into number of completed years of service into 15 by 26. Okay. Sir, case 2. There is any other case? Yes. Sir, straightforwardly he will be working for 30 years only. There may be a position where he may be working for 30 years, 6 months, 1 day also. Like this, there may be a situation, right? There may be a situation where employee may be working 30 years, 5 months, 29 days. Yes or no? This may be situation, right? So what will be the situation if employee is working like that? How many years? 30 years, 5 months, 29 days. In this situation, how to calculate, sir? How to calculate? Then what lawmakers did is, lawmaker gave a clarity, Nana. Lawmaker gave a clarity, Amma. What is that? Is that clarity is nothing but if that employee is working for example, more than 6 months. If he is working for more than 6 months, if he is working, okay, at least 1 day more than 6 months also, then do one thing. What is that thing? With 30 years, add 1 year. Add 1 year. That is, take a completed years of service. Even if he worked for only 30 years, 6 months, 1 day. 30 years, 6 months, 1 day also. Even if after 6 months, 1 day also, if he work now, then take as a completed 1 year of service. Therefore, how many years you can write it? 31 years you can write. 31 years you can take while calculation of gratuity. Did you get my point? Sir, for example, if 6 months he did not cross, so how many years did he cross? He crossed only 5 months, 29 days. That is less than 6 months or more than 6 months, guys? Less than 6 months. If it is less than 6 months, then what happens is, this year cannot be taken into consideration. Then what happens? Only 30 years will be taken into consideration. Pakka? So this is the point. Okay. So if more than 6 months, 1 day if he work now, you have to take a completed year, or that he have completed completed years of service that you have to take. If he has not taken more than 1 year, not completed more than 6 months, okay, then what you have to do? You should not take as a completed years of service. How many years he worked? That completed years are 30 years only. You have to think, you have to deem like that. So what is the number of years of completed years of service? 30. That is the reason it is given like this. Let's read that point, Amma. Gratuity shall be payable at the rate of 15 days wages. I already told you, right? 15 days wages for every completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months. That is, if he is working for more than 6 months, at least one day if he is working more than 6 months, then it can be taken as a completed years of service. Then it can be taken as a completed years of service. On what basis? On the last drawn salary basis, but not at the beginning of the work, but at the end of the work. At the end of the work, at the end of the termination, what is his salary? Based upon that salary only, he will be taken. That salary will be only taken into consideration. Let's read that formula. So how to calculate gratuity? Gratuity can be calculated by 15 by 26 into last drawn salary or wages into number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months, subject to the maximum of 25 lakhs. Guys, it is the latest amendment. Before 2024 it was 20 lakhs only, highest amount, but now it is revised to 25 lakhs. Even before it was only 10 lakhs, it has been revised to 20. Now that 20 it is also revised to 25 lakhs. Please put this in your mind. Please put this in your consideration. Guys, are these points clear? So what are the topics which we discussed till now? One is the eligibility criteria or to receive the gratuity. Point number 2, the applicability criteria to pay the gratuity. That means which establishments have to pay the gratuity, which establishments have to pay the gratuity, that we discussed. To which employees gratuity have to be payable, that also we discussed. How much to be payable, that also we discussed. Okay, so are these points clear? So what I'll do, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. Please read this concept as soon as possible. Okay, yes. Okay, I think you guys have gone through the concept. Okay, so with this we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. Okay, all the best, take care, bye bye, and have a nice day. Hi guys, welcome to BCCA. My name is VIGNAN and I am your law faculty. So guys, yes, in our previous session we have started with the concept called as Payment of Gratuity Act. Yes or no? Payment of Gratuity Act. In this Payment of Gratuity Act, we have discussed a concept called as applicability of the Act. Yes, we have successfully completed a concept of applicability. Come on, tell me, for which type of establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? For which type of establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? Okay, applicability. For which type of establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? Come on, revise. Yes, every factory, oil fields, plantation, ports, mines and railway companies. For these type of companies, Gratuity Act is applicable. Okay. Second point, for which other type of establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? For which other type of establishments Gratuity Act is applicable in the sense, for any other shops or establishments in which more than 10 or more employees are employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. On any day of a preceding 12 months. Did you get my point? So any shop or establishment in which 10 or more employees are being worked on any day of a preceding 12 months, for those establishments also Gratuity Act is applicable. For those establishments also Gratuity Act is applicable. We have also discussed any other type of establishments, other than this. Which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable means for establishments which are notified by central government. Notified by central government. For the establishments which are notified by the central government, for those type of establishments Gratuity Act is applicable. Are these points clear? Gratuity Act is applicable for those type of establishments. Guys, are these points clear? Yes. So come on, tell me guys, if Gratuity Act is applicable once, it will be going on applicable? Yes. Once the act is applicable, it goes on applicable. Are these points clear? Yes. So applicability concept we discussed. For these type of establishments, Gratuity Act is mandatorily applicable. Okay, sir, if any other establishments other than this, for them also they can also follow Gratuity Act? Yes, they can also follow Gratuity Act. Okay, any other type of establishments which if they want by themselves, if they want by themselves, like in the sense, if they voluntarily want to, want the act to be applicable for themselves, then they can also what? They can also opt for gratuity act. Are these points clear? Okay, damn sure. I think you got this point. Yes. So for other type of establishments, other than this, okay, I'll explain. Yes, for these type of establishments, gratuity act is mandatory. So other than these type of establishments, gratuity act is optional. Gratuity act is optional. Gratuity act is optional. Are these points clear, guys? Are these points clear? Now, the second point is eligibility criteria. Okay, once this act is applicable, establishments, for whom they have to give the gratuity? They have to give the gratuity to the workers who are working in that establishment for a continuous service of not less than 5 years. For a continuous service of not less than 5 years. For those type of establishments, gratuity act is applicable, provided once they have completed 5 years, they will be getting the gratuity act. No, but at the event of termination, and that event of termination have to be done due to superannuation, retirement, resignation, death, disablement. Okay, superannuation, retirement, death, disablement and resignation. Guys, are these points clear? So, gratuity act is applicable, for these type of establishments, and it shall be payable to the persons only if those persons have employed in that establishments for not less than 5 years, provided on an event of termination, they will be getting this gratuity. On an event of termination, they will be getting this gratuity. Are these points really, did you get that point? Pakka? Did you really understand these concepts? Yes? Okay. Now, we also have discussed, how to calculate gratuity. Calculation of amount of gratuity. Calculation of amount of gratuity. Calculation of amount of gratuity. Come on, tell me how to calculate gratuity. 15 by 26 into number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months. Into last drawn salary. Okay, this is the procedure for calculating the amount of gratuity. Okay, so point number 1 is how much amount we are calculating. That much amount of gratuity we have to pay. Yes, subject to the maximum of how much, guys? Subject to the maximum of 25 lakhs. Subject to the maximum of how much? 25 lakhs. Are these points sufficient? Did you really get the concept? Okay. Now, if you really get that concept, I'll give you a small example. Please, note this point, guys. Okay. Note this point. Okay. Okay. I'll do one thing. I'll give you 4 cases. You have to calculate all those 4 cases. Okay. Point number 1. Case number 1. For example, if an employee is working in an establishment for 31 years. Okay. If an employee is working in that establishment for 31 years, and at the beginning of the job, how much salary he used to get is, he used to get around 10,000 salary. How much salary, guys? He used to get around 10,000 salary. Okay. Now, at the event of retirement, he is getting around 1 lakh rupees per month salary. Okay. So this is the ending. At the time of retirement, he is getting 1 lakh rupees salary. Okay. He is getting amount of 1 lakh rupees of salary. Okay. Now, Come on, calculate the amount of gratuity payable. Amount of gratuity payable. Come on, calculate the amount of gratuity payable. How to calculate? Now, see, it is 31 years. Yes or no? Yes, it is 31 years. If it is 31 years, are there any months more than 30 years or less than 30 years? There is nothing. 31 years he is working. Okay, now if you want to calculate that amount, how to calculate? I already explained in the previous session that 31 years into 15 by 26 into how much of salary he used to get at the beginning, guys? He used to get at the beginning 10,000 salary, and at the end of the his employment he is getting around 1 lakh rupees per month. How much? 1 lakh rupees per month. Okay, what amount to take, this or this? What amount to take? So it is 1 lakh rupees, that is last drawn salary at the event of termination, or when he is retiring from the organization, or when he is getting his relationship to an end. At that moment whatever he is incurring as a salary, that amount he have to calculate. That amount he have to take it into consideration. That amount he have to take it as a salary. So 31 years into 15 by 26 into last drawn salary. So how much amount did you get? What is the amount of salary? What is the amount of gratuity payable? Yes, it is 17,88,461. It is 17,88,461. Now, I am giving a second case, guys. Second case also we will be discussing second case. Okay. For example, if that employee is working for 31 years, and after entering a 31 years, okay, that too how many months? 10 months, and that too how many days? 1 day. 31 years, 10 months, 1 day if he is working. No. How to calculate his gratuity? Now, yes, the same way, 31 years into 15 by 26 into last drawn salary, or you will take 31.5. How much will you take, guys? How much will you take? In this sense, what lawmaker said is, Abu, if at all there is a situation where there is a part of the month, where there is a part of the year coming into situation, then what you do, if this part of the year is greater than 6 months, if it is greater than 6 months, then what you have to do is you have to calculate or add another 1 year. Add 1 year. So you have to add 1 year. If it is less than or equal to 6 months, don't do anything, just sit silent. Okay, there is no need to add anything, not even a single year. Okay, so now for 31 years, how many years you are going to add? You are going to add 1 year, or you are going to sit silent. You are going to sit silent, or you are going to add 1 year, guys. Now you are going to add another 1 year, because 10 months in the sense it is in extension to 6 months. So what is the number of years? 32 years. That is why here, to calculate the gratuity amount, 32 years into 15 by 26 into last drawn salary. What is the amount of gratuity payable to that employee, guys? It's 18,46,153. Did you get my point? 46,153. Okay. Suppose we'll give another example, another case. For example, this you are only going to tell me. Okay. For example, if that employee is working for 31 years, 5 months, 29 days. 31 years, 5 months, 29 days. How to calculate the gratuity? Whether you are going to take it as 31 years or whether you are going to take it as 32 years. What is the amount which you are going to take? What is the number of years which you are going to take? 31 or 32? Come on, tell me. 31 or 32? Fast. Quick, be quick guys, come on. Yes, you are going to do is 31 or 32. What you are going to do is you are going to sit silent. You are not going to take any, you are not going to add any additional year. Okay, just sir, it is less than or it is equal to 6. It is near to 6 months. No, even if it is near to 6 months, that is why I have given here as when there is less than 6 months or equal to or less than 6 months, then what you have to do? Just sit silent. Don't add 1 year additionally. There is no need to add 1 year additionally. So what you are going to do? You are going to sit silent. You are not going to add even 1 year. Paka. So how many years? 31 years only. So what is the amount of gratuity payable? To calculate that, you are going to take only 31 years. Same as case number 1. 17,88,461 is the amount of gratuity payable to such employee. Simple. Easy. Now we are going to another last discussion. Okay, I'll give you a last case. We'll explain the last case. Yes. Now okay, this is case number 4. Case number 4. Okay. Case number 4. Come on, tell me. If that employee is working for 31 years, 8 months, 29 days, 31 years, 8 months, 29 days, and now that employee's salary is 1,55,000. Come on, calculate guys. 1,55,000. Okay. Sorry. This is he's earning 1,55,000. 1,55,000 per month while at the end of the job. At the end of the job, okay, at the time of retirement, he is earning how much? He is earning 1,55,000 per month. Now come on, calculate the amount of gratuity payable to such employee. Amount of gratuity payable to such employee. Come on, fast. Amount of gratuity payable to such employee. Yes. How many years? 31 years or 32 years? See, 31 years, it is in extension to 6 months, less than 6 months, it is greater than 6 months. In this situation, you will add additional 1 year, or you will sit just silently. No, you will not sit silently, but rather you will add that 1 year, because in extension to 6 months. How many years he worked? He worked more than 6 months. So what you have to do is you have to take a completed year. You have to take a completed year. Then how many years of service he provided? Yes, it is assumed that he provided 32 years of completed service. 32 years of completed service. So how to calculate the gratuity amount? Then in that situation, to calculate the gratuity amount, 32 years into 15 by 26 into, what is the last drawn salary, guys? What is the last drawn salary? Last drawn salary is 1,55,000. Come on, tell me, 1,55,000. So while calculating the amount, what is the amount of gratuity payable? 28,61,538. Okay, so we have to give 28,61,538 or the amount which is less than here. In case number 1, we have to give 70,88,461. That is for sure. Yes or no? See, because that is the amount of gratuity payable, right? Yes. Here also 80,46,153. That also we have to pay. Here in the case number 3 also same amount, 70,88,461 we have to pay. But here when it comes to case number 4, how much amount of gratuity which you have to pay is not 28,61,538, but you have to pay only 25 lakhs, because how much amount you are calculating, that much amount there is no need for you to pay, but how much maximum amount you have to pay, that amount should not exceed 25 lakhs. So what is the maximum amount of gratuity payable? Maximum amount of gratuity payable is 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs. Are these points clear? Yes or no? So what is the amount of gratuity which this employee has to receive, guys? It is 25 lakhs in the event of termination. Okay, in the event of termination while he is getting out of the organization. Okay, did you get my point? So amount of gratuity payable, how to calculate it? It can be calculated. The gratuity shall be payable at the rate 15 days wages for every completed years of service or part thereof which is in excess of 6 months on the basis of last drawn salary or wages. Last drawn salary or wages. Come on, tell me, are these points clear? Come on, tell me, are these points clear? Pakka? Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick to note these points. Fast. Fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please note these points. This is an example of amount of gratuity payable. Amount of gratuity payable. Yes, come on, quick. Okay, will you finish, guys? Yes. Now, what we are going to do is we have successfully completed these three concepts. Yes or no? Yes, applicability, eligibility, and the amount of gratuity amount payable. Yes or no? Now we are going to discuss another concept called as application for payment of gratuity or procedure for payment of gratuity. Yes or no? Procedure for payment of gratuity. Did you get my point? Or determination for payment of gratuity. Determination for payment of gratuity. Determination for payment of gratuity. See, the examiner, they may ask either it is by way of application for payment of gratuity or procedure for payment of gratuity or by way of determination for payment of gratuity. Whatever it may be, they may ask, the concept is the same. So now I'm going to explain the concept step by step, point by point. Please listen, guys. Okay. Now what I'm going to tell you is, see, there is a relationship between an employer and employee, yes or no? So what is that relationship is, point number one, I will be providing you the service, you have to pay me the salary, yes or no? So what employer is doing is, Babu, you provide me your service. You provide me your service. What I'll do as an employee, you provide me your service. As an employer, what I will do is I will give the salary. I will give the salary. That is the relationship between an employer and employee. Yes or no? Pakka? Simple. Yes. Now the point is, in extension to this, what is happening? What is happening here? See, this employee will be working for a period. This employee is working for a period of more than 5 years. For example, if the employer is making his employee to work under him for more than 5 years, then what have to be there? In extension to the salary, what should employer do is, employer have to give some additional thing, and that thing is called as gratuity. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. So what is that? Salary is when services are provided by the employee. Then when services are provided by the employee, then from employer salary will be provided. Okay. But if at all this employee is providing a service or he is rendering his service for more than 5 years, then employer have to pay what, Nana? Employer have to pay what? Gratuity. Did you get my point, guys? So, providing service, employer have to pay salary, but for a continuous service of not less than 5 years, if employee is working, then what employer have to do is, employer have to pay a gratuity. That is a gift to his employee. My point is, see, this employee is there, right? So, once this employee is eligible for receiving the gratuity, because he rendered as a continuous service of not less than 5 years, then what this employee can do, is, he will be eligible for receiving this gratuity, right? Once he becomes eligible for receiving this gratuity, what employee have to do is, within a period of 30 days, what employee have to do is, employee have to make an application, to his employer that, sir, I have rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years. So please grant me gratuity. As per the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972. Who have to give an application? Employees. It is the employee's responsibility to give the application to the employer, because there may be many situations where employer forgets, right? And some employers, what they will do is, okay, this is a cost for me, this is an additional burden for me, so I will not give. Unless this person asks, I will not give. That is the perspective of some of the employers. So they might not give the employee. What they will do, yes, no, I have to give gratuity, no, sorry sir, I'll give. So they will, unless until employee goes and tell it to the employer, some employers, what they will do is, they will try to evade this payment of gratuity, because that is a huge cost burden for them, no? Yes or no? Giving salary itself is a burden, and again in extension to the salary they are providing what? Gratuity. So they will try to escape from payment of gratuity. Yes or no? Yes. Now the point is, guys, please listen. Now the point is, okay, please listen. Now the point is, if employee is in existence, if employee is retiring, or if employee is superannuation at the event of superannuation, or if the employee is resigning from the organization, in these three situations, when this employee will be in existence only, he will not die, right? He will not die. For example, if this employee died, due to some any situations, this employee died, how will this employee make an application to the employer? For example, this employer have to give a gratuity of 25 lakhs. Who will receive this gratuity? Who will receive this gratuity? In that situation, what the employer will do is he will try to evade. Yeah, no problem. By God's grace, I am saved. This fellow, he died. There is no need for me to pay gratuity amount, because he cannot give what? He cannot give application, right? If he cannot give application, then I can escape to pay, escape from paying off gratuity. That is what some of the employers do. But the point is, if the employer died, if the employee died, or if the employee, is disabled person. If the employee is disabled person, then what will happen, Amma? If the employee is a disabled person, or if the employee is dead, then what will be the situation, Anna? What will be the situation? In that situation, instead of employee, who will make this application is, his nominee will make an application. His nominee shall make an application when the event of death, in the event of death or disablement of the employee, the nominee shall make an application to the employer. So if that employee is in existence, then no problem. He will straight away, what will do? He will straight away send the application to the employer to pay the gratuity, and that application shall be made within 30 days of the gratuity becomes payable. But if the employee is not in existence, if the employee had died, or if the employee is disabled, in that situation, who will have to make an application? His nominee shall make an application, and this nominee shall make an application within a period of 30 days from the date of gratuity becomes payable in a form, in some specific form, and that form is J. Sir, come on, tell me, if that employee is only making application, in which form employee have to make? He will have to make in form number I, whereas his nominee shall make an application in form number J. Are these points clear? Pakka. Damn sure. Now, if there is a situation where his nominee also is not in existence, for example, he did not give the name of nominee. Okay, how to give name of nominee, that we will explain in the next session, no problem. Okay, right now, if that employee is not having any nominee, he has not appointed any nominee, then what will be the situation? In that situation, if there is no nominee, then who will make an application in the sense? Then for that nominee, for that employee, legal head shall make an application. Who shall make an application, Anna? Legal head shall make an application. To whom? To the employer. Legal head shall make an application to the employer within a maximum period. If no nominee is being appointed. If no nominee is being appointed, then the legal head shall make an application in form number IJK. Here, this is I for what? For if employee is in existence. J, if nominee, if he has appointed nominee and this employee is, employee had died, then form number J, he shall make an application within 30 days. If nominee is also not being appointed, then he shall make an application in form number K. But within a maximum period of 1 year. Within 1 year. Did you get my point? Within 1 year. Simple logic. Did you get my point? Simple logic. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Did you get my point? Okay, so if this employee is in existence, then he shall make an application at the event of retirement, resignation and superannuation. If that employee had died, then who shall make an application? His nominee shall make an application on the event of death or disablement. Sir, his nominee, he did not appoint any nominee, then who shall he shall make an application? His legal heir shall make an application in form number K and subject to within a maximum period of how many years? Within 1 year. Okay, guys, please note this point, Your Honor, that even if this employer makes an application only, this employer have to pay. This employer, he doesn't have any knowledge. He doesn't have any knowledge. He should have some knowledge, right? Because who and all employees are going out of that organization, he should have some minimum knowledge about his employees, right? Yes, he should have some minimum knowledge about his employees. Simple. Yes, he should. Yes, who and all are going out of organization, for whom I have to give gratuity, everything, he have to have a proper knowledge, a proper idea. Did you get my point? So yes, you have to have a proper knowledge and idea. Idea in the sense, not idea sim. Okay, idea in the sense, a proper knowledge and proper thing. Okay, so that is a point. So what you and all employees are going or vacating out of my organization, that employer have to have from proper knowledge. Okay, so when employee gives this application, only he will respond. If employee is not making application, then employer will not respond. See, please put this in your mind, guys. Even if this employee is sending the application, or even if the employee is not sending the application, it is the responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days. Within 30 days, this employer have to arrange funds. Did you get my point? This employer have to arrange funds within 30 days. Within 30 days. Simple. Okay. For example, if this employee is sending an application, if that employee is sending an application, or his nominee is sending an application, or his legal heir is sending an application, then if that application is accepted, or if that employer is rejecting that application, what will be the situation? That is the point, right? What will be the situation? For that, here we are going to discuss now. Okay, if it is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days from the termination of the service. From the termination of the service, it is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days. 30 days from the termination of service. Okay, when the employer is sending that application only, he will respond, no. If that employer is sending the application, or if he is not sending the application, it is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days. Okay? If that employer is accepting the application, then in which form you have to accept? In form number L. Form number L. He have to in form number L to an employee or controlling authority. He have to accept in form number L. If he is rejecting, it have to be in form number M. Simple. Okay, did you get my point? Simple. See, the same concept we are going to discuss. Please see, simple concept. Application for payment of gratuity, or procedure for payment of gratuity, or what is the determination for payment of gratuity. So, an employee who is eligible for payment of gratuity under the Act, any person authorized shall ordinarily apply within 30 days from the date of such gratuity becomes payable. He shall make an application within 30 days from the date of making an application in form number I. In which form? Form number I. Sir, in the case of death of an employee, nominee of an employee who is eligible for payment of gratuity, within 30 days from the date of payment of gratuity, he shall make an application in form number J. For example, if the nominee is not being appointed by the employee, then here, the legal heir shall make an application in form number K. We discussed till now, right? Maximum within how many years, Amma? Maximum within 1 year from the date of gratuity becomes payable. 1 year from the date of gratuity becomes payable. Whether they may be whether they may be sending or not application, it is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within how many years? Within 30 days from the date of termination of service. For example, if he is accepting, then it shall be made in form number L to the employee controlling authority. Pakka? Did you get my point? Pakka? Simple? Okay. Now the point is, you might get some questions that, sir, the point is, what is the point? Sir, here, what is happening is, for employee at the event of retirement and resignation and superannuation, we have to pay a maximum period. It is given as 30 days. If that employee is not in existence, then his nominee shall make an application within 30 days. But what happens? What is the reason for the the legal heir for making an application? What is the maximum time here given is 1 year? Why, sir? But guys, see, this legal heir shall be appointed by the court. Okay, so they will decide who is the legal heir. Okay, who is the legal heir? They will decide. So maximum time for them is 1 year. Here, nominee or the employee, they are in existence only, and they've already been appointed, so there is no problem for that. But see, 25 lakhs giving to an unknown person, to a stranger, it is dangerous, right? Some people will come and say, sir, I am a legal heir, I am a relative of that employee. Employer will believe all these things are no. But if that person comes and says that, sir, I am I am a relative of that employee, and shows his evidence that he is a relative, or he is the person who is eligible for taking that amount, then employer will give. So that happens only when this person takes a legal heir thing. When that person is a legal heir. Did you get my point, guys? Simple. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Now, the next point is, see, come on, tell me. Now, what is happening here? Employee is sending what? Employee is sending what? Come on. Employee is sending what? Yes, application. If employee is not in existence, then his nominee will be sending what? Application. If nominee is not in existence, then who will be sending the application? Legal heir is sending the application. No. Okay. If these people are sending the application, but still employer is not responding. If employer is not responding, guys, did you get my point? If employer is not responding, even if they are sending this thing, what happens? What happens? Come on. What happens? See, 25 lakhs of amount. Okay, for example, if the employee is eligible for receiving 25 lakhs of amount, that amount, who is not paying? Employer is not paying, right? Employer is not paying. Whose responsibility is that to pay? Employer's responsibility. And he is not paying. What is the adequate solution? What is the adequate solution, Amma? What is the adequate solution for that? What is the adequate solution for that? Come on. What is the adequate solution? Simple. If the employer, even if the employees are making an application or nominees are making an application, but still, if the employer is not arranging the funds, then comes the problem. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. See, yes, I'll explain. Please listen. It is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within how many days? Within 30 days. Okay. Within how many days now? It is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. If the employer is arranging the funds within 30 days, if the employer is arranging the funds within 30 days, what will be the solution? If the employer is not arranging the funds within 30 days, then what will be the situation? That we are going to discuss. See, if the employer is accepting arranging the funds, then no issue, not at all a problem. No issue. Okay, not at all a problem. But if the if that employer is not arranging the funds, then comes a problem. What is that problem? In the sense, he is liable for punishment. Sir, what type of punishment is that? What type of punishment? It is a punishment by way of paying simple interest. How much simple interest, sir? At the rate 10% per annum on the gratuity amount. For example, he have to get 25 lakhs, right? For example, he have to get 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs if he is not paying now, then additional with the 25 lakhs, he have to pay along with interest. What is that interest? 25 lakhs into 10% simple interest. 10% simple interest per annum. 10% simple interest per annum. Did you get my point, guys? 10% simple interest per annum. He is liable for a punishment of 10% simple interest per annum. This is a punishment. Did you get my point? Okay. Now my question is, please listen, Amma. Please listen. This simple interest, employer have to pay, to his employee, right? This simple interest is not needed in certain cases. What is that? This simple interest is not needed in certain cases. What is that? Come on, tell me. This simple interest is not needed in certain cases. What is that? For example, I'll give you an example. Sir, I am calling that employee. Arey Babu, employee, come and take the gratuity. Okay, please come and take the gratuity. Who is calling that employee? Employee. Employer is calling that employee. Employer is arranging the funds and he is calling that employee. Babu, employee, come and take your gratuity amount. We are ready to pay your gratuity amount and come and take that gratuity amount. Who is asking? Employer is asking this employee, and this employee is not at all responding. He is not even coming to our organization. He is not at all coming and taking that that amount. Who is responsible for his problem, for his his mistake? I have to pay simple interest. If in that situation, come and tell me what is the valuable remedy for that. If that employer is ready to pay, gratuity to his employee, and employer is calling that employee to take that gratuity amount, but still gratuity amount, this employee is not even receiving, come on, tell me, that employee is not even responding, then come on, tell me, is this employee liable? Is this employer liable to pay the gratuity punishment, additional simple interest 10%? Is this ethical? Is this legal? No. So when and all this punishment is not needed, this punishment is not applicable in only two reasons. Not applicable in two cases. What and all are those two cases? One is, I'll explain, please listen. One is, I just explained one. Now, what is that? If employer is calling that employee, to come and take that gratuity amount, but still employee is not even responding, whose problem is that? Employee's problem is that, and instead of that person, I have to pay the gratuity. Yeah? So if that delay is due to the default of employee. If that employee is a default, if that delay is due to the default of the employee, then what is the reason for the employer to pay? Did you get my point? See, employer is a genuine person and that employee want to pay the gratuity to his employee, and that employee is not even responding to take that amount, how can employer help his employee? Pakka. Did you get my point, guys? So in this situation, come on, tell me, is this correct to put this punishment upon him? No. So that is why what lawmaker said is, okay, employer, do one thing. Okay, in these two cases, there is no need for you to do what? There is no need for you to pay, additional simple interest. Okay, just to pay gratuity, that is sufficient. Who will say this? Who will say this, guys? Who will say this? Who will give this assurance, Amma? It is given by the employer. It is given by the lawmaker to the employer. Okay. Now there is another second case. What is that in the sense? Employer want to pay gratuity to his employee. But what is the reason for him to delay is, see, arranging 25 lakhs of amount, urgently within a fraction of 30 days is a burden for some of the employers. Okay, for example, if the employer is not having amount of 25 lakhs now, but employee is forcing him to give that 25 lakhs. Come on, tell me, is it right? No, not at all. Okay, then on that employee, that employer, he want to pay, but within 30 days he cannot pay. So, but within 30 days if we do not arrange funds, then what happens? Simple interest is falling upon that employee, no? In that situation, what employer have to do? He have to go and take the permission of someone now for that, with whom he have to go and take the permission? He have to go and take the permission of the controlling authority. Sir, controlling authority, sir, please give me one permission that I will settle that amount of gratuity within 30 days. I cannot settle that gratuity amount. Within 30 days I cannot settle. Okay, so what I want is, I want an additional 30 days, or I want an additional of 2 months, or I want an additional of 45 days. Please provide me. Okay, please provide me a permission so that I will sure shot I will give that amount, but not now, but definitely. Okay, not immediately, but definitely I will settle that amount. So who have to take the permission? If that employer takes the permission of the controlling authority, then what happens? There is no need for the employer to pay, simple interest, not gratuity. Additional to the gratuity, simple interest, there is no need for the employer to pay. That is what I am saying. Amma, are these points clear? Okay, na? Samajh gaye? Okay, that is a point. Did you get my point? So now I'll just quickly revise. Please listen. So what is the topic which we discussed till now? Procedure for payment of gratuity. Or they might ask like this: determination for payment of gratuity, or application for payment of gratuity also they might ask. What and all it may be, the concept is the same. Application for payment of gratuity. Like this way they might ask. Did you get my point? So whatever it may be, they ask this question. Okay, this is a point. Okay, first one, salary. When an employee is providing service, employer have to pay salary. In extension to the salary, if that employee is providing a service, is rendering a service for more than 5 years, then what he is eligible for? What? Gratuity. He is eligible for gratuity. So in that situation, what he have to do? He have to make an application for what? For gratuity when he is retired or superannuation, or in the event of resignation, he will make an application in form number I. Okay, then we have discussed if that employee is dead, or if that employee is disabled, then his nominee will make an application. is normally will make an application in form number J within 30 days. Okay, if that employee has not made any nomination's name, okay, sorry, any nominee's name, has not provided any nominee's name, then his legal heir shall make an application to the employer within 1 year in form number K. Okay, if that employee is making an application or not, this employer have to arrange the funds within how many days? Within 30 days. Okay, if that application is accepted, then what? Which form? In form number L, he will, he have to, make it. And if that application is rejected, it have to be made in form number M. That is notice of gratuity. Okay, that concept I'll explain in next session. Don't worry. Now, next point. What is that? Next point number. What is the next point number? What is the next point is next point. If that funds are arranged within 30 days. If those funds are arranged within 30 days, then is there any issue? There is not at all any issue. Okay, if that funds are if that funds are arranged within within 30 days, no problem, no issue. If that funds are not issued, if that funds are not arranged within 30 days, then comes the problem, right? What is the problem? What is the solution for that? That solution is paying simple interest. Paying of simple interest. What is the punishment for that? Simple interest. Okay, simple interest. This simple interest is not at all needed in two reasons, in two cases. What are those two cases? If that delay which is happened by the employer to pay the gratuity amount within 30 days is due to the default of the employee. This delay happened due to the default of the employee, then this employee, is not needed to pay the gratuity. This employee is not needed to pay the gratuity. No. Gratuity amount he have to pay. In extension to the gratuity, simple interest there is no need for him to pay. Okay, just a gratuity amount payment is sufficient. If that employee is, asking the permission from the controlling authority, he took the permission of the controlling authority, then also is there any need for the employer to pay the gratuity amount or simple interest on the gratuity amount? No, simple. So this is a concept of what? Procedure or determination or application for payment of gratuity. Okay? Application of payment of gratuity. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick. Please note the concept as soon as possible. Fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please note the point as soon as possible. Fast. Okay, did you note this point, guys? Yes, let's read this concept. See, if there is any delay in the payment of gratuity, the employer shall pay the interest for the delayed period, that is at the rate 10% per annum on simple interest, 10% per annum on simple interest basis. However, if the employer does not require to pay simple interest, even though there is a delay in the payment of gratuity provided below specified condition, I already told you. See, actually if there is any delay, then the employer have to pay a gratuity. How much amount you have to pay? This gratuity amount, and in exchange to the gratuity, he should also pay 10% simple interest. 10% simple interest. Did you get my point? And this simple interest of 10% is not needed when this delay is due to the default of the employee. Just now I told you, right? If this delay is due to the default of the employee, or this employer have taken the permission of the controlling authority, then in these two cases there is no need for the employer to pay the simple interest. To pay the simple interest. Are these points clear? Pakka? Did you get my point? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. Pakka? Okay, now see, last concept, last point that we are going to discuss is these 2 points above. Please listen. If the employer rejects the application of the employee, see, for example, here I already told you this. This simple interest will be upon those employees other than these two cases. If the employer is not paying within the prescribed time, that is within 30 days, he is not arranging the funds, then what have to do? What employer have to do is he have to pay the simple interest on that gratuity amount. Yes or no? But my point is, please listen. My point is, if this employer rejects the application of the employee, that is other than the case of these two things. Simply speaking, if here I already told you, this employer want to pay, but employer is not in a position to pay, then he can take the permission of controlling authority. Yes or no? Come on, tell me here. If employee or the nominee or the legal heir, if any one of these three persons are going to the employer for the amount of gratuity amount, then employer is telling no, I don't want to give the gratuity to you. Then what happens? That point we are going to discuss now. Okay, if the employer is rejecting the application of the employee, okay, then what employee can do is employee can just sit in the home and cry. No, then employee within a period of 90 days can file an application in form number N to the controlling authority. See, if this application which is rejected, yes or no? Once this application is rejected, then employee will wait. Is this a genuine case or not? If that employee is waiting, and if that employer has is not in a position to pay the gratuity, and he is not even paying the gratuity, he is not even interested to pay the gratuity, then what will be the situation? Then employee has to make an application to whom? Application to the controlling authority. Only when this application is rejected, and that application rejection is not appropriate, then who will make an application to the controlling authority? Employee shall make an application to the controlling authority. Did you get my point? This is step number 7. Pakka? Okay. Now, if there is any conflict between an employer and employee, it must be referred to the controlling authority. He shall pass an appropriate order after conducting an inquiry. This person who is called as a controlling authority, what he will do is he will check everything. Okay. He will inquire everything, and after the proper inquiry, after conducting a proper inquiry, then what he will do is he shall pass an appropriate order. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. See, for example, if this controlling authority is passing an order to the employer, okay, for example, now step number 8. So if controlling authority is passing an order, it is a responsibility of the employee to send an application to the controlling authority, and after sending that application, if controlling authority inquired everything and he is sending an order to the employer, Babu, employer, what is the reason for you to not to pay your gratuity to his employee? And after that order which is passed by the controlling authority, and that order is not satisfied with the employer is not in a position, to accept that in, anyway, he is not at all accepting what the controlling authority has given. Okay, sir, no, this is not a genuine case. Okay, it is a problem of the employee. That's why I am not paying this gratuity amount. It is a problem of the employee. That's why I am not paying the gratuity amount. Then, and why you are making me to pay this gratuity amount? Okay, the additional amount. Okay, so I am not at all interested. This is a genuine case. I have to pay only 20. For example, 25 lakhs. No. Because of that employee, I lost around 10 lakhs. There was a loss around 10 lakhs. So that is the reason I deducted the 10 lakhs. And controlling authority, how can you ask me to pay 25 lakhs again? I am not at all interested to pay 25 lakhs. Sir, it is not genuine case. See, in a genuine case, 10 lakhs, have to be deducted, and you should not make me to pay that 10 lakhs. That 10 lakhs. Did you get my point? Pakka? Okay, did you get my point? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. Yes? Pakka? Okay. Now what happens is, see, if there is a conflict between an employer and employee, it have to be referred to the controlling authority. And this controlling authority passed an order. To whom? This controlling authority passed an order to whom? To whom? Simply speaking, to whom controlling authority passed an order to whom? Yes, controlling authority passed an order to the employer, and employer is not at all satisfied. Then what can employer do? Employer can make he can appeal to the appellate authority. He can appeal to the appellate authority within 60 days from the date of order passed by the controlling authority. He can appeal to the appellate authority within 60 days from the date of passing of order by the controlling authority. The order of the appellate authority is final. This appellate authority, order is final. Are these points clear? Did you get my point? Pakka? So please read these concepts. Okay, please read these concepts. Okay. Yes, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please read these concepts as soon as possible. Fast. Okay guys, have you gone through the concept? Now, till now what are the topics we have discussed? Guys, till now we have discussed applicability of the act. Okay, applicability of the act. Second, eligibility criteria for to whom gratuity have to be payable. So if at all it is payable, how much amount of gratuity to be payable? Okay, so what is the procedure for payment of gratuity? That also we discussed. Okay, please revise it. Please revise it day by day. Okay, so what and all the topic which we discussed now, okay, each and every concept have to be revised in that day itself. Okay, so yes, you have to go, just to revise, just to revise at least 5 minutes. That itself is sufficient. Okay, there is no need for you to spend lots and lots and lots of hours for law. Daily. While you are completing your syllabus, while completion of the syllabus itself, you have to parallelly go through the revision. Okay, day by day you have to go through the revision. Then only you can, clear your examination in an utmost manner. That I can give you an assurance. Will you get my point? Law is simple. It will be simple only when you have lots and lots of revisions. Okay, some people might be in a state where they think that, Are Babu, what we'll do is we will prepare. Okay, we will prepare, but not now. At the time of examination, we'll just listen the class and we'll study at the time of examination. No. If you think like that, it is a blunder mistake. You have to revise it at the time of preparation, at the time of listening the class itself. Daily, at least you have to spend 10 minutes of time. Okay, what and all we have discussed in the class, just to revise it 10 minutes. That's it. That's enough. You can clear your law easily. That is my assurance. Okay, so with this we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. All the best. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Hi guys, welcome to BCCA. My name is VIGNAN and I am your law faculty. So in the previous session we have discussed about many topics, right? So what are the topics which we discussed till now? So guys, we have discussed about applicability of Gratuity Act. Yes or no? Applicability of Payment of Gratuity Act. Then eligibility criteria. Eligibility of Payment of Gratuity Act. Then after eligibility we have discussed about calculation of amount of gratuity. Then we have discussed procedure or determination or application for payment of gratuity. Yes or no? Then we have discussed about these concepts. Yes or no? Calculation for payment of gratuity, then procedure and or application for payment of gratuity. Are these points clear? And we have also discussed practical scenarios regarding to the calculation of amount of gratuity. Yes or no? Calculation of amount of gratuity. Guys, now today in this session we are going to discuss about forfeiture of gratuity. Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. For payment of gratuity. Okay, forfeiture for the payment of gratuity. Come on, what is meant by forfeiture and what to forfeit? What to forfeit? Come on, let's read this concept, guys. Okay, forfeiture for payment of gratuity. Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. I'll give you 1 minute first read this concept, first read this section, and after reading this section, after going through with the section, then I'll give you 1 minute to read this section, then we'll discuss about this section. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. Please understand the concept, and whatever you have understood, please comment it. Okay. Okay, did you go through with the concept? Have you? Yes or no? Did you go through with the concept? Yes. Come on, tell me. What did you understand here? What did you understand here? Come on, tell me fast. So this E is the forfeiture of gratuity. What is that forfeiture? First you have to get to know what is meant by forfeiture. Yes or no? What is meant by forfeiture? Guys, I'll explain. Please listen. See, if here till the last class we have discussed that employer is responsible to pay gratuity to the employee. Yes or no? Employer is responsible. Employer is liable to pay gratuity to his employee. Okay. Because when this employee is rendering a continuous service of 5 years on the event of termination, then employer is responsible to pay gratuity. Okay. That we got to know till now. Okay. Now my point is, we already discussed about calculation for payment of gratuity. Also we discussed. Okay. See, now this employee is calculating that amount, and after calculating that amount, employee is assuming himself that he is ready to get a gratuity amount of 25 lakhs. After calculating, okay, now I am liable for receiving 25 lakhs. This employer have to pay gratuity to the employee of amount 25 lakhs. That is what employee is assuming himself after calculating the payment of gratuity. But come on, tell me, if the employer is not paying whole amount of 25 lakhs, if employer is not paying whole amount of 25 lakhs, okay, for example, out of this 25 lakhs, yes, he is liable to pay gratuity of 25 lakhs to the employee. But if employer is reducing some sort of amount, for example, if employer is reducing 10 lakhs from the total amount of 25 lakhs of gratuity, then come on, tell me, can the employer do so? Can the employer do so? Come on, tell me, can the employer do so? Can the employer deduct this 10 lakhs? Can the employer forfeit this 10 lakhs? Yes or no? Yes. Is it possible? Okay. For example, if that employee have to get 25 lakhs, can that employer deduct the whole amount of 25 lakhs and give the balance amount of as a nil? Can the employer deduct the whole amount? If that employer is deducting that whole amount, or if that employer is deducting this 10 lakhs of amount, okay, this employee, I already told you in the previous session that this employee will go to some other person. That person is called as controlling authority. He will go and tell his problem to his controlling authority. Then controlling authority will take action. That is what we discussed till now. Okay, but point number 1 is, I already told you, first controlling authority, when an employee goes and gives complaint to the controlling authority, directly controlling authority will straightforwardly he will go to the employer and he will give punishment, 10% simple interest. No. What happens then? First he will ask the reason. Babu, what is the reason for you to not to pay that amount of gratuity? What is the reason for you to not to pay that amount of gratuity? Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Guys, come on, tell me. Yes or no? Controlling authority will go and ask the employer. Then employer, if employer is genuine person, okay, if employer is genuine person, then what law said is, when controlling authority goes and asks the employer, what is the reason for you to deduct that amount, then employer can deduct that amount in certain cases. Okay, so in that cases, controlling authority, even if employee is going and complaining it to the controlling authority, yeah, and controlling authority is asking that employer, what is the reason for you to deduct that 10 lakhs or to deduct the whole amount? What is the reason? If there are proper reasons, then employer can deduct this amount of gratuity. So what is the reasons? What are the reasons? I'll give you two reasons, guys. In that two reasons, employer can deduct that amount of gratuity which he thinks fit to deduct. That if he thinks fit to deduct, then employer can deduct that amount of gratuity. Sir, how can he deem himself as a fit? Okay, how can he cut that amount? How can he deduct that amount? How can he forfeit that amount? How can he forfeit that amount? I already told you it can be made in two cases when it is of two reasons. Okay, well, let's go to that point. In two reasons, employer can deduct that amount of gratuity which the employer from which the total amount of gratuity which is receivable by the employee. From that amount, employer can deduct. From that amount, employer can deduct. Come on, tell me, what will be the amount? What will be the amount? I'll explain. Please listen. I already told you two reasons. In these two reasons, employer can deduct. What are these two reasons? For example, I'll give you example, guys. Please listen. So, for example, if at all there is an employer, and this employer is providing a car to his employee, or he is providing a laptop to his employee. This laptop is costing around 2 lakhs. For example, this laptop is costing around 2 lakhs. This 2 lakhs worth of laptop, employer is giving it to employee. To use it, Babu. You use that laptop, no problem. You use that laptop for which benefit? For the benefit of organization only. Okay, for the benefit of organization. I am giving you 2 lakhs rupees of laptop. Please use that laptop. This employee, okay, he is using that laptop, and because of the stress, because of some work pressure, what this employee did is he broke that laptop, he destroyed that laptop. Come on, tell me, in this situation, can employer deduct this 2 lakhs of amount of worth of laptop, that amount of 2 lakhs from the total amount of gratuity? Can he deduct or not? Please, come on, tell me, can he deduct or not? Come on, tell me, can employer deduct that 2 lakhs from the amount of gratuity which employee is receiving? For example, if employee is receiving around 15 lakhs of gratuity, from that gratuity amount, can employer deduct 2 lakhs of this amount? Yes or no? And pay the balance amount of 30 lakhs? Yes or no? Yes. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Yes, absolutely right. Employer can deduct. So how much employer can deduct? Employer can deduct whole amount of gratuity, or to the extent of loss, whatever the extent of loss that employer is incurring, that amount of loss, this employer can deduct it from the employee's gratuity payable amount. Did you get my point? Pakka? Damn sure? Did you get my point, guys? Pakka? Damn sure? समझ गए? Okay, now, so what is the extent of loss that employee is getting? He is incurring a loss of how much? 2 lakhs. So what happened is, because of the employee, if there is any loss or if there is any damage, if there is any damage to the property, of establishment, okay, or if there is any, if employee has done anything, that is any act or willful omission, so in that case this amount of gratuity can be forfeited, this amount of gratuity can be deducted only to the extent of loss, but not whatever the amount which the employee want to deduct. So what is the amount of gratuity payable? The amount of gratuity to be payable, is 15 lakhs. So what is the loss which the employee is incurring is 2 lakhs. So net amount of gratuity is how much, Nana? Net amount of gratuity is how much? Net amount of gratuity is 13 lakhs. Net amount of gratuity payable. Net amount of gratuity payable by the employer is 13 lakhs to the employee. Did you get my point? Now, so the loss which is incurred to the employer is 2 lakhs. The loss which is incurred for the employer is 2 lakhs. Can employer deduct around 10 lakhs? No. He cannot deduct whatever amount he wants. He cannot deduct whatever amount he want. He can only deduct to the extent of loss. Did you get my point? Now, I'll give you another example. Please note this. Okay. So the amount of loss which the employer is incurring is how much? 2 lakhs, right? So now, if the employer is deducting an amount of, if the employer is deducting an amount of how much, if the employer is deducting an amount of how much? Okay, if the employer is deducting an amount of how much, If employer is deducting 5 lakhs, is it correct? No, it is not at all correct. Then employee can go and ask the controlling authority. Did you get my point? In this case, if employee goes and asks the controlling authority also, controlling authority will be under whose side? He will be in the side of employer only. Employer did the right thing only, okay, because you destroyed some property of the establishment. No, for that, due to that case only, employer, what did he do? Employer has deducted that amount of gratuity. Did you get my point? Pakka? Simple? Damn sure? Pakka? Okay, now this is example number 1. I'll give you another example, See, this is example number 3. That is, if for example, employer had provided some, I'll show you. Okay, employer, what did employer do is, employer had provided something. What is that thing? Is he gave a briefcase to the employee. In that briefcase, he kept around an amount of how much? There is an amount of okay. Okay, there is some amount, in that briefcase, around 10 lakhs worth of amount. Okay, 10 lakhs worth of amount. What did employer do? His employer gave it to the employee, and he told that, Babu, you do one thing, there is a client in some other place, so please take this amount and give it to the client, I cannot go to the client by myself, so you do one thing, take this amount of briefcase, okay, take this briefcase. In this briefcase there are 10 lakhs. Okay, I know you are a loyal person, so what I do is I am giving this 10 lakhs to you. Please go to this person who is in Bangalore and submit this amount to that client. So what that employee do is he is liable for the amount of gratuity. How much? 15 lakhs. After calculating that gratuity amount is payable. How much amount? 15 lakhs. He doesn't know that. So what did employee do is he took this briefcase with amount of 10 lakhs and he went off somewhere. Now come on, tell me, what is the amount of briefcase which employer has provided to the employee? This amount is 10 lakhs. That amount is how much, Nana? 10 lakhs. So come on, tell me, in the previous case we discussed that employer have to deduct that amount of gratuity which employee have, because of the employer is incurring, yes or no, and balance amount that employer have to give, yes or no, balance amount employer has to give. That is what we discussed in the previous case. Yes or no? Here also this same thing will repeat up. Now employee, after spending that 10 lakhs, he is coming to the employer and asking for the remaining amount of 5 lakhs. Sir, yes, because of me you incurred some loss, so please cut that amount of loss. How much amount of loss did the employer incur? 10 lakhs amount of loss and amount that employer has incurred, and that amount you deduct and give me the balance amount of 5 lakhs. That is what employee is telling. Is that employee, this thing tenable or not? Is that employee's, what his contention is correct or not? Come on, tell me. Is that employee's contention correct? Yes or no? Come on, tell me. First, is that employee's contention correct or not? Is that employee's contention correct or not? Come on, tell me, please. Come on, tell me, is that employee's contention correct? So previously what we discussed is, in the previous example, we discussed whatever amount employee is incurring, whatever amount employee is deducting, that whole amount employee cannot deduct, only to the extent of loss employee can deduct. That we discussed in example number 1. Yes or no? Now what we are going to discuss is, here also employee, because of employee there is 10 lakhs worth of goods, 10 lakhs worth of amount is lost to the employer, and that 10 lakhs have to be deducted, and balance amount of 5 lakhs have to be provided to the employer. Yeah? Is it right? When the employee is asking that 5 lakhs, is that employer, is that employer responsible to deduct only 10 lakhs and give the balance amount of 5 lakhs, or can that employer deduct the whole amount of 15 lakhs and pay the balance amount, and pay zero amount of balance? Okay, yes or no? Can that employer do so? Yes or no? Yes or no? Come on. Please give your valid comment. Okay, yes or no? If your question is that, it is absolutely yes. It is absolutely yes. How, sir? How? That amount, because of employee, this employer is incurring only 10 lakhs of loss. No, yes, 10 lakhs of loss, but not due to the destruction of the property of the employer, but not due to the loss which is incurred by the employee to the employer, but not to the willful omission, but not for any act of anything, but because of the things like misconduct or violent behavior or riotous behavior or anything which constitute an offense under moral turpitude. Moral turpitude. So, if employees due, if all employee services are being terminated due to these cases, then the employer can deduct that amount, not even not the amount of loss which is incurred, but if he want to deduct the whole amount also, he can deduct the whole amount, and he can there may be some situations where he will not pay even 1 rupee also. Did you get my point? Did you get my point? Yes or no? Come on, tell me please fast. Come on, tell me please fast. Fast and furious. You have to be fast. Come on. Come on. Fast. Fast. Yes. Yes or no? Yes. Provided these people, these employee services have to be terminated. Yes. So, come on, tell me. Yes, employee services will be terminated, and when their services are terminated, if the employer want to deduct the amount of gratuity, employer can deduct that the employer can deduct the amount of gratuity to the extent of loss only when his services are terminated, employee services are terminated due to any act of negligence or willful omission or any causing financial loss to the establishment or destruction of the property of the establishment. Then employer can deduct the amount of gratuity to the extent of loss, but not whole amount. Sir, when can this whole amount be deducted? This whole amount of gratuity, whole amount or partial amount of gratuity can be deducted only when the employee services are terminated. Employee services are terminated due to riotous behavior, violent behavior, disorderly conduct, or any act which constitutes as a moral turpitude. In these cases only, if the employee services are being terminated, then in these cases, he can be his gratuity can be forfeited to the extent of financial loss. And if for these cases, if his services has been terminated, then the employer can deduct to the extent of loss at whole amount or partial amount of gratuity as well. Did you get my point, guys? Did you get my point? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please write this example. Okay, please note these points, guys. Fast. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please note this point as soon as possible. Fast. Fast. Okay, guys, note this point also. Okay, guys, have you, yes, did you notice points? Okay, now let's go to this question. Question number 3. Okay, question number 3. Okay, question number 3, I'll just sum it out. Okay, Mr. Venu, this is in the workbook, this is in the workbook. Okay, let's read this question number 3. Mr. Venu, who had put in service of 10 years of continuous service and was dismissed on the ground of misconduct and was dismissed. So his services are being terminated, yes or no? His services are being terminated. Services. His services are being terminated. Terminated due to what? Terminated due to misconduct. Terminated due to misconduct. Okay, and the amount of gratuity payable to him under the Payment of Gratuity Act was forfeited in full. Was forfeited in full? Yes or no? Can his gratuity amount be forfeited in full? Yes or no? Okay, now come on, tell me without taking this point into consideration. Okay, come on, tell me, please. Yes, come on, tell me. Is this management, what management did? Okay, what did management do? Management did something. What is that thing? Their that employee's employer, the management, what did they do? Is they deducted their gratuity in full. They deducted their gratuity in full. They deducted Venu's gratuity in full. They deducted Venu's gratuity in full. Can this be possible? Yes or no? Come on, tell me. Can this be possible? Yes or no? Can they deduct whole amount of gratuity? Yes, they can deduct the whole amount of gratuity. They can deduct the whole amount of gratuity. Pakka? Did you get my point? What they did is absolutely right. What they did is absolutely right. But point you have to get to know that before deducting the gratuity, what should be there is, see, before deducting the gratuity, what have to be there is every time employer and employee, see, when because of misconduct his gratuity is deducting. Before deducting, he have to tell the employee, Babu employee, so you are going to be dismissed, so due to misconduct, so we are going to remove you out of the organization due to misconduct, and because of this situation we are going to forfeit your gratuity. That employer have to tell it to the employee. Before telling it to the employee, employer cannot deduct the amount of gratuity. Did you get my point? Employer cannot deduct that amount of gratuity without giving an opportunity of being heard. Are these points clear? Without giving an opportunity of being heard. Guys, are these points clear? So that is a point. So what happened is, here, did they give an opportunity of being heard to the employee or not? Did they really give an opportunity of being heard to the employee or not? Let's read here. He was not given an opportunity of being heard, and no show cause notice was served on him. He wants to institute a suit against the management. Will he succeed or not? Pakka? Did you get my point, guys? Will he succeed or not? Come on, tell me. Here, employer has given employee an opportunity of being heard or not? No, employer has not given employee an opportunity of being heard. Without giving an opportunity of being heard, can that employer deduct that gratuity? No. So that is the point here. Hence, Venu can file a suit against the management, because if you want to deduct that gratuity, you have to first tell me no. You have to let me know that because of misconduct we are going to deduct that gratuity. If you are not going to tell me and you are not giving an intimation of this and you are deducting the gratuity, is it possible? No. Employer is not supposed to do like that. First, after giving an intimation, then employer can deduct the amount of gratuity. Yes or no? So same points are given here. Please go through with this concept, guys. Fast. See here, you have to write the provision like this, okay? As per the provisions of the Payment of Gratuity Act, this provision, as it is this provision. So if an employee services are being terminated of any act or negligence or willful omission or causing any financial loss to the property of the establishment or destruction of the property of the establishment, then the employer is entitled to forfeit the gratuity to the extent of financial loss to the establishment. If the employee services are being terminated of any riotous behavior or violent behavior or disorderly conduct, then any act constitutes as a moral turpitude. Then employee is entitled to forfeit whole or partial amount of gratuity. This provision you have to write when they ask as a practical question. Did you get my point? So the same points you have to write, provided you have to write an additional point. before deducting the gratuity amount, before forfeiting the gratuity amount, employer have to let the employee know. Employer have to let the employee know. Then what he can do? He can deduct the gratuity amount. Pakka? So please go through the concept first. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please go through the concept first. Both question and answer. So, did you got that point, guys? Yes. Let's go to the next question. Okay. Let's go to the question number 4. Okay. Question number 4. What is question number 4, guys? There is a Rahul. There is a person called as Rahul, and Rahul is an employee of Bumper Tech Limited. Continue to occupy the quarter of a company for 9 months. Okay, for 9 months after superannuation. After that employee is terminated also, after termination also, that employee is continuing that quarter. See what happens is, see some employees like railway or this or any other what they do is, railway employees or whatever, what they do is they give employees quarters to stay. Okay, instead of going outside and living outside and paying rent for them. Okay, these people, what they do is they will be providing quarters for their employees So while providing quarters for their employees, what they have to do is Rahul, an employee of Bumper Tech Limited. Rahul, an employee of Bumper Tech Limited. Bumper Tech Limited is a company establishment. What did this company do is this company has provided something. What did this industry do is they gave quarters for this employees. They gave quarters for this person who is called as a Rahul, okay, to reside till retirement. So what did the Rahul do is he stayed in that house, and in that quarters he stayed, and after retirement also he is continuing to stay in that house, in that quarters for 9 months. So when this Rahul is a person who is going out of organization, he has been terminated out of organization, his relationship with the organization is going to, and it is ended already, it is already ended. So after ending of the relationship also, this person who is called as Rahul is continuing to stay in that organization, in that quarters. If that person leave from that house only, another person, another employee can reside and take that house, can they take that quarters. Okay, if this person is not going out of that quarters, can this new employee stay in that house? So because of that, what happened is, this establishment, what did they do is they asked the new employee to take another house outside. And we will be providing rent for that house. Who promised that? Organization promised. What is the rent of that house? It is around 10,000 per month into 9 months. How many months rent is going to be lost from the establishment? 90,000 amount, is incurred by the industry just because of Rahul. So what happens is, if Rahul is getting around 10 lakhs, okay, from that 10 lakhs, the amount of gratuity, this 90,000 can be deducted or not? Yes, absolutely 90,000 can be deducted, because this is the extent of loss which is incurred by the employer just because of employee. Okay, yes or no? So that provision only is given here. Okay, so please read that. Rahul, an employee of a Bumper Tech Limited, continued to occupy the quarters of the company for 9 months. After superannuation, the company decided to forfeit the amount of gratuity of Rahul. So company thought of same thing. It also thought to deduct that amount of gratuity. Okay, examine the decision taken by the company to forfeit the amount of gratuity in the light of the provisions of the payment of gratuity. So, examine the decision taken by the company. So, company thought to deduct the amount of gratuity. Okay, if it thought to deduct the amount of gratuity, it is okay. But it thought to deduct the amount of gratuity in full. Is it right? So what the actual provision says is, it have to deduct the amount of gratuity only to the extent of loss. But what company thought? Company thought to deduct the whole amount of gratuity. Is it tenable? No. If in the question, if they say like this, company decided to forfeit the gratuity to the extent of 9 months rent, then it is legally tenable. That provision is that company's decision is legally tenable. But what did company do? Company thought of deducting the whole amount. Is it tenable? Is it valid? No. Is it valid? No, not at all. Did you get my point, my dear students? Pakka? Damn sure. Please go through the concept. First, every time when you read a practical question, what you have to do is, you have to first frame that example in a diagrammatical format. You have to frame that example in a diagrammatical format. Did you get my point? Yes. Please note that point. Okay. I will give. Please note this example. Then you will be reading that provision fast. Please note this example fast. Okay, now, yes, please read this concept. Very simple, very simple. Okay, did you get that point, guys? So yes, see here, analysis and provision, analysis and conclusion. In the given case, gratuity was withheld by the employer for non-vacation of the official quarter is not the reason for withholding of gratuity. Full amount, deducting is not right. Okay, only to the extent of loss you can deduct. Okay. Okay. Question number 5. Okay, actually there is a provision regarding this. Okay, I'll explain this provision. Okay, regarding if employee, if anything is given as a rent of a land or rent of any property, then what is the provision? I'll explain. Then you will get a better understanding. Okay, first you go to question number 5. Question number 5 fast. Question number 5. Question number 5. What is question number 5? Mr. Roy, a dissatisfied worker, willfully causing damage of machine. Okay, so he is a dissatisfied worker, willfully causing damage of a machine. Mr. Vignan, who is an employer, has to spend 1 lakh to get the machine rectified. So who is a worker here? So there is a worker or there is an employee who is called as Roy, and he is an employee here, and there is an employer, and that employer name is Vignan. So what did Vignan do is, Vignan gave a machine, and that machine, this employee, what did he do? He spoiled that machine, he damaged that machine because of stress in the employment. So what did he do? He damaged that, and because of that, Vignan, what is Vignan doing? He is an employer, right? What is Vignan doing is, he is repairing that. And due to that repair, he is repairing that, and due to that repair costs around how much? 1 lakh rupees. That repair costs around 1 lakh rupees. So this 1 lakh rupees can be deducted from the amount of gratuity payable to Roy, yes or no? Hence his gratuity was forfeited. Is the action of employer tenable? Is that action of employer tenable? Can the employer deduct the amount of gratuity? Yes, of course. Employer deducted the amount of gratuity. Yes, no problem. Absolutely right. But my question is, are these services of employee terminated? No. Is there any clarity? No. If that employee services are not being terminated, how can employer deduct the amount of gratuity, amount of loss from the, from the amount of total amount of gratuity? It is not at all correct. Are these points clear, my dear students? Pakka? Damn sure? Pakka? Any doubts? Okay. So please go through with question number 5. So in the given question, it is not given whether Mr. Roy, services has been terminated. Okay, if his services are being terminated, then he can deduct. If his services are not being terminated, he cannot deduct. So this is the point, my dear students. Okay, so I think you got this point. So with this, we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. Okay, so please do revise. Okay. Okay, once, not even once, twice. Okay, so with this, we come to the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. All the best. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Hi guys, welcome to BCCA. So yes, in our setting up of business and industrial law and labor laws concept, we have started with a concept called as Gratuity Act. Okay, in that Gratuity Act, payment of Gratuity Act, we have successfully completed with applicability of a payment of gratuity. Yes or no? Applicability of payment of gratuity. Come on, tell me. Come on, revise with me. For which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? For which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? Gratuity Act is applicable for every factory, oil fields, plantation, ports, mines and railway companies. For these companies, Gratuity Act is mandatory applicable, that we have discussed. Then we have discussed about other establishments or shops or other establishments in which 10 or more employees are employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. Preceding 12 months. Okay, on any day of a preceding 12 months, if any 10 workers are being employed, then for those establishments are also Gratuity Act is applicable. Then we have discussed that any establishment which is notified by central government, for those type of establishments also Gratuity Act is mandatorily applicable. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Yes. So eligibility for payment of gratuity. Okay, eligibility for payment of gratuity. Now we are going to discuss, we have discussed in our previous session about the eligibility for payment of gratuity as well. For which establishments Gratuity Act is eligible? For which employees Gratuity Act is eligible? So who and all are eligible for payment of gratuity? For those employees who have been employed and who has rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years. For those employees, Gratuity Act is applicable. For those employees, Gratuity Act is eligible. These are the eligible criteria of receiving the gratuity. Pakka, damn sure, provided right after completing of 5 years they will be getting a no, or an event of termination. Termination due to what? Superannuation, retirement, resignation, death or disablement. Superannuation, retirement, resignation, death or disablement. So on these situations only Gratuity Act is eligible for the respective employees. Are these points clear? Yes. And we have also discussed about gratuity amount to be payable. Okay, gratuity amount to be, how much of gratuity amount have to be payable? When calculating about the payment of gratuity, it is 15 by 26 into number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months into last drawn salary, subject to the maximum of 25 lakhs. This is a way of calculating the amount of gratuity payable. So we have discussed applicability, eligibility and gratuity amount payable also. Pakka? Now, and in a previous session we have also discussed about application for payment of gratuity. For which employees, if at all an employee want to receive a gratuity, he can receive the gratuity. And what are the ways of receiving the gratuity? Firstly, he have to make an application. Employee or a nominee or a legal heir shall make an application to the employer. Okay. Then employer have to arrange the funds within a prescribed time. Okay, so this employee, if he is at the event of retirement and resignation or superannuation, then he will make an application in form number I. Okay, within 30 days of gratuity become payable. So if employee is dead, okay, then nominee will make an application to the employer within how many days? 30 days from the date of gratuity becomes payable in form number J. If nominee has not been appointed by the employee, then it shall be legal heir shall make an application subject to the maximum of how many months? Maximum within a period of maximum 1 year. Are these points clear? That is pakka. Damn sure. Did you get my point? Simple. Okay. So that is a point. So yes, that is a point. Did you get my point? No. We also have discussed about forfeiture for payment of gratuity as well. Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. So gratuity amount can be forfeited to the extent of loss, extent of loss. Second one, gratuity amount can be forfeited to the extent of loss. First one is to the extent of loss. Second one is to partial or whole amount of gratuity can be forfeited. Amount of gratuity can be forfeited. Pakka? So to the extent of loss, when gratuity can be deducted to the extent of loss? When there is any loss, when there is only financial loss or destruction of property of the establishment, or any willful omission or any causing a damage or a destruction to the property of establishment, then, or negligence, then the gratuity amount can be forfeited to the extent of loss. Okay, so full amount gratuity can be forfeited. Yes, full amount gratuity can be forfeited. When, what time? When due to riotous behavior or violent behavior or disorderly conduct. In these situations, gratuity can be forfeited in full. Pakka? Damn sure. Are these points clear, guys? Are these points clear? Come on, let me know fast. First, I want everyone's, this. I want clarification that you understand. You have understood this concept. Okay, na? Okay. So yes, till previous session we have discussed about the gratuity amount forfeiture. Okay, forfeiture of gratuity amount. Okay. Now we are going into the practical scenario, practical situations. Okay, of forfeiture of payment of gratuity. Practical questions. We will deal with the practical case studies and everything. Okay. Forfeiture of payment of gratuity. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to the question number 4, guys. Let's go to question number 4. Mr. Roy, a dissatisfied worker. Mr. Roy, who is a dissatisfied worker, what is he doing? He is willfully causing damage to the machine. Whose machine is that, guys? That machine is belonging to employer. That machine is belonging to the employer. That machine is of establishments. Okay. So Mr. Vignan, who is the employer, had to spend 1 lakh to the machine to get the machine rectified. So what is employer doing is that employer is spending an additional amount of 1 lakh rupees. He is spending an additional amount of 1 lakh rupees to get that machine rectified. Actually, whose machine is that? It is employer's machine. This employer's machine is destroyed by whom? So there is an employer called as VIGNAN. Okay, he has a machine, and that machine, employee called as Roy. This Roy, what is he doing? He is causing a destruction to the property of the establishment. Okay, when he is causing any destruction to the property of the establishment, it is right thing or wrong thing? Wrong. So what is happening is Vignan is incurring an additional cost of rupees 1 lakh to repair that machine. So actually my question is, if this 1 lakh is incurred by Vignan to repair that amount, to repair that machine, so actually whose fault is that? It is employees. Because of employees fault, Vignan is incurring, employer is incurring. So this Vignan can deduct the amount of gratuity or not? Come on, tell me fast. Vignan can deduct that amount of gratuity or not? Come on, tell me fast. You have to be fast and furious. Okay, Vignan can deduct that amount of gratuity payable. Okay, for example, if that employee have to get around 20 lakhs of gratuity, can Vignan deduct that 1 lakh, that amount of loss which is incurred by Vignan, 1 lakh, and pay balance amount of 19 lakhs? Come on, tell me yes or no? Yes. Actually, because we have studied about the forfeiture of payment of gratuity concept. Yes, if there is any loss due because of the employee's acts, because of employee's willful omission, or because of employees causing financial loss to the establishment or destruction of property of the establishment, then gratuity amount can be forfeited to the extent of financial loss, right? To the extent of financial loss, gratuity amount can be forfeited, but provided it can be forfeited only when the employee services are being terminated. Did you get my point? Only when employee services are being terminated. If employee services are not being terminated, how can employer deduct that amount of gratuity from that amount of loss from the gratuity? So that is a point. So here, is it given that employee services are being terminated or not? There is no specification. There is no special point that employee services are being terminated. So if employee services are not being terminated, did you get my point? Are not being terminated, how can employer deduct? How can employer deduct? So point is, first employee services have to be terminated. For example, if it is given that employees services are being terminated, services are being terminated, then what happens? Are being terminated, then what happens is employer can deduct. If it is not being terminated, then employer cannot deduct. That is the answer which you have to give. See, as per the provisions of the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972, section 4 subsection 6. So in a given case, it has not been given whether the Mr. Roy services are being terminated from here, his services are being terminated or not. There is no clarity. If there is no clarity, what can employer do? Can deduct? He cannot deduct. So, assuming that his services are not being terminated, employer shall not forfeit the gratuity. If his services are being terminated, here only I told no. So, if services are being terminated, then employer can deduct. If services are not being terminated, how can employer deduct? He cannot deduct. That will be your answer. Simple, very simple. Yes, I'll give you 5 minutes. Please go through with this question, and with this practical question, I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Okay, have you gone through with the question? Have you gone through with the answer also? Now, let's go to the next question, guys. Okay, So question number 5. Question number 5. Can the whole amount of gratuity be forfeited if the services of the employee are terminated for the act of willful omission causing any damage or destruction of the property belonging to the employer? Whole amount can be forfeited to the extent of loss can be forfeited. Come on, quick. Whole amount of gratuity can be forfeited. To the extent of loss can be forfeited. To the extent of loss, if any act or willful omission causing damage or destruction of property, then gratuity can be deducted only to the extent of loss, but not whole amount of gratuity can be deducted. Simple, no? Very simple question. Yes, simple. So what you have to do is when they ask any practical question like this, okay, what you have to do is you have to write a provision. Okay, provision means nothing but what is given in the act. What is given in the act. So analysis means what is given in the question. So based upon this provision, okay, you will be analyzing this question, and for that respective question you will be providing this provision, and based upon these two things you will be providing your conclusion. Simple. So you are a decision maker, right? So you are in a professional course and you are a decision maker. So what they will try to ask is, they'll try to test your brain. Okay, they'll try to test your analysis skills. So what they do is they'll ask your decision, whether your decision is right or not. So before giving your conclusion, you have to be very well with the provision. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Come on, tell me fast. Come on. Yes. Now next point is okay, let's go to question number 2, guys. I'll give you 1 minute. Please read this question fast. I'll give you 1 minute. Please read this question and analyze your answer. Okay, you try to analyze. You try to write your provision fast. I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. After you try this answer, you try this question and send it through the WhatsApp. Okay, did you get my point? Take a snap of it, a photo of it, and send it through the WhatsApp. Okay, I'll check your answer fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please read the question and try to write the answer fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Fast. It have to be very fast. Okay, so I think you have written your, your question, your answer also. Okay, let's read this point. Venu, who had put in 10 years of continuous service, was dismissed on a ground of misconduct. So, misconduct and the amount of gratuity payable to him under the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972 was forfeited in full. Okay, so what happened is, Venu is a person who has put in service for continuous, for how many years, Amma? For 10 years of continuous service. Okay, he worked in that establishment for a long 10 years. Okay, after completion of 10 years, what happened is, he was dismissed. That means, he was terminated from the service. He was terminated from the service on the ground of what? What is the reason of his termination? Misconduct, and the amount of gratuity payable to him under the Payment of Gratuity Act was forfeited in full. So, till now are these points clear? So, there is a person called as Venu. He worked in an establishment for long 10 years, and after the 10 years, his character was not good, and because of some misconduct, what happened is, he was dismissed from the organization. Okay, from the organization, and the gratuity amount payable to him was forfeited in full, and the gratuity amount payable to him is forfeited in full. Now, what happened is, can his gratuity be forfeited in full or not? Come on, tell me the answer. Can his gratuity amount be forfeited in full or not? Can his gratuity amount be forfeited in full? Yes or no? Can his gratuity amount be forfeited in full or not? Yes. So, his gratuity amount can be forfeited in full because he was terminated due to what, Amma? Due to what? Due to misconduct. Due to misconduct. No. Yes, his services were being terminated. But what do I have to say? He was not given an opportunity of being heard. Arey Babu, before you're dismissing me from the organization. Okay, no problem. You are dismissing me from your organization. It's absolutely right. What you are doing is as per the act itself. You are removing me out of the organization. No problem. Okay. You are removing me out of the organization. No problem. You are planning not to give the gratuity. That is also as per the act. No problem. But you have to tell me, right? You have to tell me that you are not giving gratuity in full. Without giving gratuity, there may be expectations on you that you will be calling me and you will provide the gratuity. That I will be thinking like that only, My perspective on you, it will be dependent on like that only, So please, you have to do one thing, employer. What is that? You have to tell me. You have to intimate me. That is what the employee is telling. He was not given an opportunity of being heard, and no show cause notice was served on him. He was not at all given an opportunity. Without giving an opportunity of being heard, his services are being terminated. No problem. He is not even getting a gratuity also. His services are being terminated, no problem. But he is not getting gratuity. That is a problem, right? He is not getting gratuity. What is the absolute solution for that? So, what is he doing is, he wants to institute a suit against the management. He wants to file a suit against the management. Okay, as per your knowledge, you are a lawman, right? You're a lawman, right? Better provisions than this person called as Venu, right? So come on, tell me what will be his his remedy? Can he file a case against that management? Can he file a case against that company? Okay, yes or no? Can he do that? What company did is right? What company did? It removed that person because of misconduct, no problem. It forfeited the whole amount of gratuity. That is also no problem. That is also absolute point only. But provided it have to tell the employee, Babu, employee, because of this reason, we are going to deduct the whole amount of gratuity, or we are going to forfeit this amount of gratuity. Who have to tell? Employer have to, management have to let know the employee. That is what employee is doing. So employee went to file a case against that management. Is it right? Will he succeed? Absolutely, he will succeed. Please go through with the above case law. So what is this case law? Bharat Gold Mines versus Regional Labour Commissioner. Okay, Bharat Gold Mines versus Regional Labour commissioner. See what in that case study, in that case law, what happened is, see, if the employee here want to deduct the whole amount of gratuity, first what he have to do is, first he have to tell the employee that Babu, I am going to deduct this much amount of gratuity. He have to let know the employee. Without letting know the employee, he cannot deduct the amount of gratuity. That is what given. See, it has been held that any decision to forfeit the amount of gratuity can be given only after giving an opportunity of being heard. Without giving an opportunity, we should not deduct that amount of gratuity. Okay, first we have to give an opportunity. Okay, if at all we are giving an opportunity of being heard, but still that person is not at all rectifying, then we can deduct. Okay, first we have to tell that person, Babu, because of this reason we are going to cut. Still, okay, without giving an opportunity, we cannot straightly, remove that gratuity amount. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure, this is a case law. No? This is a case law. So what will be our absolute solution? Yes, Venu can institute a suit against the management. Simple. Yes or no? So please be quick, fast. Read this provision, analysis and conclusion. Okay, provision means what I told you guys. Provision means what is given in the act. Okay, analysis means what is given in the question. Okay, based upon these two things, what you have to do is you have to give the conclusion. You have to give your valid conclusion. Okay, did you get my point? Okay, quick, fast. Please be quick. Okay, now, so are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. So there is another case law regarding this concept. This is forfeiture of gratuity concept. Another case law. So that case law is what? See here. Travancore Plywood India versus Regional JLC Kerala 1996. Here, land of the employer is not vacated by the employee. If the land of the employer is not vacated by the employee, then gratuity can be withheld or no? Gratuity cannot be withheld. Okay, it cannot be withheld. Did you get my point? So, for example, I gave you land. I am an employer and I am giving you the land, and you are not leaving that, you are not vacating that land. If at all I am giving you that land and you are not vacating that land, by this just basing upon this, this case, can I withhold your gratuity? No, I cannot withhold your gratuity. Are these points clear? I cannot, in any manner, I cannot withhold that gratuity. There is another case law regarding the same concept. See, Wazir Chand versus Union of India concept. So, case law. Wazir Chand versus Union of India. So what is given in that is, it was declared that company can't deduct the rent due for 6 months. So if if employer has provided any facility, quarters, okay, like that facility. So that quarter, if I am an employer and I am giving you some quarters and you are not vacating that quarters, even if you are terminated from the establishment, okay, even if you are terminated, your services are being terminated also, you are not at all leaving that establishment, and you are not at all, the company can't deduct the rent due for 6 months from the amount of gratuity paid to the employee on the ground of non-vacation of company's quarters. See here, it is land. It was discussing about land. Yes or no? Here it is discussing about what? Quarters. Okay, rental house. Okay, so if employee is not vacating, we will see for 1 month, we will see for 2 months, and subject to the maximum of 6 months, we should not deduct that amount of rent from that gratuity. But after 6 months, we can do a yes. So that is a point. Let's see that point. Okay, so Mr. Gill, an employee in MS Sonabel Tea Limited. So there is a person called as Mr. Gill. Okay, there is a person called as Mr. Gill, and he is working as an employee in a company called as Sona Tea Limited. Okay, he is working here. Okay, this Sona Tea Limited, what did they do is they gave a quarters for this employee. Okay, and this employee, he lived in that quarters, no problem. But even after the termination, that is superannuation. After superannuation also, what is this person doing is he is continually occupying that quarters till 8 months. Even after the superannuation also, he is continuing that in that quarters for 8 long months. That is more than 6 months or less than 6 months. What company thought is, company decided to forfeit the amount of gratuity of Mr. Gill. Company can deduct, say till 6 months company cannot deduct, but after 6 months, yes. Examine the decision taken by the company to forfeit the amount of gratuity in the light of the provisions of the Gratuity Act. If company want to deduct in full, company cannot deduct in full. Company can deduct to the extent of loss, but provided up to 6 months, company cannot deduct it to the extent of loss. That is the point. Simple, you write here. In the given case, gratuity was withheld by the employer for the non-vacation. See, what he is doing is, what is company doing? Company is planning to forfeit. It is planning to withhold the gratuity amount. Can gratuity amount be withheld? No, it cannot be withheld. Okay, he have to give that amount of gratuity after deducting the amount of loss. So that is a point of the official quarter by the employee is not reason for withholding the gratuity. Did you get my point, guys? Yes. To the extent of loss, he can deduct. Or that too after how many months? 6 months. See, it is crossing 6 months, it is not crossing 6 months, it is more than 6 months, my dear students. It is more than 6 months. When it is more than 6 months for any willful act or commission or causing any damage of the property of the establishment, okay, causing any financial loss, in that cases, employer can deduct the amount of gratuity, but provided if that it is a land, then gratuity cannot be withheld. If it is a quarters, then also 6 months can be 6 months amount. He can there is no need for to deduct. But if it is more than 6 months, then what happens? To the extent of loss, he can deduct. But employer cannot withhold the gratuity amount. He cannot forfeit the amount of gratuity in full. Okay? Simple. He cannot withhold the gratuity amount. He cannot withhold the gratuity amount. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? Did you get my point? Are these points clear? Damn sure. Okay, same question it was asked again. See, Rahul, an employee of Bumper Tech, continued to occupy a quarter for how many months? He continued to occupy for 9 months even after superannuation. Same, no? Same point, no? Company, what company did is company decided to forfeit the amount of gratuity of Rahul. So Rahul's amount of gratuity company thought of forfeiting in full. Examine the decision taken by the company to forfeit the amount of gratuity in the light of provisions of the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972. So how much amount of gratuity can be forfeited, guys? How much amount of gratuity can be forfeited? No, it is exceeding 6 months. So exceeding 6 months also, company cannot forfeit the gratuity. Okay, in full. Okay, company cannot withhold the amount of gratuity. Did you get my point? So company have to give that gratuity. Whatever it is incurring loss, we can deduct and give the gratuity amount. So with this, we have successfully completed the provisions which are relating to the forfeiture of gratuity and the practical questions which are relating to the forfeiture of gratuity. Are these points clear? Okay. Damn sure. Come on, tell me fast. You have to tell it fast, quick. Okay, na? समझ गए? Damn sure. Okay. Now let's go to the next practical questions. Next practical questions. See, we have discussed about applicability, right? Applicability concept. It is applicable to every factory, oil fields, plantations, ports and mines and railway companies. So it is also applicable to every shop or establishment in which 10 or more employees are being worked on any day of a preceding 12 months. For those establishments, Gratuity Act is applicable, and any other establishment which is notified by central government, for this establishment also Gratuity Act is applicable, provided once this act is applicable, it continuously applicable irrespective of the number of employees are employed. Thereafter, it is reduced also. Okay, the number of employees are reduced also. It goes on applicable. Pakka. So for every factory it is applicable. For every oil field it is applicable. For every mines also it is applicable. For every plantations, ports and railway companies also it is applicable. Other than these establishments, any establishment in which 10 or more persons are employed on any day of a preceding 12 months, for that establishment also Gratuity Act is applicable. And for any other establishments which is notified by the central government, for those establishments also Gratuity Act is applicable. Pakka. Now let's go to the practical question. Let's go to the practical questions which is relating to applicability and eligibility concept. Okay. Practical questions which are relating to applicability and eligibility concept. In the year 2019 and 20, there are how many employees in the establishment? 8 employees in the establishment. Whereas during the next year of the employees increased to 12. So in a year 2019-20, how many employees are there? There are 8 employees working in the establishment. So next year, that is 2020 and 21, how many employees are there? It has been increased to 12, not by 12. It is increased to 12. If it is given by 12, then 8 plus 12. Okay, but it is increased to 12. So we have to put directly 12 here. Okay, did you get my point? So, and in the next year, in the next financial year, it has been reduced to 6 employees. So that is 2021 to 22. It has reduced to 6. It has been reduced to 6. Okay. So come on, tell me, Comment the applicability of Payment of Gratuity Act. Comment the applicability of Payment of Gratuity Act. Whether this for this establishment Gratuity Act is applicable or not. First we will check. Okay, is it a factory? Is it a factory? No, they did not give any clarity. Is it an oil field? No clarity. Is it a port? No clarity. Plantation? No. Okay, oil fields, plantations, ports, mines. Is it a mine? No. Okay, is it a mine? No. Oil fields, plantations, ports, mines, railway companies. Is it railway company? No. Then we have to come to the next condition. What is that? Every shop or establishment, if it is not under that condition, not factory, not oil field, not mines, not plantations, not ports, not railway companies, then we have to come into the second thing. What is that second thing? Every shop or establishment in which 10 or more employees have to be employed on any day of preceding 12 months. So it is in any other establishment. So in this establishment, how many people have to work? At least 10 or more people have to be working here. So come on, tell me, there are 10 here in the year 2019-20, there are 10 employees working here in the sense, so there are no 10 workers. So what we have to do is, we should not, gratuity is not applicable for this 2019 and 2020 year. Guys, are these points clear? 2019 and 2020 Gratuity Act is applicable. It is not applicable, not at all applicable. Now let's go to 20 and 21 year. 20 and 21 year Gratuity Act is applicable in the sense it is more than 10 or more employees are employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. So for this year 2021 Gratuity Act is applicable. It is applicable, it is not applicable. Come on, tell me quick. It is applicable. It is not applicable in the sense it is purely applicable. It is purely applicable in the year 2020-21. Guys, pakka. So next year 21-22. Is this applicable? 10 or more employees are there? 10 or more employees are there? No. 10 or more employees are not there. So Gratuity Act is applicable for this year in the sense Gratuity Act is still applicable. Sir, how can Gratuity Act be applicable in this year? Because once the act is applicable, see in the year 2020-21 Gratuity Act is applicable, right? So once the act is applicable, it goes on applicable irrespective number of employees falls below 10. So here, even if number of employees are falling below 10, Gratuity Act shall be applicable. That is the point. Yes or no? Pakka, damn sure. So it is given like that. So that is the point. See, let's write that provision. So here, sir, how to, you may get some doubts. Sir, how to write this provision? Guys, simple guys, whatever given in your material, that you have to provide as a provision. Okay, so see what is given in your provision here. These points, if you write these points, that is more than enough. Okay, for every oil fields, you want me to write? Okay, I will show you how to write the provision. Then you can get a better understanding of how to write a provision. Okay. Okay, so what you have to write is provision, right? Provision. Okay, so gratuity shall be applicable, okay, for every factory, oil fields, plantations, ports, railway companies, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and mines, okay, and it is applicable to okay, any other establishment, any shop or establishment in which 10 or more employees are employed on on any day of preceding 12 months. Okay, in the preceding 12 months, gratuity shall be applicable. Only in the preceding 12 months, at least how many people have to be there? 10 or more have to be worked on any day of a preceding 12 months. So, any other establishments which are notified by central government. Simple. Okay, so note point. What is the note point, guys? Once the act is applicable, it shall be applicable, okay, irrespective of number of employees. That is, if number of employees comes down also, then also gratuity act shall be applicable. Simple. So what will be your conclusion? So see here. So in the year 2019 and 20, gratuity shall not be applicable because number of employees are below 10. Okay. So in the year 2021, gratuity shall be applicable, and in the year 21-22, gratuity act shall be applicable because once it is applicable in the year 2021, it goes on applicable. So gratuity act is applicable in the year 21-22, even if the number of employees are reduced, even if the number of employees are below 10 also. Simple, very simple concept, right? Pakka. So yes, you have to try to write while we are discussing, the concept, and while we are discussing itself, you have to write with me. You get my point? So yes, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick. You also have to try to write. Okay, the point is, when you try to write, then you'll get a better understanding. Just by listening, you'll not get better understanding. You have to try to write. Only when you try to write, then you'll get a better understanding, and you will be habituated to write. Okay. Right. Yeah. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick. Okay, guys. Next, we'll go to question number 2. Now, this question number 2 is your responsibility. Okay, this is completely your responsibility. But what I do is I just explain this concept, this question. Okay, there is a company called as BCCA Limited. There is a company called as BCCA Limited. This company incorporated on 2nd January 1980. So the date of the year of which this company incorporated is 2nd January 1980. Carrying on a business from the date of incorporation, employing with 50 persons. So in the year 1980, so how many workers were being employed? So 50 workers. It started with 50 workers. So what happened is, due to loss, the number of employees reduced to 5. So in the year 2019, what happened is, number of employees has reduced to 5. Reduced to a baya, it is reduced to 5. So from 50, 45 members, they went out of organization. Okay, so it was, only 5 people were remaining here. Mr. Chandu, who retired on 31st May 2020. Okay, what happened is, employer refused to pay gratuity because on the ground that the total number of employees are below 10. So we know that number of employees in an organization have to be more than 10 on any day of a preceding 12 months. Yes or no? So what happened is, in the year 1980, how many workers are there? 50 workers. Come on, tell me, when it is more than 10, 50 workers in the sense more than 10, Gratuity Act is applicable or not applicable? It is 100% applicable in the year 1980. So, even if in 2019 the number of employees comes below 10, Gratuity Act becomes applicable, because once the act is applicable, it goes on applicable irrespective of number of employees. Even if the number of employees falls below, how many? Below the respective number of employees, that is 10. Still, once the act is applicable, it goes on applicable. That is the point. Simple. See, that is the point. As per section 1 of the Payment of Debt Act, once the act is applicable, it continues to be applicable irrespective of the number of employees. Subsequent reduction in the employees. So accordingly, Mr. Chandu will get gratuity or not? Yes, he is eligible for receiving the gratuity. And employer contention. What is employer telling? No, I will not give. That is what employer is telling. No. So employer's contention is not justified. Is not at all justified. Guys, are these points clear? So are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Pakka? Did you get my point? Okay. Now this is question number 2. Please be quick, fast. Okay, did you get my point, guys? So till now, are these points clear? So whenever they ask from the any question from payment of gratuity, if practical scenarios they ask from these two concepts mainly. That is from the applicability and eligibility concept, and also from a feature of payment of gratuity. These two are the main priorities, and after that you have to check in what to say continuous service. Okay, did you get my point? So now let's go to the question number 3, and after this we'll conclude the session. Okay, now? So what is given in question number 3 is, please analyze the concept. Okay, please understand the question. Mr. X joined in an establishment. So there is a person called as Mr. X. So what did Mr. X do? He joined an establishment for 10 years but died after 2 years. So there was an agreement between employer and employee. So what did they do is, employer, there was an agreement between an employer and employee, and this employee is called as Mr. X. He gave a promise. He agreed that, sir, I will be working in our organization for 10 years. But due to some unavoidable reasons, because life is unpredictable, right? So because of that, what happened is he died after 2 years. He died after 2 years. His widow claimed gratuity. His widow claimed gratuity from the employer. But employer refused her contention on the ground that non-compliance of 5 years of continuous service. What happened is your husband did not come to the organization for a continuous service of 5 years. So what I am doing is, I am not going to give gratuity to your husband. That is what employer is telling. What is that? Employer is going as per the act, right? Employer is telling as per the act only. But come on, tell me, this life is unpredictable, right? So without any of his mistake, employee died. Okay, he promised for 10 years, but due to some unavoidable reasons he died. So what is his problem? There is no problem, right? If at all everything is okay, he would live for 10 years. He would continue his employment for 10 years. But this is unpredictable situation. And so what lawmaker said is, okay, I understood your situation. So what we are going to do is, in the event of superannuation, in the event of retirement, in the event of resignation, in these 3 situations, what we do is, so once this, once his employee services are being terminated, due to these 3 reasons, even if the employee is not coming for 5 years. Did you get my point? Okay. You have to check whether that employee is coming 5 years or not. But when these 2 cases, that is death or disablement, even if employee is not coming for a continuous service of 5 years, then for these 2 cases you can give gratuity. But these 3 cases, if that employee is coming for continuous service of 5 years or not, that you have to check. If that employee is not coming for continuous service of 5 years, then no gratuity. If that employee is coming for a continuous service of 5 years, then you can give gratuity. But here, even if the employee is not coming for continuous service of 5 years, then still gratuity can be provided to such employees. That is a point, guys. That is a point. Are these points clear? This is the eligibility criteria, and this is a clarification which is given. So that is the point. See, even if the employee has died, in the case of death or disability of the employee, 5 years of completion of continuous service is not required. If that employee is not coming for continuous service of 5 years also, no problem, because death is unpredictable, right? Disability is unpredictable, right? So even if that employee is not coming for an organization of 5 years also, no problem. Therefore, rejection of employer is not justified. What employer is telling, no, I cannot give, that is not right. So that widow may knock at the door of judiciary. She can go and complain SUF file in the court. Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? Okay, please read this point. Question number 3 fast. Fast. Okay, so I think you guys have got a better understanding of the practical questions as well. So please, please put this in your mind about the applicability of the Gratuity Act and eligibility of a Gratuity Act and gratuity amount to be payable and forfeiture of gratuity amount. Okay, so you have to be okay and you have to be pretty sure of these 5 concepts. Then we will be discussing about the remaining concepts in the next session. Okay. So with this, we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining concepts in the next session. All the best. Take care. Bye bye. And have a nice day. Please put this in your mind. Revise daily. Okay. When you revise daily, only then this concept will be understood in a better way. Okay. So all the best. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Hi guys. Welcome to BCCA. So till now in our sessions we have discussed about payment of Gratuity Act. Yes or no? Payment of Gratuity Act. In that payment of Gratuity Act, we have discussed about a concept called as applicability of Gratuity Act, then eligibility for payment of Gratuity Act, then gratuity amount calculation, that also we have discussed. Application for payment of Gratuity Act also we have discussed. Then we have discussed about forfeiture of gratuity. We have discussed many practical situations, practical scenarios and case studies regarding to forfeiture of gratuity and applicability and eligibility for payment of gratuity. So are there any doubts till now guys? Are there any doubts? No? Yes or no? Okay. So remaining concepts, what are the remaining concepts in the sense? Mode of payment of gratuity, notice for payment of gratuity and recovery of gratuity. So these 3 concepts which we are going to discuss now. Okay, mode of payment of gratuity, recovery for payment of gratuity and notice for payment of gratuity. Okay na? So first we are going to discuss about notice for payment of gratuity. What is that? Notice for payment of gratuity. As we have discussed already in a previous session, that gratuity shall be payable by the employer to the employee. Okay, even if employee makes an application or not. Even if employee makes an application or not, it is a responsibility of the employer to pay the gratuity. Yes or no? Yes. Let's revise that. Okay, employee shall make an application to the employer. Employee shall make an application to the employer in form number I within a span of 30 days from the day of which gratuity becomes payable to the employer. Yes or no? In form number I. Either the event of termination or retirement, resignation or superannuation. Okay, retirement, resignation or superannuation. Then if employee at the event of death or disablement, he cannot make an application to the employer, right? So what happens is his nominee shall make an application in form number J within a span of 30 days to the employer. Did you get my point? So yes, if nominee has not been appointed, then a legal heir shall make an application to the employer for the payment of gratuity in form number K within how many days? Within a maximum period of 1 year. See, if employees make an application to the employer, or the nominee makes an application to the employer, or legal heir makes an application to the employer, then only employer shall arrange the funds. No. See, even if they make an application or not, okay, it is the responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds, within a within maximum 30 days. Within maximum 30 days. Did you get my point? Suppose, for example, if employees are making an application or nominee is making an application, then after receiving the application, okay, or not, okay, even if he is getting that application or not, he should arrange the funds, yes or no? Okay, for example, if he is receiving the application, if he is accepting that application, okay, no problem, I will pay that gratuity amount, no problem, don't get worried. So then what happens? Is that provisions we are going to discuss in this point. That provision is called as notice for payment of gratuity. What is that, guys? Notice for payment of gratuity. What is given in that notice for payment of gratuity in the sense? So what employer have to do is, when employer is receiving this application from the employee or the nominee or the legal head, then this employer shall give his acceptance or rejection letter. Okay, his acceptance or rejection letter. Okay, if he is accepting, then he have to give a notice in form number L to the employee. If he is rejecting, then he shall make a notice in form number M. Did you get my point? Notice of payment of gratuity. Who shall make notice? Employer shall make a notice to the employee or to the nominee or to the legal head. Okay, if he is ready to accept or if he is ready to give that amount, then he will tell, okay, no problem, Babjis, I will give you. Okay, I will give you that amount of gratuity. If he is accepting that that application, then he shall give his notice. Okay, that acceptance notice in form number L. At the same time, if he is rejecting, that have to be intimated to the employee or the nominee or the legal head in form number M. Simple. That concept is called as, what is that, man? Concept is called as notice for payment of gratuity. See, come on, let's read this. Within 15 days of receipt of application, from the employee, what employer have to do is, employer have to make a notice. Within how many days? Within 15 days of receipt of that application. What employer have to do is, employer have to give the notice. If the claim is found admissible, if the claim is okay, if he is accepting, then the notice shall be given in form number L to the employee. Okay, so he shall issue the notice in form number L to the employee. If he is rejecting, then what he have to do? He have to issue a notice to employee in form number M. Okay, so sir, then nominee also he have to give in form number M. Legal head also he have to give in form number M. Are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. Come on, tell me, pakka. Okay, yes or no? If he is yes, okay. I am okay to give that amount of gratuity, no problem. If he is accepting that application, he will issue form number L to the employee or the nominee or the legal head. Okay, if he is not accepting, if he is rejecting that application, then also he have to give his intimation to the employee in form number M, or nominee to the employee or to the nominee or to the legal head. Are these points clear? Okay, sir, if that employee is giving that rejection letter, if that employer is not accepting that application, he shall give that he shall express that we are not accepting your your application. Okay, so just giving that is sufficient. No, what employer have to do is he have to give some reasons. Okay, he have to provide some reasons why he is not accepting, why your gratuity amount is not being accepted. That who have to give Who have to give? Employee have to give, employer have to give, who have to give? Come on, tell me, who have to give to whom? So, it is the responsibility of the employer to the employee to issue what form number M when he is rejecting that application, and with that he have to provide proper reasons. Are these points clear, guys? Pakka? Damn sure. Yes or no? Okay, no. Sir, if he is accepting also, he have to provide reasons. Are Babu, when he is accepting, what is the reason for him to give reasons? No, right? So when he is accepting that application, he have to tell some things. What things? What amount of gratuity he is going to give, specifying the amount of gratuity. Babu, I have to give this much amount, I will be giving this much amount. For example, I will be giving 15 lakhs of amount. Okay, I want to give 15 lakhs of amount, right? So for that 15 lakhs amount, I have to fix a date. Come and receive 15 lakhs amount on a specific date. Okay, on a specific date, and that date should not be later than 30th day after the receipt of application, not being after the date of receipt of application for the payment thereof. That means he should arrange the funds within 30 days. I already told you. He should arrange the funds within 30 days. Yes or no? Yes. If he is accepting, he should arrange the funds within 30 days. Okay, and that, he can fix a date, and that date should not be later than 30th day. Simple. Did you get my point? That points we have discussed already. Okay, these points we have already discussed. Okay, so yes, this this notice for payment of gratuity is just a recap of these things. What are those? This one. Amount of gratuity, this is determination for payment of gratuity. For that, it is a small extension. That's it. Okay, na? So guys, are these points clear? Are these points really clear? See here, application for payment of gratuity. For this, it is a small extension. That's it. It's a small extension. Okay. So whatever it may be. So when the employer is giving a notice to the employee, at the same time, this whatever notice he is giving, either accepted or rejected. Either accepted or rejected. These copies have to be given to the controlling authority as well. Wow. Nice, no? So yes, he gave that notice to the employee. Okay, is it sufficient? No, it is not sufficient. He should also transfer it to the controlling authority. Sir, original copies are no. He should send the copies to the, whatever copies he is sending as a notice. So those copies he have to send it to the controlling authority as well. Pakka? Okay. Sir, you told that if the employer is accepting, okay, he will be providing what? If the employer is accepting, okay, he will be giving that application in form number L. If he is rejecting, he will be giving in form number M. If he is accepting also, he have to give some date, right? Okay, he have to fix that date, and he have to fix that amount which he is ready to give. Okay, which is ready to give. And what is the place? You told the date and you told the amount. You did not tell that place where to receive that amount. Yes, that place. In case of a payment of gratuity is due to be made in the employer's office, if that amount, if employers told to the employee that I will give that amount not in any other place but in my office, come to my office, I will give you that amount. When employer says that, okay, so along with that, okay, place he told, along with that place he have to tell that date also. On a specific date, come to our office, and I will give you that amount. Okay? Did you get my point? Okay. So that in form number L, for the purpose of notice in form number L, shall be refixed by the employer if a written application in this behalf is made by the payee, explaining why it is not possible for him to present in person on the date specified. For example, suppose on that specific date, if that employee is not, if the employer or employee, there may be a situation where they cannot come and receive that amount in the employer's office. Okay, so the date fixed for the purpose of notice in form number L shall be refixed by the employer. So if that employee is not coming to the employer's office, then another date have to be fixed. Okay, another date have to be fixed. Okay, shall be fixed by the employer if a written application in this behalf is made by the payee, explaining why it is not possible for him to present in person on the date of specified. Sir, this is the reason. This is the reason I cannot come and receive that amount. Okay, this is the reason I cannot come and pay the amount. So what happens is, when when it is not possible, okay, to receive that amount in the employer's office. Did you get my point? Pakka? Pakka. Okay, now, so that is the point. So here, if that date is, on that date, who can come, what the employer will do, he can refix that another date, because situation is, out of their control, right? So what they can do is, they can fix another date, and on another date, they can come and receive that amount of gratuity. Did you get my point? Pakka? Okay. Pakka. Okay, if the claimant for gratuity is a nominee or a legal heir, employer may ask for such witness or evidence as the case may be deemed relevant for establishing his identity or maintainability of his claim. So, guys, I already told you, when that amount is received by the nominee or the legal heir. Okay, first see. If that nominee or a legal heir, if they are coming into the organization and asking, sir, actually the concerned person, that employee is my, relative, so he died, I am a family member, so he died. No, because of his death, what is happening is, we are coming and receiving that amount. So, can an employer, without any evidence, he can give that amount of gratuity to anyone? No. What he will ask is, he will ask some proof of evidence. Some proof of evidence. Are you really the nominee of that employee? Are you really the legal heir of that employee? Show me some proof of evidence. After you are showing that proof of evidence only, what I will do is, I will be okay, and I can give that amount of gratuity to you. Unless you are providing that evidence, I cannot provide you that amount of gratuity. So when a legal heir or a nominee is coming and asking the amount of gratuity which were received by them, okay, because of the employee's death or employee's disability, then in that situation, what employer will do is, employer will ask them the proof of evidence. Okay? Did you get my point? Are these points clear? Pakka? In that case, the time limit specified for the issuance of notices under Subrule 1 shall be operative with effect from the date which such witnesses or evidence as the case may be called for by the employees furnished to the employer. In that case, on the date when they are giving that proof of evidence. Okay, for example, if I die, what my family will do? My family will go to go and they will receive a legal heir certificate. Okay, after receiving that legal heir certificate, they will come and they will produce to the these people. Then what happens is, this employer, when he is satisfied that this employee's family member is only this person, this so and so person, then he will arrange the amount. Okay, the time limit in that situation will be, for issuance of notice. For issuing what? For issuing of notice shall be operative with effect from the date which such evidences are being called by the employer. From the date on which they are called, being called, from that date it will be counted. Okay, so this notice in form number L or form number L shall be served on the applicant either by the personal service after taking receipt, or by the registered post, or with the acknowledgement due. So this notice, I already told you, this notice can be sent by the employer in form number L or in form number N, either by the registered post or through person. Okay, or taking it by a personal service, so whatever it may be. Okay, did you get my point? I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick, please be quick, please be quick, fast. Go through the concept as soon as possible. If you want to write this example, you can write fast. Fast. Please read this concept as well. Okay. Have you gone through with the concept, guys? Yes or no? Pakka. Damn sure. Okay. Now, next concept is appeal. Okay. What is that, Nana? Appeal. So, what is that appeal? Is if the employer is not satisfied with the order passed by the controlling authority, the employer can appeal the appellate authority within 60 days from the date of order passed by the controlling authority. Simply speaking, see what I told you is, see, these employees are making an application to the employer, or the nominee is making an application to the employer, or legal head is making an application to the employer. Okay, even if they are making an application to the employer is not responding. See, employer have to give notice in form number L or M. Yes or no? If he is accepting also, he have to tell to the employee or nominee or to the legal head. Or if he is rejecting also, he have to tell it to these three people or any of these three people. Yes or no? See, this person is not giving L or M form, and this employee or a nominee or a legal head, they are keep on waiting till the employee or employer will send us a notice, and based upon that we'll go to the organization and we'll take that amount. They were being waiting till from so many days. So, but till now, employer is not responding and not giving any of that notice. Then what happens is, Employee or the nominee or the legal heir can go to a person called as controlling authority. Yes or no? Controlling authority. That is what we discussed. Yes or no? Controlling authority. And this controlling authority will ask the employer that, Are Babu employer, what is the reason for you not to, accept? Or why are you not sending your notice? Are there any problems? Okay, with the employee, come on, let me know. So who will ask that? Employer will ask that. And based upon that, the employer's, reply only, controlling authority will look and will go, and take a decision whether to go forward or not, whether to give punishment upon the employee or not, to give punishment on the employee or not. We already discussed what is the punishment which the employer will face if that employer is not arranging the funds within the span of 30 days. Is he will be liable for a simple interest at the rate of 10% per annum on the amount of gratuity. Did you get my point? Yes or no? So that is the point. And controlling authority, what controlling authority will do is controlling authority, they will check whether that employer is genuine or not, whether he want to give that amount of gratuity or not. What is the problem with him? So who will go through with that? Controlling authority will check. And if controlling authority sees that it is the employer's problem and not the employee's problem, and the employer is an employer and employee, there is a dispute between an employer and employee, and that can be dealt with the controlling authority. When there is a dispute between an employer and employee, then controlling authority will come into force, and what he will do is he will make the employer to provide the employee the gratuity amount. Did you get my point? So now what happens is, controlling authority will do is, controlling authority will pass an order to the employer. Babu employer, what you are doing is absolutely not right. Please pay the amount of gratuity to your employees or nominees or the legal heirs. But still, if the controlling authority is telling to the employer, giving a notice to the employer, sending an order to the employer also, employer is telling that, sir, actually problem is not mine. Problem is with the employee itself. See, because of his mistake, what is the reason for me to give that amount? I am not ready to give. Who is telling that? Employer is telling. So, but still, what controlling authority is doing? No, don't do overactions. What you have to do is you have to definitely pay that amount of gratuity to the employee, and don't give any explanations. Please go forward. That is what controlling authority is doing. So if employer is not satisfied with the order which is passed by the controlling authority, then what employer can do is employer can go to the higher authority than the controlling authority and make his appeal. He can make his appeal because he is genuine. If at all he is genuine, and what that employee want to do is, if at all he is genuine and he is telling that, sir, I cannot go with that problem. That problem is not mine. I am not responsible to pay that amount. So, but still you are making me to pay that amount. I am not ready. Okay, if you are not ready, then what you can do is, I can appeal to the appellate authority, not the controlling authority. I will go to the court and I will go and I will go and I will appeal to the appellate authority. See, if the employer is not satisfied with the order passed by the controlling authority, whatever order which is passed by the controlling authority, why controlling authority pass that order? Why controlling authority pass that order? By taking these people's words into consideration. Okay, they made an application to the controlling authority, right? So when there is a dispute between an employee and employer, then what happens is, employee or a legal heir or a nominee can make an application to the controlling authority. Then controlling authority will pass an order to the employer, and employer is not satisfied. See, I did not do any mistake and you are telling me to pay that amount. That is not right. So what employer can do? Employer can go and appeal to the appellate authority. Pakka? Did you get my point? And appellate authority, the order of appellate authority is final. Whatever the decision which is passed by the appellate authority, that decision shall be final, provided this appellate authority, this appeal shall be made to the appellate authority within how many days, guys? 60 days from the date of order passed by the controlling authority. See, controlling authority passed some order, right? From that day, within 60 days, appeal shall be made to the appellate authority. Pakka? Appeal shall be made to the appellate authority. Are these points really clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay, please read that point fast. Appeal. Okay. So have you gone through with this concept also? Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? So now we are going to discuss with another concept, and that concept is called as recovery for payment of gratuity. What is that, Amma? Recovery for payment of gratuity. What is recovery for payment of gratuity in the sense? See what happens is, I already told you, we have discussed this. Again I'll explain. Please listen. So what happens is, when employer is telling that employee that he is responsible to pay the amount of gratuity to the employee, yes or no? When employee is making an application, okay, application employee or the nominee or the legal head, when they are making an application in form number I or J or K, whatever it may be, it is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days, okay? To arrange the funds within 30 days, to send the notice whether it is L or M, whatever it may be, it is a responsibility of the employer to send the notice within 15 days and arrange the funds within 30 days of that gratuity amount becomes payable. Yes or no? Now the point is, when there is a dispute between an employer and an employee, what happens is, if there is a dispute regarding this, then employee can make he can go and tell it to the another person called as controlling authority. Yes or no? When there is any dispute between employer and employee, then employee can go and make an application to the controlling authority. Controlling authority, this is the situation. So I made an application to the employer, and I worked for more than 5 years, and due to the termination by the event of superannuation, retirement or resignation or death or disablement, nominee or legal head, they make an application, right? So, but we made an application to the employer, but employer is not responding, or employer is not arranging the funds. Okay, so what happened? There is a dispute between the employer and the employee. So what employee can do? He will sit aside and he will cry. No, what he can do is he will make an application to the controlling authority that we discussed till now. Okay. What controlling authority will do is, first controlling authority will directly ask the employer, what that employee is telling, is it right or not? What that nominee is telling, is it right or not? Come on, tell me. You are responsible to pay the amount of gratuity, right? But why you are not giving your gratuity to that amount? So, employer shall be given an opportunity of being heard. Okay, so what controlling authority will do is, controlling authority will give the employer an opportunity of being heard. What is the reason for you not to provide that amount of gratuity? What is the problem with you and that employee? Okay, come on, let me know. And if that employer has given his, responded to his, what controlling authority is, message, what employer will do is, employer is telling, no, I am not ready to give that amount of gratuity, and he is giving his clarifications, or he is not at all giving his clarifications. If he is giving his clarifications and that clarifications are not at all appropriate, or if that clarifications are not at all appropriate, or is not giving a proper clarifications, then what happens is, controlling authority, what controlling authority will do is, controlling authority will directly go to another person called as collector. Who is that person, guys? Collector. He will go and tell it to the collector. Arey Babu, collector, do one thing. What is that? You have to tell to the employer, and you have to collect the amount of gratuity from the employer. I don't know how you will collect. I want you to collect. Okay. So what controlling authority will do is, controlling authority will issue a certificate to the collector, and collector will go to the employer directly and recover the amount of gratuity. Sir, actually gratuity amount have to be paid within a span of maximum 30 days, right? If that amount of gratuity is not paid within a span of 30 days, what we have to do is, normally employer and employee, when there is a small delay, what employer will do? Employer have to pay additional 10% simple interest. But here, there is a dispute between employer and employee, and employer is not at all willing to pay. Then what happens? Then, along with that gratuity amount, collector will recollect 9% of compound interest. 9% of compound interest. Please understand, guys. See, normally what we discussed is here in this concept. Okay, here 10% of simple interest is when the employer want to pay the gratuity, but what happens? He is unable to pay that gratuity. Okay, he is willing to pay, but due to some unavoidable situations, he cannot pay. Okay, within 30 days. Then what he have to do is he have to pay 10% simple interest. But here it is not at all in his hands. It is beyond his hands. Then what happens is it will go into the hands of the collector. What collector will do is collector will recollect the amount of gratuity along with 10% compound interest. 10% compound interest. This collector will collect that amount of gratuity from the employee, from the employer, like the what areas of land revenue, like areas of land revenue. Did you get my point? So first point is, actually, gratuity, when employee makes an application to the employer have to respond within 15 days and give the amount within 30 days. Okay, and if that is not possible, then employee will make an application to the controlling authority. Then controlling authority will ask the employer the reasons for the delay. Okay, and when a controlling authority decides that the reasons for the delay is not appropriate, then controlling authority will go and tell it to the collector. Go and recollect the amount of gratuity from that employer. As how he will recollect the amount of gratuity as of land areas. Okay, land revenue, areas of land revenue. Okay, but what percentage of compound interest you will take? 9% while recovering gratuity amount. Along with the gratuity amount, 9% of compound interest have to be taken by the collector. He will collect that amount. Do you get my point? So let's read that point. Okay, if the employer has defaulted to pay the amount of gratuity on or before the due date, then employee or legal heirs or nominee can send an application to the controlling authority for the recovery of gratuity. For the recovery of gratuity, what have to be there? They will send that application to the controlling authority. And if the controlling authority is satisfied that the gratuity is not paid, he will issue a certificate to the collector for recovery of gratuity. He will issue a certificate to the collector for the recovery of gratuity. Are these points clear, ma'am? Are these points clear? Provided that the controlling authority before issuing the certificate, shall give the employer a reasonable opportunity of showing a cause. Why? What is the reason? I already told you, opportunity of being heard. Why? What is the reason for you not to pay the gratuity to your employee within that specified time? What is the reason? Who will ask? Controlling authority will ask the employer. Controlling authority will ask the employer. Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Then collector, okay, after we giving an opportunity also, if that employer is not rectifying his mistake, then what happens is collector shall be appointed by the controlling authority, and this collector must recover that gratuity amount as the areas of land revenue, and that employer shall pay the interest for the delayed period at how much percentage amount? 9%. That to simple interest, not simple interest, on the basis of the compound interest. Are these points really clear? Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Okay. If it is yes, okay, please read and please note these points as soon as possible, my dear students. What is that? Recovery of gratuity. First, I'll give you 5 minutes. Please note these points first. Okay, guys, did you know these concepts? Okay, please read this concept as well. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick, fast, fast and furious. Okay, guys, are these points clear till now? Okay, now next point is mode of payment of gratuity. What is that, Nana? Mode of payment of gratuity. So, till now, what we discussed is, see, gratuity shall be payable. What is the eligibility for the payment of gratuity? Then we have discussed how to pay the gratuity, how much amount to pay the gratuity, yes or no? How much amount to pay the gratuity, who shall pay the gratuity, okay, and within what time gratuity have to be paid. Okay, if the gratuity amount can be paid, how to deduct that amount of gratuity, everything we have discussed. Okay, everything we have discussed. Okay, now what we are going to do is mode of payment of gratuity. So, if gratuity want to be paid by the employer to his employee, how to pay? Either he will give it in cash or he will transfer to electronic payment or he will deposit in a bank account or how or he will do money order. How can he pay that gratuity amount? Okay, that amount, maximum amount of how much is there? Maximum amount is how much? 25 lakhs amount. Either he can do it by way of money order or he will give check. What is that? So for that we are going to discuss now mode of payment of gratuity. What is that, guys? Mode of payment of gratuity. How gratuity can be paid? How gratuity can be paid? See, I already told you, gratuity is a gift which is provided by the employer to his employee. Okay, na? Gratuity is a gift which is have to be provided by the employer to his employee. So come on, tell me, if gratuity is a gift, okay, and that too I told you, it is not by way of kind. Okay, so what in the kind in the sense he is not giving any property. For instead of 20 lakhs, he is not giving any property or car or whatever he wants. He is not giving. He is giving only in cash. Okay, so that have to be paid. That gift have to be given in cash. Okay, lump sum amount. Okay, na lump sum amount, and that lump sum amount can be provided in cash or through check or through DD sir. Money order also we can pay gratuity amount. Are babu, money order if you want to pay gratuity amount 25 lakhs will pay by money order. No. What employer have to do in case of a postal money order, the maximum amount of gratuity amount which employer can pay to his employee is ₹1,000. Simple, not more than 1,000. Simply speaking, amount of gratuity cannot be replaced with any property, cannot be replaced with any house, cannot be replaced with any TV or AC or any kind. He have to provide that by way of cash. It have to be in terms of money only. In terms of money. So money in the sense he can pay it either by way of cash, okay, or by way of check, or by way of DD, or by postal, subject to the maximum of postal order, subject to the maximum of 1,000 rupees. Till 1,000 rupees he can pay by post, and more than 1,000 he cannot pay by post. Are these points clear, guys? Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Did you get my point? So, what we have discussed is, till now we have discussed many concepts. Applicability for payment of gratuity we have successfully completed. Then we have discussed about eligibility for payment of gratuity also we have discussed. Then gratuity amount, how to calculate gratuity amount also we have discussed. Application for payment of gratuity we have discussed. Notice for the payment of gratuity we have discussed. Mode of payment of gratuity we have discussed. Recovery for payment of gratuity we have discussed. Forfeiture for payment of gratuity also we have discussed. Okay, till now, any doubts? Are there any doubts till now? Pakka, tell me fast. Are there any doubts till now? Damn sure. Okay, now we are going to discuss another concept called as compulsory insurance. What is that, guys? Compulsory insurance. After this compulsory insurance, okay, in next session, by next session, we can successfully complete a gratuity act concept. Okay. By the end of next concept, next class, we can successfully complete gratuity act concept. Did you get my point? Pakka? Damn sure. Okay. Now, let's go to the next concept called as compulsory insurance. What is that, guys? Compulsory insurance. Sir, what is meant by compulsory insurance? What is meant by compulsory insurance in the sense, what lawmaker said is, okay, Bajis, do one thing. Okay, for example, I'll give you an example, guys. Okay, please listen. Okay, if there is an establishment, and this establishment consists of 300 workers in that establishment. How many workers, guys? 300 workers in that establishment. This establishment consists of 300 workers. So what happened is, due to some unavoidable reasons, in that establishment, 20 workers died due to some unavoidable reason, whether it may be whether it may be power failure or fire in stock, whatever, fire in factory, whatever it may be. On one day, on a single day, 20 workers died. 20 workers died on the spot. So what happens if 20 workers died on the spot, and 20 workers, they have to get gratuity amount, right? So what their nominees has made an application to the company, and for one person, for example, for one person we have to give 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs. For each person, if we are going to give 20 lakhs, so 20 lakhs into 20 workers, what is that amount of gratuity which employer have to give is 4 crores, guys. What? 4 crores. And this 4 crores have to be arranged within how many days? As per Gratuity Act, this 4 crores have to be arranged by the employer within a span of how many days, guys? Within a span of how many days? Come on, tell me. Within a span of how many days employer have to arrange these funds? First, within a span of 30 days, right? Employer have to arrange these funds within a span of 30 days, right? So 4 crores employer have to arrange within a span of 30 days. Can employer arrange this amount of 4 crores within a span of 30 days? Employer can arrange that amount or not? Come on, tell me. It is a responsibility of the employer to pay the amount of gratuity within 30 days. It is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days. And 30 days, 4 crores of amount, it is a bulk amount, it is a huge amount. Can employer provide that amount of gratuity to his employees within a span of 30 days? 30 long days. Can employer do that? That is impossible. Some establishments, if it is big establishments, in the sense, the establishments which has more than 500 workers, working in that establishment, for them, no problem, because 500 workers means it's a big establishment. Did you get my point? 500 workers in the sense it consists of it is a very big establishment, and it is a very big establishment. For those type of establishments, there is no problem. But when other types of establishment, here 300 workers are there, so it is not a big establishment. So for these type of establishments, arranging 4 crores within a span of 30 days is not an easy task, guys. It's not an easy task. So what is the adequate solution for this? So what lawmaker said is, Arey Babu, when your establishment is not a big establishment, or when your establishment is an establishment not controlled by the central government or state government, okay, when your establishment is not in control with the central government or state government, then what you have to do is you have to compulsory make an insurance. Did you get my point? You have to compulsory make an insurance. Okay, that is mandatory. Did you get my point? Pakka. So that provision. So when insurance is compulsory maintained by the establishment, then what happens? Suddenly, if a number of employees leave, because of unavoidable reasons, okay, unpredictable, right? Tomorrow is unpredictable, okay, future is unpredictable. So we cannot guess what will happen in the next moment. Next minute, what will happen, we cannot assess, right? So life is unpredictable. So what you guys do is, Arey Babu, employers, you cannot arrange that funds of 30, that amount within a span of 30 days. Then do one thing. You make arrangement with the insurance. Okay. Then what they will do is, they will only pay that amount of gratuity. That burden will be there upon them only, fall upon them only. So you can get relaxed. Did you get my point? You can get relaxed. You can get yourself relaxed. Did you get my point? So, what is my point is compulsory insurance. Compulsory to make an insurance. For whom compulsory insurance is mandatory. Compulsory insurance is mandatory to some establishments. For other types of establishments, it is not mandatory. Okay, so for some establishments, okay, for example, okay, compulsory insurance. What we will do is, okay, I'll just explain like this. Okay, compulsory to make an make an insurance. If the company is having how many workers, guys? More than 500 workers. Company is having more than 500 workers working in that establishment. Then it is a big establishment. Yes or no? When the company is having more than 500 workers, then it is a big establishment. So what big establishments will do is they will create a gratuity fund. Did you get my point? Gratuity fund. Sir, what is meant by gratuity fund? Gratuity means what? Gratuity means ENA. So gratuity fund means what is? What company will do is, company when they get amount, what they do is they will set aside some reserve fund. Okay, in that reserve they will throw certain amount. Okay, so this gratuity amount they will put as a reserve. So whatever the amount is received by the company, okay, it will throw it in the gratuity fund, and at this emergency situations, from this gratuity amount they will pick that amount and they will settle that amount of gratuity. So are there any risk for this type of big establishment? So there is no big risk for this type of establishment. So if your establishment is a big establishment in the sense you should have more than 500 workers working in your establishment. Along with that, you have to create a gratuity fund. If that establishment is having more than 500 workers, along with that, if that establishment is creating a gratuity fund, so for these establishments, Gratuity Act, what is this saying? Insurance is not mandatory. Sir, other than this establishment, there are no other establishments, where compulsory insurance is, where insurance is not mandatory? Yes. Other establishments which are controlled by the central government or state government. Okay, when on any establishment, central government or state government, what they are doing is they are controlling one establishment. For those type of establishments also, what is needed? Insurance is not at all mandatory. So for these establishments, if these are the establishments, then what happens? Gratuity is mandatory or not mandatory? Okay, if it is, yes. Okay, for these establishments, it is not mandatory. Okay, did you get my point? So if the establishment is other than this, okay, others, it is mandatory to provide what? Insurance. Mandatory to provide insurance. Did you get my point? This concept is called as compulsory insurance. Let us read that concept first and conclude the session. What is compulsory insurance, guys? What is compulsory insurance? Compulsory insurance means, see, section 4A, establishments to which Act is applicable. What they have to do, all establishments to which Gratuity Act is applicable, they have to take an insurance policy, okay, from LIC or any other insurer against the liability of the employer for the payment of gratuity. So there are some establishments which are not required for insurance policy. Which establishment, guys? Establishments which are under control of state government or central government. For these establishments, insurance is not at all needed. Insurance is not at all mandatory, or where an establishment had created a gratuity fund and that management wants to continue the same, and the number of persons employed are 500 persons or more. If the number of employment persons are 500 or more, then it is a big establishment. Once it is a big establishment, for these big establishments also, gratuity act, insurance is not at all needed. Insurance is not at all needed. Are these points clear? Pakka, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. Please note this point as soon as possible. Fast. Okay. I think you have noted this concept. Okay. So with this, we'll conclude the session, guys. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. I think you guys have understood, and I'll give you, please, I'll give you one suggestion, that you have to revise every time. Okay, every day you have to have at least a half an hour revision. Whatever we discussed in the class, you have to have at least a half an hour revision. Then only you can get a better understanding, and your subject will be more easier subject of all subjects. Okay, so with this we'll conclude the session. We'll take the remaining topics. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. All the best. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Hi guys, welcome to BCCA. My name is VIGNAN and I am your law faculty. So in our previous session till now we have discussed about applicability of payment of gratuity, eligibility for payment of gratuity, gratuity amount payable, application for payment of gratuity, then notice for payment of gratuity, mode of payment of gratuity, recovery of gratuity also we have discussed, and we have discussed about compulsory insurance as well. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. And in important definitions also we have discussed certain definitions. Okay, so now in today's session we are going to discuss about nominations for payment of gratuity concept. Then we are going to discuss about penalties. After these two we will be discussing about important definitions. Right after we discuss these things, our chapter will be successfully completed. Okay, let's start. Let's don't delay. First we will be starting with nominations for the gratuity. Nominations for payment of gratuity. Are these points clear, guys? Nomination for payment of gratuity. Okay, point number 1, nominations for payment of gratuity. As we have discussed in the previous sessions, okay, what we have discussed is when there is an employee, he have to make an application to the employer regarding the gratuity. Yes or no? Regarding the gratuity, employee have to make an application to the employer. Yes or no? Pakka, damn sure. Who have to make an application to the employer? It is a responsibility of the employee to make an application in form number I within a span of 30 days, maximum within 30 days, to the employer for what? For the payment of gratuity. If employee is not alive, then his nominee shall make an application. His nominee shall make an application to the employer in form number J within 30 days. That we discussed. Yes or no? So it is a responsibility of the employer to provide the gratuity to the nominee if employee is not alive. Yes or no? If employee is not at all alive, then the employer shall give gratuity to the nominee. Did you get my point? So the point is, for example, really who who can become a nominee? That is my question. For that provision, question, answer have been provided by the lawmakers. What did they do is, Are Babu, anyone can come and tell that he is a relative of that person. He is a relative of that person and can take that amount of 25 lakhs. I already told you. How much is the maximum amount of gratuity? 25 lakhs. See, employer is a foolish fellow, na? He will for giving 25 lakhs to an unknown person. So employer have to ask certain things, right? Are Babu, are you really the relative of that employee? Are you really that relative of that employee? If you are really the relative of that employee, please give me some evidence. So what nominee says is, sir, actually what happened is, when this employee is alive only, What employee have to do, or what employee did is, this employee made my name as a nominee. He entered my name as nominee in your organization. Please check that document, sir. Please check that form. So that is form number F. Form number F. This employee, what he did is, he included my name as a nominee. He included my name as a nominee in form number S. Please check that form. Who will say? Nominee will say. Then employer will check that form, and after checking that, what employer will do? He will give that amount of gratuity to the nominee. In which case, when employee had died, okay, in the event of death, in the event of death or disablement of the employee, okay, nominee shall make an application to the employer. Then employer have to respond to the nominee, yes or no. After responding, he will ask one thing: Amar, are you really the nominee? Yes sir, please check form number F. Okay, form number F. Okay, we have given my husband has given that, he included my name as a nominee. Please do check. Who will say that? Nominee will say. So this amount of 25 lakhs gratuity can be provided to the nominee. Yes. In which event? In the event of death or disablement. Did you get my point? Pakka. So the point is, if employee want to give this person's name as a nominee, if employee want to include this person's name as a nominee, how many years does it take to include this person's name as a nominee? How many years does it take to include this person's name as a nominee? It takes around 1 year. 1 year after the completion of service. After 1 year completed, okay, after he has rendered 1 year of service. Sir, he will not, he have to render 5 years, no Babu, he have to render 5 years for getting eligibility. See, if that employee is working for more than 1 year, that means he wanted to work for more than 1 year. He is giving his interest in working in your organization, yes or no? If that employee is giving his, his consent that he want to, or he is interested to work in your organization, okay, that employer can get to know only if that certain employee works for at least 1 year. If that employee is working for at least 1 year, then employer will get one confidence that Are Babu, this person is going to stay for more than 1 year. That means he can, if he is a loyal person, he will be eligible for staying how many years? 5 years. Okay. So yes, he is a loyal person. Then what I will do is, I will give that gratuity amount to that employee. Guys, are these points clear? So that is the reason, if employee, suppose if there is a death or disablement of an employee, okay, then what happens is, his nominee shall make an application, and his nominee shall make an application, right? So this nominee have to be appointed by the employee only after he has rendered a continuous service of complete, he has rendered at least 1 year of service in that organization. After rendering a 1 year of service only, he will make a nominee appointment in form number F. He is eligible to make a nominee appointment in form number F. Did you get my point? Okay. Now the point is, question number one. Who shall be a nominee? Who can be a nominee? Who can be a nominee? Come on, tell me. My question is, till now what we discussed is, if employee want to appoint a person called as nominee, okay, he can appoint a nominee, okay, and that at the event of death or disablement, that nominee can take that amount of gratuity because this person died, no. So that nominee can take that amount of gratuity, okay, in place of employee, provided if that nominee's name has been mentioned in form number F. So this form number F have to be submitted by the employee in form number F only after rendering a continuous service of 1 year. After rendering a continuous service of 1 year. Till now, are these points clear? Any doubts? Damn sure, pakka. Okay, now my question is, who can be a nominee? Who can be a nominee? Come on. Who can be a nominee? Who can be a nominee? Come on, tell me fast. Who can be a nominee? Anyone can be a nominee. Huh? Anyone can be a nominee. For example, if you are my student, okay, if you are my student and I am your lecturer, can I make your name as a nominee? Can I mention your name as a nominee? Can I mention your name as a nominee? Yes or no? Can I mention your name as a nominee? Yes or no? Pakka. Yes or no? Can I mention your name as a nominee? Can I mention your name as a nominee? So, for that clarification, what lawmaker said is, who can be a nominee in the sense, nominee have to be a family member. Always nominee have to be a family member. Sir, in the sense, so can you become a nominee? Can you become a nominee? So, to get that clarification, you have to get to know of what is meant by a family member. What is meant by a family member, my dear students? Please understand the point. As per the law and as per the general definitions of practical life, and as per the definitions of law, entirely those are it is a drastic change. It is a drastic difference. Did you get my point? Normal sense, definition of family member or any other definitions in a practical scenario are different. But when you are looking in the eyes of law, okay, entire definitions, entire meanings will change. So please make this point, okay? Don't check for small things in a dictionary. Okay, in the dictionary the meaning may be different, but in the law, entire meanings are different. Okay. General sense, don't put this practical sense in the law. Okay, words are different, meanings are different. Okay, for this explanation, you should not go and check in the dictionary. Okay, if you go and check in the dictionary, what happens is, what is meant by a family member? Then family member in the sense, brothers will come into family member, yes or no? Father will come into family member's definition. Mother will come in the family member's definition. Then who will come in the definition of our grandmother, our grandparents, and our wife, and our wife's brothers, children, and brothers' children. Okay, everyone will come under the definition of a family member. So, what is lawmaker trying to tell us? Family member in the sense, all the entire family members they are telling or are they giving any clarification? So, for this clarification, we have to go and check definitions. Definitions under this act. Definitions under this act. Come on, let's go to important definitions concept. So, what are the definitions which are given in this act, which we have to study? Here, there is a definition called as family. There is a definition called as family. What is given here in the family definition? In the sense, in case of a male employee, who shall be called as a family member? Who shall be called as a family member? If I am a male employee, me myself, I am a family member. My wife will become a family member. That we already know. See, my wife, okay, will be a family member. Okay, but actually, practical sense, my parents also will come under family members, right? Okay, our children will be called as a family members. Yes, that also we know. Okay, our children will also be called as a family members. That also we know. Then what about our parents? They gave us birth, right? And they gave their life for us. And what about their definition? What about, are they not called as a family members? No. As per the definition, only if our parents are dependent. Only dependent. Only dependent. In that means, for example, if I have parents, okay, see, I am not dependent upon the salary of my father. Did you get my point? I am not at all dependent upon the salary of my father, and my father also is not at all dependent upon me. So he is an independent person. Can I write his name? Can I write his name as a family member? No. So only if my parents are dependent, if my mother and father are dependent upon the salary of mine, so then they are called as a dependent parents, then they are called as a family members. I already told you. From the literal sense, family is different. Just put that perspective aside. Just put that practical perspective aside. Okay? Logical perspective aside. So from the law sense, you have to see in the law sense. Okay. So what did law say is, Are Babu, if you want to put your nominee's name, they have to be a family members. Point number 1. Point number 2, sir, in the family members definition, who shall be called as a family member? Every person can be called as a family member. Not every person. Only if you and your wife. She is called as your family member. She is called as your family member. Did you get my point? She is called as your family member. Sir, then what about our children? They are also called as family member. Sir, what about our parents? Our parents also, if they are dependent only, they are called as family members. Okay? So if they are not dependent upon me, they are not my family. So come on, tell me, if at all I want to write my father's name as a nominee, can I write? I cannot, because he is not a family member. Because he is not a family member. Did you get my point? Okay. Now, if my wife's parents, they can be a family members. Yes, they can be a family members, provided only if they are dependent. So, my dependent parents can be a family member. Her dependent parents can be a family member, but our children can also become a family members whether they are dependent or not. Okay, see, whether they are married or unmarried, our children, they can be called as a family members. Simple. Did you get my point, guys? Did you get my point? So point number 1, wife will become a family member. Parents also will become a family member, provided they have to be dependent. Dependent parent-in-laws, they can also become family members, provided if they are only dependent upon us. Okay. Point number 3, children. Whether children are married or not, they can be a family members. Whether children are married or not, they can be a family members. Are these points clear? There is a last point here. The widow and children of a predeceased son. The widow and children of a predeceased son, they also can be called as a family member. Sir, what is mean by that? Widow and children of a predeceased son, what is mean by that? Come on, tell me, guys. Come on, tell me fast. Widow and children of a predeceased son. Come on. What is mean by that? For that, I'll give you a small example. So, family member in the sense, I already told you, me, myself, my wife. Okay, she can be called as a family member. Yes or no? Yes. Our children also can be called as family members. Yes. Our children also can be called as family members. Okay. Our parents also can be called as family members. Only if they are dependent. Sir, then what about your wife's parents? Only if they are dependent. So, dependent parent-in-laws and dependent parents can be called as dependent parents, can be called as family members. Okay, dependent parent-in-laws. Okay, they can be called as family members. Last point, our children, whether married or not, they can be called as a family members. Come on, tell me, guys. Now the point is, if there is a point here. What is that? The widow and children of a predeceased son. The widow and children of a predeceased son. What is meant by that? Widow and children of a predeceased son. What is meant by that, guys? Yes, I'll explain. Please listen. For example, if I and my wife, we both have children. We both have a son. For example, he is a son. Okay, he is a son, and his wife, and she is his wife, and they both have a small child. They also have a small child. So what I am here is I am a grandfather. I am a grandfather of my grandson. Okay, na? Of my grandson. So this grandson is a child of whom? He is a child of my son. He is a child of my son. Now, for example, if my son is dead, my son is dead. For example, he is not at all alive. So once my son had died, she will become a widow. Yes or no? My son's wife will become a widow. Okay. So widow and children of a predeceased son, they also comes under the definition of a family. So come on, tell me, who can be called as a family member? Your wife can be called as a family member. Your children can be called as a family member. Your dependent parents and dependent parent-in-laws can be called as a family member. And widow and children of a predeceased son, they also can be called as a family members. Come on, tell me, are these points clear? Pakka. Damn sure. Pakka? Do you get my point? Are these points clear? Okay, now let's read that point step by step, point by point. Okay, who can be a nominee? Nominee shall be a family member. Now, come on, tell me. My father is an independent person. Can I write my father's name as a nominee? In the sense, if he is not a family member, I can write my father's name as a nominee. No. If my father is not a family member, can I write my father's name as a nominee? No. I do not have my sons, I do not have children, I do not have widow and the son of a predecessor, and I do not have dependent parents also. Then come on, tell me, as per the law, I do not have family. Yes or no? If I do not have family, can I write anyone's name as a nominee? Yes. Let's read that point now. Fast. Okay, here nominations. Each employee who has completed 1 year of service shall make a nomination in which form? Form number F. Okay, nominee has to always be a family member. Nominee shall be a family member. For example, if there is no family, if the employee doesn't have family, then nominee can be anyone. For example, now I have a family or not? I do not have family, Amma. Yes or no? Because as per the definition, I do not have family. But practical situation, I have family. Yes or no? I have my brother, I have my sister, I have my parents, everyone I have. But as per definition, I do not have family. So come on, tell me, if I do not have family, whose name I can write? I can write my father's name, I can write my mother's name, I can write my sister's name. In the sense, if I do not have family, if the employee doesn't have family, then nominee can be anyone. So, my father will not come under the definition of family. My brother also will not come under the definition of family. My mother will not come under the definition of family. My sister will not come under the definition of family. But if I do not have family as per definition, then I can write their names as a family. As a nominee. Yes. So come on, tell me. Okay, if I want to write my brother's name as a nominee, can I write? Yes, obviously, because I do not have family as per the definition, as per the Gratuity Act. If I do not have family, okay, I can write anyone's name. No, I can write your name. Absolutely, I can write. I can write my friend's name. Yes, obviously, I can write. I can write anyone's name. I can write because I do not have family. Now what happens is, but in future, if the employee acquires a family, So if in future if the employee acquires a family, then previous nomination becomes void. Simple. Future, I got my brother's name as a nominee. Future, I got married. So married in the sense I got family, right? As per this definition, I got family. If I get family, then previous nomination, that is what nomination which I made with my brother's name, so that becomes void. That becomes void. Please note this point. Please note this point. I hope that you got to know there about these points. I really hope that. Okay? Did you get my point, guys? Did you get my point? Simple, huh? Yes or no? Come on, tell me fast. Clear? Okay, na? Pakka? So, point number 1, nomination can be made, okay, just after completion of 1 year of service in form number F. Point number 2, nomination can be made only to a nominee, and that nominee have to be a family member. Point number 3, if that employee doesn't have family, then nominee can be anyone. Point number 4, if in future nominee, employee gets a family, then acquires a family, then the previous nomination shall be void. Previous nomination shall be void. Are these points clear till now? Come on, let me know that are these points clear or not. Are these points clear, guys? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay, pakka? Yes? Now let's go to the next point, that is fresh nomination of family. Fresh nomination of family has to be made in case of employee dies. For example, without making nomination only if I died. Okay, previously what did I do is I gave a nominee in the name of my brother. Okay, but in future what happened is I acquired a family. Okay, so when I acquired a family, this nomination shall be what, Nana? This nomination shall be void. This nomination shall be void. So what happened is, meanwhile, I went and I rushed, okay, to change the name of my brother to my wife. So while going itself, I did not even change. I am planning to change. So I am going, and when I am planning to change from my brother to my wife's name as a nominee, what happened is, life is unpredictable. Due to some unavoidable reasons, I died. If I died due to some unavoidable reasons, and without making a fresh nomination, okay, without making a valid nominee, okay, if employee dies, then court will decide who is the legal heir, and court will decide and court will give to that legal heir only that amount. Simple. The gratuity becomes payable only to the legal heir appointed by the court. Simple, guys. Point number 1. What is point number 1? Nomination shall be made only after the completion of 1 year of service, and that too in form number F. For becoming a nominee, everyone can become a nominee. No, nominee have to be a family member. If employee doesn't have family member as per the definition of Payment of Gratuity Act, then nominee can be anyone. And if employee appoints a nominee and employee acquires a new family after the nomination, then previous nomination shall be void. If before changing the name of a nominee itself, if employee dies, then court will decide the valid nominee, valid legal heir, and that person will get that 25 lakhs. Simple. Pakka, I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Please be quick, fast. Read this concept as soon as possible, fast. Okay guys, have you gone through this concept? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Now let's go to the next question, and that next point is about penalties, Amma. What are these penalties? See, when employer has not done what he have to do, okay, employer's responsibility is not completed. He have to provide a gratuity within a specific time of 30 days, and so he want to evade that. He want to escape from that. So for escaping, if he is planning to escaping like that, then is it right? Though, so if he is planning to do those things, if he is planning to escape from those things, then he have to be punishable. Yes or no? He have to be punishable. If he is knowingly making or causes to be made any false statement, so to escape the amount of gratuity, he is making a false statement, then in that situation, he shall be punishable with an imprisonment which may extend of 6 months. Imprisonment of how many months, ma? 6 months. Okay, or fine also which may extend to 10,000 or both. So imprisonment for a period of 6 months, and fine also may be applicable upon that person when he knowingly makes or causes to be made any false statement. Sir, if that employer is doing anything, okay, which is he's contravening the provisions of the law. Sir, in this above Gratuity Act, we have discussed all these concepts, right? And if that employer is contravening any of the provision, then what happens? Then, if employer is contravening or making any of the provisions, he is contravening any of the provisions, then what will be happening upon that employer is, he shall be liable with an imprisonment which shall not be less than 3 months, which may extend up to 1 year, minimum 3 months, maximum 1 year, and or a fine which shall not be less than 10,000, which may extend to 20,000, or both may fall upon that person. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka simple. If that employer is making any false representation or false statement to evade that gratuity, then he shall be liable for a punishment, and that punishment is up to a term of 6 months, or 10,000 fine, both. If that employer is contravening any of the provisions, then he shall be provisions of this act, then he shall be liable with an imprisonment of minimum 3 months, maximum 1 year. Okay, maximum 1 year, minimum 10,000, maximum 20,000, or both may fall upon that employer. Did you get my point? Pakka? Where an offence relates to non-payment of gratuity, if that offence which he is doing is non-payment of gratuity, then he shall be liable for an imprisonment of how many months? 6 months up to 2 years with the fine is not defined. Imprisonment minimum 6 months up to 2 years is only punishable, and there is no proper fine upon him. Did you get my point? So till now, what are the concepts which we discussed in the Payment of Gratuity Act concept? In the Payment of Gratuity Act, nominations of gratuity we have discussed, penalties concept we have discussed, compulsory insurance also we have discussed. There are small and minute concepts, that is important definitions. When we discuss important definitions, then we can successfully conclude Payment of Gratuity Act concept. Pakka? Are these points clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay, with this we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. All the best, take care, bye bye, have a nice day. Hi guys, welcome to BCCA. My name is VIGNAN and I am your law faculty. So in our Payment of Gratuity Act concept, we have successfully completed all the topics, all the topics. 98.9% of the topics we have successfully completed. We have discussed about applicability of the Payment of Gratuity Act, eligibility of Payment of Gratuity Act, gratuity amount to be payable, application for Payment of Gratuity Act, then notice for Payment of Gratuity Act, mode of Payment of Gratuity. recovery of gratuity, forfeiture of gratuity, nominations for gratuity, penalties also we have successfully completed, compulsory insurance also we have successfully completed, and many of the definitions also we have successfully completed. Okay, now in this last session, this is the last session of Payment of Gratuity Act. In this last session we are going to discuss some of the definitions. Okay, some of the definitions. After discussing these definitions, we can successfully conclude this topic. The topic is Payment of Gratuity Act. Are these points clear? So without any delay, let's start to the our session with important definitions. Let's go to that concept, important definitions, guys. Okay, I already told you there have to be an aggressive revision. Okay, there have to be an aggressive revision. So after completion of the session, please revise at least 10 to 15 minutes of the topics which we have discussed in the class, in the session. Okay, so yes, till now we have discussed about definitions, and that definitions about family we have discussed, yes or no, and now we are going into the another definitions, and that definitions, the most important definition is section 2A, the continuous service. Continuous service, I already have discussed about the concept of gratuity. Yes or no, guys? What is the concept of gratuity? This employer, what employer have to do is employer have to pay salary for the services which are provided by the employee, and at the time of retirement, employer have to pay in extension to the salary. Employer have to pay some benefit. Employer have to show some benefit to his employees. Employer have to show some benefit to his employees at the time of retirement. Okay, na? At the time of retirement or superannuation, death, or whatever it may be. So that benefit have to be in cash. Okay, benefit have to be in cash or check. Okay, but not in kind. Not in kind. That we discussed. What I want to tell you is, provided when this employer will give this gratuity to his employee only when employee has rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years. If employee have provided a continuous service of not less than 5 years, then on that event, on an event of termination, employer have to arrange some funds, okay, to his employee because of his loyalty. Because employee is providing his loyalty service, so for that reason employer have to give that gift. Yes or no? So 5 years of continuous service means what? We have discussed about 5 years continuous service, 5 years continuous service. That only we were keep on listening that word. Okay, what is meant by a continuous service? I already told you, guys. From the practical perspective, the meanings are different, and from the law perspective, meanings are entirely different. That only I have told you already. Yes or no? So, from the law perspective, what is meant by? From the law perspective, what is meant by? What to say? Continuous service. What is meant by continuous service? Okay. Continuous service. So 5 years of continuous service. Continuously 5 years in the sense 365 days into 5 years. Continuously that employee have to come and work up? No. 5 years of continuous service, means actually we have to go to the definition. Okay, actually we have to go to the definition. What is meant by the continuous service? What is meant by continuous service? See, actually, what is meant by continuous service means it is depending upon the nature of establishments. Nature of establishments. Okay, it is depending upon the nature of establishments. What is the nature of establishment? What is that nature of establishment? Sir, what is that respective nature of establishments? What is that respective nature of establishment? Continuously providing service means continuously 5 years he have to come to the organization for 365 days. No. It is depending upon the nature of establishments. What type of nature of establishment it is? Okay, what type of nature of establishment it is? So the establishments which are having So I'll tell you, so I'll explain it to you. Okay, the establishments which are below the ground, below the ground, below the ground and above the ground. Okay, the establishments which are below the ground and above the ground. So what are the below the ground examples? Like mines. Okay, so the best example of below the ground is mines. Okay, for those establishments, for those type of establishments, the number of days, the number of days continuous service in a year, in 1 year, employee have to come to an organization for how many days, my dear students? For at least 190 days. Sir, 190 days continuously or no? Okay, out of all those working days, all the working days, he have to come to the organization, he have to be present in the organization for 190 days, for 190 days. That means there is no need of coming into the organization regularly, but in the total number of years, in the total number of working days in a year, he have to come to an organization for 190 days. If he comes to an organization for 190 days, then that employee can be said to be in a continuous service. Did you get my point, guys? Continuous service. Did you get my point? Okay, I'll explain to you. For example, if there is an employee whose name is Mr. V. Okay, whose name is Mr. V. Okay, in year number one, he is in continue. He came to an organization. Okay, so he is working in an establishment and that establishment is below the ground. Okay, that establishment is below the ground. Okay, he whose name is V is he is an employee who is working in mines. Okay, and in year number one, he worked in that establishment. He came to that establishment. He was present in that establishment for 200 days. My dear students, how many days? For 200 days. And in the year two, he came to an establishment for 198 days. For how many days, my dear students? For 190 days. And year three, he was present in an organization. He came to an organization. Okay, out of the total number of working days, he was present in an organization for 192 days. He was present in an organization for 192 days. Okay, and in year number four, he was present in an organization for how many days? 189 days. Come on, how many days, ma? For 189 days. 189 days. Okay, did you get my point? How many days? 189 days. Now, come on, tell me, in year number 5, he was present in an organization for how many days? 201 days. 201 days. Come on, tell me, will he get the gratuity or not? Is he really eligible for getting the gratuity in a sense? No, because in this previous 5 years now, continuous previous 5 years, he is not present in every year 190 days. Sir, in year number 1, he was present for more than 1 year. More than 190 days. No, yes, he was present for more than 190 days. In year 2 also, he was present for more than 190 days. In year 3 also, he was present for more than 190 days. But in year 5 also, he was present in 190 days. But year 4, he is not present for 190 days. Then he is not said to be in continuous service. Obviously, he will not be eligible for what? Eligible for receiving the gratuity. Did you get my point, guys? My dear students, yes or no? Will he be eligible for receiving the gratuity? No, because continuously in all the 5 years, is he present for getting the gratuity? Is he present for organization? No, he was present in an organization, but not for 190 days. So he is not to be said to be in a continuous service. He is not providing continuous service of 5 years. Are these points clear now? Yes or no? Come on, tell me fast. Yes or no? Pakka? Damn sure. Yes. Now, let's go to the next point. Sir, above the ground, sir, what about the persons who are employing in an establishment which is above the ground? For that perspective, when we go to that perspective, above the ground also, it is categorized into 2 ways, guys. Okay, it is categorized into 2 ways. Okay, it is categorized into 2 ways. One way is those types of establishments like MNC companies. For those type of establishments, number of working days in a week are less than 6. Okay, establishments whose working days in a week is less than 6. So whose working days in a week are less than 6, then what happens, Come on, tell me, my dear students. So their number of working days in a week is less than 6 in the sense for those types of establishments also, continuous service in the sense it is how many days, my dear students? It is 190 days only. If they come to an organization for 190 days, that is sufficient. Did you get my point, my dear students? Yes or no? Did you get my point? Pakka? Damn sure. So come on, tell me, what is meant by a continuous service? It is depending upon the nature of establishment. Sir, when the nature of establishments, those establishments which are below the ground, how many days in a year he have to come into an organization? 190 days in a year he have to come to an organization. So another type of establishments which are above the ground, for those establishments, if above the ground in the sense, see, I am teaching class now, right? So am I teaching under the ground or above the ground? I am teaching classes underground. No, I am teaching above the ground. So here my point is, for those establishments which are under the ground, which are providing their service under the ground, for those establishments, employee have to come to an organization for 190 days, then he is said to be in a continuous service. Okay. Other types of establishment, in the sense, those establishments which are above the ground, in that above the ground also, those establishments which has working days less than 6 in a week, for those establishments, number of working days in a year, he have to be continuous service here of 190 days. 190 days in a year, if we provide, that is sufficient. And other types of establishments other types of establishments, even if they are above the ground also, okay, even if they are above the ground, and those establishments which are more than 6 days a week, those establishments which are above the ground, or those establishments which are greater than or equal to 6 days a week working days, for those establishments, number of working days in a year have to be 240 days, my dear students. 240 days. So this is said to be a continuous service. Are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. I think you have got this point. Pakka, damn sure. Did you get my point? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Please note this point as soon as possible, fast. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Okay, guys, have you gone through with the concept? Did you just know this point? Okay. So now the next question is, where the employee employed in a seasonal establishments. Where the employee employed in a seasonal establishments. Now my point is, sir, you are discussing till now about those establishments which are not seasonal establishment. That means which has continuously it has a working days for more than 240 days. Okay, yes or no? For those types of establishments, you have given this example. This is absolutely right. But what about those types of establishments which are seasonal in nature? What establishments are called as seasonal establishments? Seasonal establishments are those which has number of working days in a year. That means it will be in operation for less than 6 months. For less than 6 months or not more than 6 months. Those establishments are called as seasonal establishments. Sir, here you told about those types of establishments which has more than 240 days, more than 190 days. For those types of establishments, you have given a minimum requirement of continuous service. That is absolutely no problem. But here, the number of working days in an organization, okay, itself is seasonal in nature. That is less than or not more than 6 months. Then what about those types of establishments? How to calculate continuous service for those establishments? In the sense, then what lawmaker said is, okay, there is no need to get worried. For those seasonal establishments, what I will conclude is, what the lawmaker said is, okay, for those types of establishments which has number of working days less than 6 months, in that sense, what have to be there is at least 75% of number of days in operation. Number of days of operation. So, what is a continuous service for continuous service for seasonal establishments? How to calculate continuous service for seasonal establishment? In the sense, those establishments, total out of the total number of days of operation, 75% employee, if he comes to an organization, then he is said to be in continuous service. Are these points clear, my dear students? Pakka. Sir, can you give me an example? Yes, I am there to give you an example. There is no need to get worried. I will give you an example. Please listen. Okay. For example, if there is a practical question. If we go to the practical question, that itself it is sufficient. So there is a practical question here. Question number 1 for continuous service. If we understand that itself is sufficient. Okay, that itself is sufficient. Let's go and read this concept. Okay, Deepak is employed in an Assam Coffee Estate Limited. Okay, there is an employee called as Deepak. He is working in an Assam Coffee Estate Limited, which is a seasonal establishment. Seasonal establishment in the sense, what is a continuous service for a seasonal establishment? 75% of number of days of operation. Yes or no? Yes. The factory was in operation for 4 months only during the year 2018-19. In the year 2018-19, how many days the organization was in operation? In the sense, 120 days. 4 months into 30, that is 120 days the organization was in operation. Come on, tell me, my dear students. Deepak was not in continuous service during the period. In this period, is Deepak continuous service? No. However, he has worked for only how many days? 60 days. Total number of working days is he worked for 60 days. So come on, tell me, actually, to calculate the continuous service, calculation of continuous service, come on, tell me how to calculate continuous service. Calculation of continuous service Continuous service in the sense 75% into number of days of operation. 75% into how many number of days of operation in the sense 120. How many number of operation guys? 120. So 120 into 75%. What is the number of days he have to be in operation? 90 days. If he come to an organization, that will be sufficient. But how many days did he come into the organization? That is, he was in an organization. He worked for in that organization for 60 days. That is below 90 days. Below 90 days. Come on, tell me. Is he in continuous service? No, he is not at all entitled for gratuity because he is not at all in continuous service. Referring to the provisions of the payment of gratuity, Act 1972, decide whether Deepak is entitled to gratuity payable under the Act. Is Deepak entitled? No, he is not at all entitled because he is not in a continuous service. He is not at all in a continuous service. Are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. I hope you got this point. Okay. Now, there is a second question. There is a second point. What would be your answer if Deepak works for 100 days? If Deepak works for 100 days, that is 100 days is greater than 90. So, will Deepak get the gratuity? Obviously, he will get the gratuity because he is more than is working for more than a normal requirement. What is the normal requirement? 75% of a number of days of operation. 75% of a number of days of operation. Did you get my point, my dear students? Yes or no? Pakka. See, read that point. It is absolutely the same point. See, for the entitlement of a gratuity, one must work for at least 75% of the days on which the establishment was open and in operation. The gratuity was in operation for 120 days. One must work for 75% of 120, that is 90 days to claim the gratuity. Therefore, Deepak is not entitled to gratuity. Did you get my point? So, if Deepak has worked for 100 days, what would be the provision, guys? What would we see? This is not a provision. Both this is analysis and conclusion. This is analysis and conclusion, but the provision is here. If you write straightly the provision, employees working below the ground and for less than 120 less than 6 days a week. For those establishments 190 days, and for the other establishments 240 days, and for those establishments which are seasonal in nature, for them 75% of number of days, number of working days. If we come to the organization, that is sufficient. That if you write, that is more than enough. That will be the provision. So this is the analysis and conclusion for point number 1, and this is the analysis and conclusions for question number 2. So, are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure, yes or no? Now, let's go to the next question. Next question, yes, what we'll do is, I'll give you this question as your homework. This question as your homework. Okay, I request you guys to please complete this homework and come to the tomorrow session. I think this will be more than enough. Okay, did you get my point? Okay. Now, let's go to the question number 3. Question number 3. Mr. X is in an establishment covered under the Gratuity Act 1972. If he is covered under the Gratuity Act 1972, up to 28th March 2013, his total number of working days are 237. His total number of workings are 237. He took a leave without salary for 7 days but resumed to job on 5th April 2013. Can the employer consider it violation of continuous service? So before going into this question, first we have to go a detailed analysis of in this continuous service of 240 days or 190 days, can there be any deductions? If there are any deductions also, can they be counted or not? Sir, I didn't get you. I'll explain, no problem. So for example, there may be certain situations where employee cannot come to an organization for 240 days. For example, maternity leave. Okay, maternity leave, pregnancy women, they cannot come to the organization for 240 days, right? They cannot come to the organization for 190 days, right? So see, for example, if they work in that organization for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and year 5 she was pregnant. and for first year she was in organization for 240, 242, 245, 247, but in the year 5 she was in an organization for 196 only. So will she get the gratuity? In the sense, she will not get gratuity, but actually see, because all the 5 years she have to be in continuous service, right? See, here she was in continuous service for 4 years only, but 5th year she is not at all in a continuous service. If she is not in a continuous service in the 5th year, will she be eligible for getting the gratuity? No. For that reason, but this is a genuine case, right? For that reason, there is another point called as periods for which gratuity is payable even if he does not work in the organization. For example, okay, when the woman employees, because of the situation called as maternity leave, she, if she want to come to an organization, she can come. But because of that pregnancy, she was unable to come to an organization. For her, 4 years she was in continuous service, more than 240 days. But in last year, she was not in continuous service, no. But even if she did not come, she did not fulfill that requirement of 240 days or 190 days, those days which she did not come also will be counted. See, periods of which gratuity payable even if he does not work. See, even if that woman employee, she was in maternity leave, even if she does not come to an organization also, she, her leave will be counted. Did you get my point? So there are certain situations where if they cannot come to an organization also, their leave will be counted. Are these points clear? Their leave can be counted. Sir, what are those situations? There are 4 situations. Even if you cannot come to an organization, okay, your leave will be counted. Even if, see, for example, 240 days you have to come to an organization. You were present for an organization for 201 days only, but due to temporary disablement, due to an accident or whatever it may be, you did not fulfill the requirement. Even if you did not fulfill the requirement also, we will count those 39 days also of leave also, no problem. So there are 4 situations where employees' number of working days also can be counted, even if they do not come to an organization, even if they do not work in that time also. Sir, what are those? Point number one, maternity leave for female employees. Maternity leave for female employees. Point number 2, absence due to temporary disablement caused during the employment. Okay, when there is an employment and there is an accident and absence due to temporary disablement, for that also, what happens? Simple. Even if they did not come, it will be counted. Point number 3, layoff under Industrial Disputes Act 1947. Layoff in the sense due to cost cutting. What organization do is they will lay off. Okay, so they will remove some employees from the organization. Layoff under the Industrial Disputes Act. That is not his problem. That is organization's problem. So even if he is not coming to an organization also, what they will do? They will count that number of working days. Okay. Last one is leave with full wages. Did you get my point? So in these 4 situations, even if they do not come to an organization also, they working days will be counted. Their working days will be counted. Are these points clear? Okay. Now let's go and dive into this question number 3. X is an employee, works in an establishment covered under Payment of Gratuity Act 1972. Up to 28th March 2013, his total number of working days are 237. Okay, he took a leave without salary for 7 days, but resumed the job on 5th April. So he was not in an organization. Up to 20th March, what happened? Is his total number of working days is 237. He took a leave without salary. He took leave for 7 days, but resumed the job on 5th April. Can employer consider it violation of continuous service? Can employers count it as a violation of continuous service? Come on, tell me. Can employer, deem like that? Can employer do that? Yes or no? See, point number 1. See, Can employer consider it as a violation of continuous service? Can employer continue? Yes or no? Can employer do that? According to the provisions of payment of gratuity act states that interrupted service due to sickness, accident, disablement shall not be deemed as breaking or violation of continuous service. See here, leave with full wages. Leave with full wages is there. Leave with without salary is there. Leave without salary. Leave without salary. Here, leave with full wages. So, if it is leave with full wages, it cannot be, it can be counted. But here, leave without a salary for 7 days. This cannot be. Okay, this cannot be. So, accident, sickness, disablement shall not be deemed as a breaking or violation of a continuous service, and employee shall be provided a reasonable opportunity of being heard. It was held that by the court of law that there is a scope of sick or accident leave available to an employee, and therefore an employer, without providing reasonable opportunity of being heard to the employee, cannot consider it as a violation. First, you have to intimate it to the employee. Babu, employee, is it the point or not? Is it valid point or not? What is the reason for your interruption? Okay, that interrupted service due to sickness or accident or disablement shall not be deemed as breaking or violation of continuous service. When it can be deemed? Only when the employee is given a valuable opportunity. After you are intimating it to the employee, Babu, okay, employee, so what is the reason for your interruption? That interrupted service is due to sickness, accident, disablement, okay, that can be deemed as a violation of continuous service only when we go and tell it to the employee. Babu, because of this we are going to do this. Okay, after giving a reasonable opportunity of being heard to the employee only, we can treat it as interrupted service. Okay, we can treat that interrupted service, okay, and deem it as a breaking or violation of continuous service. Till then, we cannot deem it as a violation. So, come on, tell me here, can employer consider it as a violation of continuous service? Yes, employer can consider it as a violation of continuous service only after giving a reasonable opportunity of being heard. Till then, employer cannot deem it as a violation of continuous service. That is the point. Did you get my point, guys? So, till now, we have discussed only about one definition. Okay, this is a main definition, and after that there are certain small definitions, and after discussing about these small definitions, we can conclude the session successfully. Okay, please listen to these points. So whenever they ask about the wages in the payment of gratuity, what is the definition of wages? Simply just put this in your mind. Wages is equal to basic plus full DNS allowance. Allowance in the sense you already might have known about the allowance. Allowance is a benefits which are provided by the employer to his employee. Okay, DNS allowance means retirement benefits. Okay, so basic plus full DNS allowance, it can be treated as wages. We were discussing about wages, right? Okay, 15 by 26 into number of days or part thereof in excess of 6 months, okay, into last drawn salary, last drawn wages in the sense not only simple basic wages but also full DNS allowance. That is a definition of wages. There are certain two definitions called as retirement and superannuation. I already told you, I already have given you a small meaning of retirement and meaning of superannuation. What is meant by retirement? What is meant by superannuation? Superannuation in the sense, guys, see, I'll give you a small example, and based upon that example, you can get an entire big picture of what is happening. So, simply speaking, retirement in the sense, if there is an option, sir, what is that option? If you want to leave and go out of organization, you can. Okay, you can. Or if you want to stay, our organization policy is to, give retirement only after attaining 58 years or 60 years. Till that years, you have to work. If you want to go in middle, you can be provided with a voluntary retirement scheme. If you want that also, you can take that. So when there is a proper option, okay, if you want to stay till 60 years, you can stay, or if you want to leave the organization in between, you can leave. That is called as retirement. That is called as retirement. So then what about superannuation? Superannuation in the sense, when there is no option, you have to stay in our organization, and based upon our organization, you have to go out of organization at the age of attaining 58 years. Till then you have to stay, and that is called as superannuation. You are not provided for what option? Okay, you are not provided with an option. If you want to stay, you stay. If you want to leave, you leave. That is not given. Okay, till the attaining of the age of 58 or 60 years, you have to stay, and that is called as superannuation. Vacation of the organization after attainment of the certain age, that is called as superannuation. But retirement means termination of services of the employer, reasons being other than superannuation. Superannuation in the sense, after attaining 58 or 60 years, then only he can live. Till then he cannot live. That is superannuation. Other than superannuation in the sense, retirement, when we have both of the options. So it is called as superannuation. Are these points clear, my dear students? Pakka? I think you got this point. Yes or no? Okay. Pakka? Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick, fast. I'll give you 1 minute, fast. Okay. Now let's go to the next type of definitions, and there are next type of definitions, and those definitions are nothing but two definitions. I'll explain, just please listen. One is 2 clause A and second one is 2 clause D. So what is 2 clause A in the sense? Appropriate government. What is mean by appropriate government in the sense? I'll explain, please listen. So for example, IRCTC. So it is a railway. If you want to book a tickets, you can go to the IRCTC and you can book your tickets. Yes or no? For railway station, if you want to travel through rail. So who is going to control this IRCTC in the sense? Central government is controlling this IRCTC. Okay, IRCTC is controlled by central government. Then what about APSRTC or TSRTC? Who will be controlling this APSRTC or TSRTC? It will be controlled by central government. Yes or no? So my point is, for those establishments, okay, which are in control of the central government, for that establishment's appropriate government is nothing but central government. For those establishments which are in control by the state government, for those establishments appropriate government is state government. So for these type of establishments, appropriate government is what? Central government. For APSRTC and TSRTC, this is state government. It comes under state government. So for those type of establishments, what is the appropriate government? State government is the appropriate government. Are these points clear? Okay. That is point number 1. For those establishments which are having branches in more than one state, for those establishments also appropriate government is what? Central government only. For those establishments or factory belonging to or under the control of central government, for those establishments which are belonging to or under the control of central government, or major ports or mines or oil field or railway company. Just now I gave you example IRCTC. So for those establishments, who is the appropriate government, guys? It is central government. For all those other types of establishments such as APSRTC and other types of establishments, appropriate government is state government. Simple. Simple. Yes or no? These appropriate government, what they will do is they will appoint a controlling authority. We were discussing in this concept called as payment of gratuity, controlling authority. If there is a dispute between employer and employee, this can be taken to a controlling authority. He will take a valid decision. Yes or no? That controlling authority is none other than he is an officer who has been appointed by the appropriate government in the official gazette. In the official gazette, he will be appointed as a controlling authority by the appropriate government. And this person, what he will do, he is responsible for the administration of act. Did this company really fulfill the requirement of payment of gratuity or not? Everything it will be dealt by that controlling authority itself. Pakka, damn sure, yes or no? Yes. Next type of meanings are nothing but employee and employer. Guys, employer means nothing but that person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the business. That person is called as employer. That person who is working for a salary, that person is called as what, Nana? That person is called as employee. Sir, salary or wages means apprentice. Apprentice is a trainee, guys. He will not be getting salary, but he will be getting what? Stipend. See, you are after you want to go to your articles, right? When you are going and doing your articles, you are a trainee. 3 years you are a trainee, right? So you are a trainee and you will not be getting salary, but rather you will be getting what? Stipend. So you are an apprentice. But after getting your qualification, then they will be providing you the salary. Then you will be for a training period also. You will be after getting qualification, you are called as a probationer, but not apprentice. Now, when you are in articles, you will be called as a trainee. Then you will be called as apprentice. There at that time you will be getting stipend, but not salary. But after getting a qualification, they will be providing training, but that is as an apprentice, not as an apprentice, but as a probationer. Both are different, my dear students. Did you get my point? So, simply speaking, other than an apprentice, all those persons who are working for a salary, other than an apprentice, those persons are called as employees as per this act. Are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. So we have discussed all the definitions also, my dear students. All the definitions also we have successfully discussed, and there is a small concept called as inspector and powers of inspector, and we will discuss in 2 minutes and will conclude this topic as a whole. Okay. Point number 1, who is called as an inspector? Amma, please listen. Who is called as an inspector? I already told you. Who is called as an appropriate government? Okay, appropriate government in the sense that establishments which comes under the control of a certain government, that government is called as appropriate government. Okay, this appropriate government, what does that do is they will appoint an inspector. And they will give a powers to that inspector. What type of powers in the sense? See, what and all comes under your region, what and all comes under your area. Okay, you have to be vigilant. You have to check that area. Okay, you have to go through that area, and whenever you get doubt about an organization, go. Because you are a public servant, you can go and inspect that organization under your control, under the area which is given under your region. You can go and inspect. So once this power is given by the appropriate government to this inspector, what are the powers which he has? Is he can go and directly inspect that premises of an organization where he finds any doubt. Okay, he can go there. If he want to inspect any person also, he can inspect. If he want any copies also, he can be provided. If the employer or the organization or the accountant of the organization, if they restrict, "Arey Babu, why are you coming here? You are not allowed to come here." If they talk like that, no, it is finished. Okay, because those powers are given by the appropriate government to this person. So what are the powers? He can enter into that any organization premises, and he can inspect all the premises of that organization, and if he want to examine the employer, or if he wants if he finds anything suspicious, he can go and he can examine each and everything. If he wants any copies also, it have to be provided by the employer without any delay. And if an employer or any person in the organization, does overaction, why are you coming? Who gave you power like this? Then he will be given a punishments. He will be provided with the punishments. Because these people, when they come to an organization, when they ask for the registers, when they ask for the notices, when they ask for the extracts, when they want to examine an employer or the accountant or whatever it may be, employer have to give him the liberty. Okay, because they are public servants, and everything have to be, they are legally bound to do so. They are legally bound to do so. If anyone does any overactions, I will not provide you the document, I will not provide you the registers which you asked, whatever you want to do, you do, then they will be coming under Indian Penal Code, they will get punishments also. Did you get my point, guys? Please go through with the concept fast. Please, fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please go through the concept fast. Fast. So I think you guys have successfully completed payment of gratuity. So all the concepts of payments of gratuity we have discussed. Okay. So I want all the students to to spend at least half an hour or 15 to 20 minutes on this subject. Okay. Daily after completion of your topic, after we have successfully completed the topic, please spend at least 15 to 20 minutes of your time to revise. That is more than sufficient. Okay, so let's conclude the session. Okay, and conclude this topic. Let's go to the next session from the next topic. Okay, bye.